a very, very experienced, knowledgeable pair of hands guiding that TB kart, because don't forget Ty Fisher, he is one of the only drivers on the TB kart chassis. So we talk about data, we talk about the amount of the teams with the multi-kart teams and how those drivers can take data from each other and what have you. Ty Fisher, well, he's only got Martin Pierce and a small outfit TB kart, to gain knowledge from. So the rolling lap begins. We are going to have a packed grid. We will try and very quickly take you through the starting lineup as we can. It's going to be Ardiles, Walney, Vidmontien, Garzon, Brown, Malkout, the top 6. Fisher, Vonchev, Peyton Westcott, and Max Wilde rounding out the top 10. Dion Shee, Edwin Kennedy, Javier Herrera, Carson Weinberg, Nathan Dupree, Gabriel Ballon, Jackson Young, and then Marsha, Max Castella, and Lillian Scarborough. The rest of your top 20. The rest of the field will fall into line. So it's RPG, Speed Concepts, TKG. Yesterday's winner, Vidmontien there in third. Yellow flag waving, telling the drivers to slow down. But again, RPG, Speed Concepts. Walney in third. So Ardiles on the outside, Vidmontien on the inside, then Walney, and then Garzon, Fisher, and the top 6. You couldn't flick a bogey over them. They're so closely packed together.
So wild opening lap and a half here for the pre-final as we are underway down the backstretch here. Down the inside for Jackson Wolney, and Garzon goes 3 wide to the inside. Here we go, through and clear for Ty Fisher on both of them as well. Turner Brown looking to go by here as they come out of the final turn and down the front straightaway. We'll put another lap in the books here as we get underway here with Diego Ardiles to Vidmontien to Ty Fisher. Another lap complete as they cross the start-finish line.
In turn number 2 they go again. Now Ardiles beginning to stretch away a little bit. Fisher in third place, and here comes Turner Brown. Turner Brown to the inside at turn number 5, passes Sebastian Garzon. Walney holding on. Turner Brown has to defend at the 6th.
Now as they head over to the sweeper, Turner Brown's already picked up a couple. Let's see if he can hunt down this next group here. Back in that 3rd, 4th, 5th spot, trying to run up to, or 4th, 5th, 6th, trying to run to Ty Fisher. Enzo Vidmontien and Diego Ardiles as they head down the back straightaway. Vidmontien close enough for the lead, won't go. Garzon going to go back on Brown. He'll bring Jackson Wolney with them. They get through.
Yes, indeed. Now the top 3 a little bit clear of the rest. Side by side, back in the middle of the pack there. Walney and Brown bouncing off the curbs, chasing down Garzon. We are on lap number, I think this is lap number 4. Out of what should be a 10-lap pre-final. Vidmontien makes the move, going into turn number 2. Now, what can Ardiles do? Fisher is right there. We've got 3 karts battling for lead and a gap, and 3 karts battling for 4th. But as these drivers at the front slow each other down, the second group, although they're battling as well, Garzon, Walney and Brown, they should catch up.
Now through here with 3 laps complete, Enzo Vidmontien heading the way here just where he was yesterday. Nice and comfortable out front. Led the most laps in both sessions. He leads us down the backstretch. Back to Ardiles, back to Ty Fisher here, headed into turn number 10. Sebastian Garzon still leads the second pack of Wolney and Brown. Isaac Malkut looking on with Alexander Vanchev behind him. Packs of 2 to 3 in the opening 10 cars. Here coming this time by, it'll be 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Enzo Vidmontien leads us down to turn number 1 to Ardiles and Fisher through turns 1 and 2. No change there, and I think we won't see it for a little while as they finally settled here at the halfway marker.
Yes, indeed. Now there's one driver, I think one of the Orsalon drivers, off at the side of the circuit. Salvador Dallavecchia did get started and is down in 38th position as well, but he is in the race. Couldn't take his grid position, had to start at the back, but he is in the race. And I'm trying to see who the driver is who is out of the race. Oh, Alejandro Halfpen and Frederick Manning and Javier Herrera are the drivers who have retired. Up the straight towards turn number 10. The second group, Xander, are beginning to close in.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to get there, and even back from them, it's just kind of a long line of go-karts, really, through the pack and through the racetrack. Out of turn number 13, though, turn 12, turn 13, onto the front straightaway for Enzo. 3 laps to go already here as we get to the closing stages of the KA Junior Pre Final to start the day. Vidmontien to Ardiles to Fisher through turns 3 and 4. Any moves yet? Yes, second place. Ty Fisher's going to take it here. It's almost go time. They know it. They need to start fighting here, but Ardiles back on Fisher to take back the second spot. Quickly returns the favor. It gives Enzo Vidmontien's Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic, some room to breathe out in front.
Talked about Enzo Vidmontien, how important it is as Fisher makes the move for P2. Vidmontien, he's making the right decisions at the right times, and it's allowed him to get a slight lead. I'm still not quite sure that he's home and dry just yet. Fisher and Ardiles now, I think we'll see them working together, because Garzon and Brown and Walney are also closing in. Carson Weinberg has just set the fastest lap of the race in the number 871 kart, running in 9th position. He's in the second group of 3 karts on your screen as Ardiles goes back to P2, but they slow each other down, and that has allowed Vidmontien to escape again.
Yeah, and the bigger gap here now with Garzon in 3rd. Fisher trying to defend for that 4th spot. Kind of got into the side of him, and Turner Brown's going to take advantage. He'll get through to 4th. Chico down the inside and clear. So Turner Brown getting through. Now Fisher back to the 5th spot. Jackson Wolney 6th. And Diego Ardiles has some room to run out in the front of the pair. So working lap number 7 here with just a lap and a half to go. Enzo Vidmontien's lead, about 3 car lengths. Back to Diego Ardiles. Back in the second pack, Isaac Malkut there making a move. That's on the 871 machine of Carson Weinberg. He gets back around the CDR Kart Republic. 1 to go this time by Vidmontien. Still by about 0.3 of a second, but it is closing down as lap traffic looms.
Oh yeah, that's a Paralin kart getting out of the way. I hope no, it's still there. Oh, the leaders are closing in. And that driver, I think, has got a mechanical issue or is recovering from a spin. Oh, and he's pulled off the side of the circuit.
No, that's a different one. That's one of the Super Tuned Tony karts off. The 899 is off. Here is more changes in the lead pack. Fisher back to 6 as Wolney gets by. Here now working lap number 8. This is the final lap of 8. The pre-final. Turner Brown, Wolney, Fisher up and over the curbing. Little defending from Brown there through turn number 9. It'll be 2 packs of 3. Brown trying to hang on. Max Weiland in the back of the screen, battling with Carson Weinberg for the 9th and the 10th spot as the leaders are single file. Fisher, an over-under, not enough to get on Wolney, but through the final chicane, Enzo Vidmontien leads.
Yes, they're going to run to the line. Ardiles was not quite close enough to make a lunge into the final corner. They come to the line, and it's Vidmontien, Ardiles, Garzon, Turner Brown in 4th side by side between Vanchev and Malkut as Walney finishes in 5th, Ty Fisher 6th, Malkut, Vanchev 7th and 8th, Weinberg and Max Weiland finishing in the top 10 as well. But Vidmontien talked about this, that the mental strength is getting there now, the decision-making process is getting it, and he is going to be a problem for the rest of the field because he's been blisteringly fast everywhere I've seen him race, in the last 6 months.
Yeah, he is going to be there here if all things shake the right way through the start of the main. Much longer for that one. A very short pre-final for the KA Juniors, only 8 laps the distance for them on the racetrack. Vidmontien over Ardiles, your final order here for KA 100 Junior. Sebastian Garzon 3rd, Turner Brown 4th, Jackson Wolney 5th, Ty Fisher, Isaac Malkut, Alexander Vanchev, Carson Weinberg, and Max Weiland. Let's go down to the grid here. Caleb Vieska on his way. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. This race is definitely going to be interesting, right? We have Sebastian Luque starting all the way in the back of the field, and he's going to try to work his way up after throttle cable issues for him. He's looking to work his way up. He's been top 5 pace all weekend long as well. Finnegan Bailiff, yesterday's winner, starting all the way back in 18th after traffic for him in qualifying. Big story, though. This guy right here is Steven Miller, starting on the pole position again, and alongside him, Colin Lloyd. James Overbeck, we saw him go for a wild ride yesterday. He's starting right here on the 2nd row, alongside Team Ferris Racing entry, Connor Ferris. So it's going to be definitely something to watch here in this one. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. Here's a look again as he mentions Fernando Luque from the rear of the field here, one of our contenders from the main event yesterday who led some laps on that Super Tune Tony Kart. Long way to get to the front of this 40-driver KA100 senior grid. But Stephen Miller in the black, yellow, and blue Nash Motorsports colors is ready to lead us to green here and try to get a bit of redemption. Yesterday, a frustrating main for Stephen Miller. Every time he tried to go forward, it was one step forward and then 2 steps backwards. He'd make a pass, get passed again, try to fight forward, go backwards again. So hopefully today, with the pole position in qualifying, some better luck and some good momentum going the way of the Tampa, Florida native here. To his outside, another Florida native. It's an all-Florida lockout of this Florida round of the Pro Tour with Colin Lloyd on the outside of row 1. A DNF in yesterday's main in that last lap crash, battling with Peyton Phillips, puts him without a mistake now allowed in the championship. He needs to be perfect today. He won yesterday's pre-final. He knows how to get it done. We'll see what he can do from the outside of the front row.
Yeah, now, of course, there's lots of great kart chasing footage out on social media as we look at 928 Conor Ferris, but I want to see the GoPro footage from Stephen Miller's kart of that James Overbeck save.
He had a front row seat to that. Now, Overbeck said that yesterday it bent the kart up pretty good. Well, obviously, they were able to straighten that thing out. That BJR MDR Tony kart rolls off in position number 4. He looks chilled out, ready to get underway there. So we'll see what James can do today. Hopefully he gets to go viral for a much different reason. And again, we mentioned the viral moment for him really just outweighed that last lap carnage. The other half of the incident battling for the win was Peyton Phillips.
And you look at Peyton Phillips' crash helmet. No, he's not British. He is simply wearing Colin Brown's crash helmet. That is the crash helmet design used by Colin Brown, the 2000 World Karting Champion who beat Lewis Hamilton to that title. And and Peyton Phillips very, very locked in there, as you can see. A lot of the drivers there, little bits of waves and stuff like that, not Peyton Brown. There is the number 972 Nash Motorsport entry of Aiden Shimbashi, led the slow qualifying group. So he is right there up at the front. Yeah, a bad start to the weekend in terms of happy hour, and now recovering well.
And a shout out to Josh Conker working on Aiden Shimbashi's kart, the pro shifter driver from Canada. We'll see later in action, hopefully this year. And Shimbashi on a factory kart as well. Nash Motorsports colors, but very interesting American-made go-kart. Now, talk about American pride. How about this father-son privateer duo of Eli Warren and his father Keith on the wrenches? Got onto the podium yesterday in the 997 before, unfortunately, eventually after everything shook out, just ended up one spot off. But still, Eli Warren in the 997 will roll off 7th. Good start to today, was in the mix yesterday. Through the carnage, to be fair, had that wreck not happened, he would have been about a half second back in the second group, right on the cusp. If they found something more overnight, he could be a factor here today.
And just look at those little sponsor logos at the front of the kart there. Those are like local businesses that are helping Eli Warren. The 957, there we go, Cameron Weinberg. Absolutely outstanding overtaking show from Cameron yesterday. He was in this position for the pre-final yesterday, and it didn't go well, which is why he had to come from the back in the main event. But if he can get through this event cleanly and start up near the front, he is going to be a driver to beat. Him and his younger brother, Cars, we've just seen. Angel Reese is Cameron's mechanic. She started out as the housekeeper.
Yeah, such a cool story there with the Weinberg posse. Already Carson set the bar high with a 9th place result there at the line. Cameron's got to do better than that. He starts better in 8th, though, but 9th, Kane Martin. Big turnaround for today for himself and the guy behind him in Henry Wheeler. They both crashed in qualifying yesterday.
With each other.
So hopefully today's a lot better for the Nash Motorsports drivers as it's an all-Nash, row 5. Blake Nash, he's in the same danger zone, unfortunately, that he was yesterday. But he says that Nash Motorsports colors got a fast hot rod. If he can survive the start, keep your eye on the 964 to move forward. He knows how to get it done. We've seen him do it before. A former national race winner ready to lead us off. And there's a look at the rest of the starting lineup, and buried in the midfield here after a rougher qualifying, yesterday's race winner, Finnegan Bailiff. Now, Finn even admitted in his post-race interview, he's like, I didn't have the speed to really lead that one, but I knew I could handle hang there and something might happen. It did, and the 21-year-old was able to pull off the win. One of the veterans in the more youthful K100 senior category. It's unfinished business is the name of the game, the story for Finnegan Bailiff's 2024 year. He's already got one win and potentially a championship lead if he works today really nicely. Now, let's go further back down the grid here to find the rest of our major starters. You've got a few more big names buried in the pack, including yesterday's front runner, Fernando Luque. Shotgun Charlie on the field for the Super Tune Tony Kart. He rolls off from a long way back of that front row. A good pre-final is going to give him still a shot in that main.
And it was a stuck throttle. Fernando Luque was saying earlier that prevented it there. But if we look up the camera, if we look up the grid now, this is what Fernando Luque is going to see. And he has got all those drivers, 39 other drivers, 38 rather, other drivers directly in front of him. And already you can barely see the front runners. That's where he's got to be. And he's going to have to get past all those drivers. There's the only female combination on the 967 kart, Autumn Fisher and her mechanic Talitha Tarr. Bad finish yesterday for Autumn Fisher, a mechanical problem on the opening lap. She is the older sister of Ty Fisher on the Villeneuve kart, which is a TB kart but with white paint.
Yeah, the Jacques Villeneuve tribute kart here with the all-pink crash helmet. Easy to pick out here. Autumn Fisher, her one benefit compared to the rest, again, with scuffed tires for them all, is she didn't get to run a single lap in that main. So she's got a little fresher rubber. She can put that rubber to the road here and start to make up some ground. Could be a good pre-final for her. And one more driver to talk about at the back of the grid here is the one starting just ahead of Fernando Luque, and that is Sawyer Roussel on the Team GWR Gillard go-kart. He's second from last row. A long way to go forward. He had that tire come off in warm-up. So it's just been a morning to forget for Sawyer. And in his first full national season in K100 Senior, we'll see what he can do as we work our way back towards the front and await the call to fire engines for KA100 Senior. There goes the 1-minute board. That means it's time to crank those 100cc 22-horsepower motors to life and get set for pre-final number 2.
Yes, indeed. So, at home, pick your favorite. You've heard the stories. This is what's on the line. Pre-final only. This race will set the grid for the main event. And of course, this class, it has reached the 30 car cutoff for prize money. And these K100 senior drivers, they're fighting for $1,000 cash money at the end of this one. Not this one, but the end of today. At
the end of today, correct here. $1,000 each day for the K100 senior class. Yesterday, of course, Finn Bailiff pockets $1,000. Today, let's see if he can make it 2. He's got a long way to go from further back down the leaderboard, but we're ready to get things underway. Of course, Carson and Cameron Weinberg's mother here keeping an eye on both of her boys in the live stream chat, watching them on, and a lot of other viewers from around the world. As we've got all of you tuning in to the KC Premium subscription, make sure to continue to send in your well wishes for your favorite drivers here. Ethan Sky Manuchik's father in as well, watching on the live feed, and plenty more. So we'll continue to give shout outs to your superstars that you're rooting for here from wherever you're watching Car Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour Winter Nationals. Round 2 for the semi-pros, KA100 Senior on track, getting set to get underway. It's Nash Motorsports' own Stephen Miller, who has been a firecracker, I would say, to describe both his on-track style and his performances thus far in 2024. Lots of raw talent, lots of speed. If he can put the complete package together, he can win. He's a former Super Nationals race winner, and he is ready to bring us to green in this stacked KA100 Senior Pre-Final.
Miller, one of the youngest drivers, if not the youngest driver in the KA100 senior field, still only 14 years old, his debut season as a senior, and to say that he has ruffled a few feathers, not just with his speed and his talent, but also with his style, would be an understatement.
Yep, well, at least you don't have to worry about getting around anyone if you can keep it out in front. He's got the perfect spot to try and do that. The last of the field forming up out of the final turn. Keep your eye on the leaderboard on the left for Fernando Luque to try and work his way up the boards, get into the top half of the grid. Miller and Lloyd. Lloyd on the right in the pink and chrome. Miller on the left in the blue and black. We're green down to turn 1 and a good start for the inside lane. Stephen Miller easily to the lead as we've got a little bit of carnage. Henry Wheeler is slowing in the middle of the pack through turns 1 and 2. That's backed them up a bit, but everyone survived over to turn 5 as a big outside lunge from Cameron Weinberg that did not pay off there in turn 5. He lost a spot or two. Eli Warren getting through. There's Shimbashi going wide as Blake Nash gets by, and up front, Stephen Miller leads Lloyd, Ferris, Overbeck, and Peyton Phillips, your initial top 5.
Yeah, how long can Aiden Shimbashi stay up at the sharp end of the grid? There he goes in the black race with the black crash helmet, the Nash Motorsport livery with the factory USA kart underneath him. There's a move from Peyton Phillips on James Overbeck. Probably thinking, oh, do you know what? If James is up to his old tricks, I want to be in front of him, not behind him. As we go into the final corner of lap number 1, and it is Miller from Lloyd, from Ferris, from Phillips, and then it is Overbeck. Then a gap back to 6th place driver Cameron Weinberg, Kane Martin, Blake Nash, Eli Warren, and Shimbashi hanging on to a place in the top 10 at the moment.
Through turn number 5 for Stephen Miller and Colin Lloyd. A calm start here to the front half of this KA Senior Pre-Final. A little more action in the midfield as they battle out of turn number 6 and head through the sweeper. Lloyd staying nice and close to Stephen. Again, trying to salvage a good point stay as Miller gets a little sideways. He opens the door, and Lloyd is through. Ferris forces his way by as well. Here comes Phillips to the inside for 3rd. Miller's going to let him go at the end of the backstretch to tuck into 4th as he's got a gap to get down to the inside ahead of James Overbeck. But your pole man, your former race leader, back now down to the 4th spot as Lloyd takes us into the infield.
It was just a fraction of a misjudgment and which angle he hit the curb at turn number 8. He hit the curb at slightly the wrong angle. It spat the car a little bit wide. He saved it, not a problem. He lost 3 places. That is how critical. You must be inch perfect. Tiny mistakes can cost you big time in a field this competitive. And now it's Ferris's turn to have a little route around the rear bumper of Lloyd's kart. Ferris looks to the inside going into turn number 6. Nothing happening there. And Phillips is right there in 3rd. Miller now trying to recover. He's down in 6th position.
Yeah, Stephen Miller now back behind Cameron Weinberg as into turn 8. Ferris a little wide. Lloyd a much nicer arc through 9. He'll get a big run down the backstretch. Phillips still following as Overbeck now defending from Blake Nash. Here comes Peyton. Inside, clear for 2nd. Blake Nash up another spot. He gets by James Overbeck, who has been shuffled back by Weinberg and Nash. And Connor Ferris right back on Peyton Phillips for 2nd. Colin Lloyd loving it as he tries to drive away on that Inter-MS Kart Republic.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips there now looks back to the inside. I think Peyton Phillips has decided that his package is better than Ferris's package in that, kart tyre temperatures, pressures, things like that. And he thinks, no, I need to be in front because if I sit behind Connor Ferris, there's not enough speed in Ferris's kart for me to push up and prevent Lloyd from getting away. The problem they got is Weinberg and Miller and Nash and Overbeck are now beginning to close in behind them. And Phillips needs to get away because I think Ferris might be a little bit of a cork in the bottle before long.
Yeah, Connor Ferris here has to worry about Cameron Weinberg. He knows how fast his fellow Kart Republic driver was yesterday. Stephen Miller's finally gotten a little bit of help in the form of his teammate Blake Nash, who's kind of helped push him back away from the rest of the midfield. But they're all still chasing Lloyd, who with the big lead he got early on has been able to really establish a nice position for the second half of this pre-final. 4 laps complete. 4 laps to go as we work the 8-lap pre-main for K100 Senior. Lloyd to Phillips to Ferris to Weinberg here as they go through turn number 5. Through the left-handed turn number 8. Here's a move for 3rd. Cameron Weinberg gets through on Connor Ferris. Little bit overdone on the pass, and Ferris had to kind of fade low, and now he's going to go back on Cameron. No, he was trying to defend, but Blake Nash said, or Stephen Miller said, you're going. He shoved him through to the inside, and now Stephen's going to get hurt on the outside as Nash, side-by-side, big run through the dirt for Stephen Miller. Nash hung in tough on the inside of his teammate, and Stephen got a whole lot of airtime there. And Overbeck, funny enough, is the next one to get around him, but Miller's got dirt on the tires as he tries to send it on James. He'll push him wide, pick 1 spot back up, but again, for Stephen, it's 1 spot forward, 2 spots back as Overbeck goes back in on him again in turn 5.
We now know that Stephen Miller spent last night watching Ken Block Gymkhana videos on YouTube. That was his tribute as he went over the dirt, through the air, landed without taking his foot off the gas, although it is costing him now as Overbeck and this Miller again in the air. I mean, if he keeps all four wheels on the track, then and on the ground, you'll go a little bit quicker.
Down the backstretch here, James Overbeck to the inside of Miller again. These two have passed each other probably 10 times already, while up front, Peyton Phillips has been slowly chipping away at the lead to Colin Lloyd. Coming to 2 laps to go, not a lot of time left. Is he going to be close enough? He will be. Peyton Phillips is almost there in the 2-driver break at the pointy end of the field through turns 1 and 2. Further back, Miller. Now he's battling with Lucas Szabo. Is that correct? I believe.
Yep, it's the RP, it's the Ryan Perry car of Lucas Szabo. And we're trying to see where, but one drive we haven't mentioned. Yesterday's winner is still 15th, and I can't quite see where has Luque got to?
21st for Fernando Luque, up 16 spots. Nikolay Dukov's also picked up 11. So big run forward, doing what he needed to do. Fernando Luque picking up 2 guys per lap, if not 3 right now. Colin Lloyd feeling the pressure with a lap and a quarter to go as Peyton Phillips works him. Cameron Weinberg back on the inside of Connor Ferris. He'll retake 3rd. Good spot, but his progress will probably end there. White flag coming. Colin Lloyd trying to make that cart nice and wide as Phillips pulls alongside down the straightaway. He'll be on the outside for turn number 1. Can he get clear? He does! What a move, but he overshoots it. Lloyd back to the inside and back to the point.
That was an outstanding attempt by Peyton Phillips, but he hasn't lost too much time. Lloyd's going to defend into turn 5. Phillips can't do the over-under here. Watch Phillips jink out wide. Now cut underneath. Will Peyton Phillips try and go around the outside again at turn number 7? He tried this in the last lap of the final yesterday on exactly the same driver, and it didn't work. No, this time he waits. He's learnt, because this is the straight with his best opportunity. Can the RPM driver outfox Lloyd with a quarter of a lap to go?
Oh, to the inside, he found a hole. Turn 10, can he park the bus nicely? He does. Lloyd will pull alongside. He will not get clear, though. Phillips has the inside lane. Lloyd has to bail into the last turn. Phillips low. Lloyd with the over-under. Big curb hop, side by side. Give the momentum, though, to Peyton Phillips. And at the line, he'll win the pre-final over Lloyd to Weinberg, Ferris, Blake Nash 5th, Kane Martin to 6th. Then you go back a little further to find the rest. Eli Warren 7th, Stephen Miller 8th, Steven Eisert 9th. Finnegan Bailiff, yesterday's winner, slowly, surely getting into frame. Not a great quality, picks up 8 spots from 18th to 10th. James Overbeck, 11th, drops back a handful, along with, of course, Miller. And the big run forward for Luque, he got halfway. 18 spots gained, 19th is where he ends unofficially. After penalties and how close they were, it might be a couple more. So Fernando Luque, good run from the back of the grid for him to pick up a number of positions on that one. Only a couple of drivers we lost in that pre-final. Gene Reyes, Coleman Hall, were the only 2 DNFs off of that one. A few more contact-related incidents that sent some drivers down the order. But for Gene Reyes and Coleman Hall, a little work to do. Let's take a look back at the instant replay here of what just transpired in that KA100 Senior pre-final. First and foremost, all right, Stephen Miller leading us to green. He was just hoping today would be a little better, and if he could maybe make it through, but it all comes down to just one little bobble. First up, that bobble for Wheeler kind of bogged him down and sent him down the grid. Peyton Phillips was working forward, and then it was the bobble right before here that opens the door for Stephen Miller. One mistake in one corner on cold tires started this backward momentum slide that he just could not come back from. He went back to 4th there, and then at this point he was already back to 7th or 8th trying to fight back forward with all the battling going on. Blake Nash, on the other hand, moving forward, and so was Peyton Phillips. The 5th place opening lap run for him got him up to 2nd, and Cameron Weinberg as well, driving up the grid to 3rd. But this is where 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Stephen Miller sending Ferris on through in turn 10. It put him in a bad spot, and this big moment right here, look at the airtime for Stephen Miller as that right side of the curb popped his right side of the cart into the air. Amazing he was able to keep going, and then he and James Overbeck seemed glued together the entire pre-final, back and forth and back and forth. Eli Warren picked him apart, got through him, and then again, they just continued to fight amongst themselves. But this last lap, what a battle. Lloyd, first of all, perfectly timed over-under, then blocking nicely in turn 5 and turn number 6 to hold that lead from Peyton Phillips. Did everything right there, but then it all came down to this run down the back straightaway here, where Peyton Phillips had the big run, got to the inside, and this time had enough traction on the center track to park it enough tightly. And then from here to the final turn, you're just trying to hold that spot. Here's Wheeler making up some moves late, and Phillips, of course, in the last turn, slowed it enough where Lloyd had to go way onto the curb when he wanted to get the over-under, and it broke the momentum enough to give the Texan Peyton Phillips out of Austin, Texas, the race win. And there he is right there with Caleb Viesca.
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Peyton Phillips, your pre-final winner, and on pole position going into the final. Walk me through that race there. It seemed like you just had to bide your time.
Yeah, the start was okay, lap 1. Lap 2 went by Overbeck and then smashed the barrier and broke something on the front. Made life a bit more difficult, but I knew we had the speed after quali. We were on the wrong setup and just went forward, waited, caught Lloyd quite quick, and just waited until the last lap to make a move, and yeah, got away with the win.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying, right, you hit the barrier, something's bent on the go-kart, right? Is that, do you think you get that fixed by the time the final rolls around, or is that going to affect you at all?
Oh, no, for sure. We'll get it fixed before the final, and yeah, when it's fixed, we should be a lot faster.
Sounds good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, if he's going to be a lot faster in the final, the rest of the team, hey, buddy, there's Colin Brown in the bright yellow shirt there. The significant thing is that he learned from yesterday. So Peyton Phillips there, even these a senior class, these drivers are still learning. Yesterday he was in a position to win. On Colin Lloyd, he went for the move in the wrong place. Today, same situation, he went for the move in the right place.
Yeah, and there's a look you can see as he's showing to us there, I believe just a slight bend, maybe motioning towards the steering column. That's what they've got.
Yes, yeah, you can see that there. You can see on the top where the green Tony Kart chassis meets the bracket,
right there.
The bracket that holds the NASA panel on. There is a bend in there. Now, of course, you could just see it should be a completely straight line, but you've got the red sort of lock there, and you can see the bit of the scuff at the top, just above the red steering column bracket there. Where it's moved because part of it is skewed down a little bit. That will have to be replaced, and hopefully you have to do a front end jig check as well to make sure that things are lined up properly. But it's been a while since that crash helmet was top of the pile. It's back on top. The Colin Brown name now behind the spanners as opposed to behind the wheel, top of the charts.
Colin Lloyd taking a look there at the data gauge as his Interim S team takes a look over post-race scrutineering. Let's hear from the Miami, Florida native here. Caleb, what do you got for us?
Thank you, Colin. Right, an unfortunate ending to that heat race. You were in the lead the entire time. Walk me through it.
Just got out to an early lead after passing Steven. Defended for the first couple laps. Felt like we had pace. I think we're missing a little bit in the engine. We're going to check it when we go back. Just wasn't able to get it this time. Peyton was really good at blocking. So look at the GoPro video, try and figure out what I could do and go to the final.
Sounds good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And we're going to go over here really quick to Mr. Weinberg out here. It was a pretty good race for you, right? In third the entire time, almost in no man's land, a little bit too far away from the front two, but almost had it there. And top 3 finish overall.
Yeah, once I saw them out front, I was like, I'm just going to try to save my tires and get my fair. So I was just trying to stay with them. And then when I passed him, I knew I had to go late and get him a kart length because he definitely comes off the corner a bit better than me. So, but it was good pace. I think for the final, if we're in a good spot, I think we'll have a good pace to pull away.
Sounds good. Well, there you guys have it from Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you very much, Caleb. And the whole top 3 there being able to get a chance to speak. And, of course, we get an insight into what happens in between races. Obviously, on the screen, you see the action. But in reality, there's so much more that happens at one of these Pro Tour events in terms of the preparation of the karts in between races. Now, because of this new format, we're able to show you, to take you inside. So if you're looking at this as a newcomer to the sport, you're thinking, okay, well, what do I need to do? He's going to buy the go-kart, am I going to go to the track, am I going to race around? No, you need to be prepared. You need to know all the different elements of the sport that go into putting on the end product that you're looking now. Front of your screen there, the photographer, that's One Shot Jay, and you'll be seeing his fantastic photographs from all these events, bringing the Pro Tour to life in still form. We bring it to life here at Kart Chaser in visual moving form. And of course, David Cole here at eKarting News brings it to life in the written word form. And so it's Zane Burgess, center screen on that Sodi kart, Jamaican flag, proudly atop the bottom end of the NASA panel. Why is it called the NASA panel? Well, because the first event that karts ever had a bit of bodywork, it was a wooden plank, at that point of the kart, was in the first ever World Karting Championships in Nassau, Bahamas in 1959. There's your history lesson for the day, and let's take you through the starting lineup for Micro Swift. It's going to be Zane Burgess and Santiago Orioli on the front row of the grid. Nolan Carney and Sterling Molata on row number 2. Michael Collins and Win Gottschalk on row 3. Luca Pizzero and Marina Brandao on row number 4. Dominic Vieira and Leo Simoni round out your top 10, with Lawrence Perriman and Marcelo Flores on row 11, on row 6. Dutch Westbrook and Daniel Ramirez on row 7. Nico Salazar and Logan Arteta go from row number 8. Ian Hammaker and Jacobo Agudelo are on row number 9. Taylor Wolf and Ajax Capitan Garduno round out your top 20, with Thomas Montalvo and Liam Nachawati 21st and 22nd. And then Zev Gottschalk, Samuel Chiveri, Grayson Kennefick, Cameron Johnson, Lennox Lockhart, Liani Schiavo, Jack Katowski, Dor Ehrlich, Liam Francisco, Dominic Nagel, Max Santana, Kaysen Sanders, Franco Schiavo and Slate Harrell. That is your 36 kart starting lineup for what will be a short, sharp, spectacular 8-lap pre-final. Burgess will try to continue his winning start to 2024. Orioli will want to get one up on his arch rival, but, you know, paddock friend. A lot of these young kids, they're friends off track, fierce rivals on track. The youngest members of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour paddock are about to bring it to the line for their pre-finals. Into the tram lines as the sun has now broken through, so this morning's cloud has been replaced with traditional Floridian sunshine. Who's going to shine the most in Micro Swift? They come to the line, flag goes up into turn number 1. Oh, what a spin! Carney gets sideways. You saw that angle beautifully there. The kart just jinks outside of him, and maybe getting pressure from behind. He somehow holds on to it, and he's lost places, but Burgess is clear. And you can see Carney just under-braking there, the back end stepping out, and suddenly he was trying to turn right, and the front end of the kart was turning left. There is a spinner further back in the pack, but it is Burgess with a huge advantage over the 230 of Orioli, and then the 236 kart of Mikey Collins. Collins with the Sodi kart with a black nose cone to differentiate himself from his teammates, but the Bennett of Win Gottschalk, it's the number 233 of Dutch Westbrook, who is in 4th position. Down through turns 11 and 12 at the end of lap number 1, Zane Burgess will have a bigger lead than he ever thought he would have at the end of an opening lap.
Yeah, very nice lead here for the Jamaican sensation at the end of lap number 1, and a pretty spread out opening lap really for the front of the field. Any passes here? Let's look for one for third. Big send from Dutch Westbrook, still alongside Mikey Collins, who hangs tough and holds the spot there on that U-Race Sodi card. So Collins still hanging tough there, P3, as they go through turn number 7.
Now it's actually Luca Pizzero in the Orsalon Racing kart who was in 2nd position. There is Collins. Now behind them, Nico Salazar in kart number 208 has gained 10 places. He's running in 5th position for the Orsalon Racing team. So he's the second sort of green, red and black liveried machine on your screens. And it's a little bit further back. Dominic Vieira is 7th, Lawrence Perriman is 6th, and Taylor Wolf has gained 11 places. She has gone from 19th to 8th, and she's ahead of yesterday's runner-up, Marina Brandao. Let's look back till actually Brandao, I think, has got back past her, but Taylor Wolf, the only driver in the Dan Devereaux Racing awning, she is having a storming start to the pre-final.
Yeah, what a start to the pre-final indeed. Out of turn 6, though, watch Becquerel. He's closing up to both of these two drivers in front of him, as well as they are really catching up. Sorry, not Becquerel catching up. Nico Salazar catching up to 4th and 3rd, and then all of them coming closer to Luca Becquerel. But Zane Burgess, league of his own right now. This kid is already gapping him by about a second. It's a massive lead for just 2.5 laps in. It was 1.3 seconds last time by. It'll be about 1.5 when we get back over to the line. So what a run for Zane Burgess at the moment here as he takes us across the start-finish line straight in the Sodi. What's the gap going to open to? He put 0.6 on him last time by. Puts about another 0.2 on him that time. So cold tires here, the opening few laps, again on a colder racetrack than yesterday, so they take a little longer and a little more precision to get them up to peak temperature. The guys that can excel when the grip is low on the opening few laps, those are the ones that are breaking away. As there's a nice pass from Mikey Collins on Becquerel to move to second, but Burgess, he's not the fastest anymore. That lap went to Brandau back all the way in 7th, but he's so much better getting off the line than these guys and girls that they just don't have enough time to run him back down.
Well, until Marina Brandau crossed the line in her Velocity Racing Praga kart, the fast lap of the race had gone to Mikey Collins. So Collins was a little bit quicker than Burgess on that last lap, and he thought, okay, I'm going to make the move on Becquerel, who's not as fast as Burgess. He made that move. Now he's going to have to defend, or is the difference in pace between Becquerel and Collins great enough that Collins can start pulling away? But the Bennick, as we get the cross flags halfway home, Westbrook still runs in 4th, Salazar, Perriman are next, and then it's Brandau, but there's a big gap. And I'm looking back, well, where is Brandau's Praga kart? It should have come through in 7th position, and I'm looking down there to see, okay, yes, there's a big gap between Perriman in 6th and then Brandau in 7th. So Brandau, her progress is now going to stall out. There's the Bennick. And
it actually looks like it stalled out a little further. She had a big bobble, lost about 3 seconds that lap. I don't know if it was an off or something, but she fell behind Dominic Vera and behind Wynn Gottschalk to the 9th position as it updates. So Marina Brandau a little further back on that Velocity Racing Praga. And then it's a massive group. Look at Thomas Montalvo on that all black and red Parolin. The 217s picked up 11 positions here from 21st on the grid. And another driver moving forward there is Santiago Orioli. Yesterday's major protagonist, it looks like, has rebounded from that bad start. He's gotten himself back now to 11th. That's still a net loss of 9, but it's a much better position staring into that main event to this afternoon.
Yes, indeed it is. Collins trying to force himself away from Becquerel as they go through turn number 6. Then it is the Bennick of Westbrook who's not in a position to close. And now Collins takes a bit of a defensive line into turn number 7 there. Now this should affect his exit. Look at the difference on that Orslawn Racing kart coming out of turn number 9. Certainly Becquerel a lot quicker through that complex than Collins. Is it going to put him close enough to make the move going into this corner? I don't think it is. And to be fair, Collins doesn't defend. He checks over his shoulder. Westbrook in that blue and red Bennick kart trying to close in. But certainly Collins was faster than Becquerel a couple of laps ago. Now, as we get towards the final 2 laps, Becquerel looks faster than Collins.
Yeah, he definitely looks a little bit better here. Took him longer to get going, but Collins a little bit deep into turns 1 and 2, still looking pretty good there through that section. So 2 laps remain here in this Micro Swift pre-final. Burgess' lead 2 seconds. He's gone. Collins a little better in the first sector. Check out this midfield fight. Montalvo, Orioli's was in the mix. I think he's finally gotten clear of them, and he has. Leo Simone now leads the group, and it's a battle between Montalvo, Sterling Mulata, who's also trying to get back forward. I think he got around them and is up to a 10th or so, maybe 11th for Sterling. Jacob Agudelo, Taylor Wolf all in the group as we have a fight for second. Becquerel to the inside.
Yes, at turn number 10 makes the move, and that allows Westbrook to close in. You can see how quickly Becquerel goes from attack to defence, then he's checking over his shoulder. Oh, there's a move from Westbrook up the inside. A little bit of door handling going on there, and Mikey Collins as the white flag waves, Collins loses 2 positions.
Well, Mikey Collins there, you can only hold the outside and get the niceness and the guy passing you for so long until they finally get their elbows out and say, come on, give me the spot. I fought hard to get through and I'm here. So Dutch Westbrook now safely into third on the Bennick. Collins paid the price, and now he's going to have to worry potentially about Lawrence Perriman getting closer on the BJR MDR entry. Final lap underway here. This is second and third. Zane Burgess hasn't gotten a lot of airtime because he's had a very calm and collected pre-final. Drove away from the pole. That lead is now 2.7 to 2.5 seconds back. There's the gap. Back to Besserell, and then to Westbrook, who almost goes, doesn't go in turn 10. And further back, no changes here, although Perriman's close to pressure Collins in the final turn, while Zane Burgess rounds turn 12. This group headed in, and the Jamaican is headed for home. It's another checkered flag pole every lap of the pre-final. Perfect start for Zane Burgess. Second to Besserell, then Westbrook, Collins, Perriman the top 5. Dominic Vera picked up a handful of spots. Wynn Godshock sets fast time on lap number 7. And then that big gaggle we were following earlier, Sterling Mulata wins out in the fight for 11th, while Santi Orioli drove his heart out to get back up to 10th right behind Marina Brandau.
And I want to try and get a name check on the RPG car. I think that was number 213, Daniel Ramirez. I have never seen a driver so happy with 18th place across the line. Hands in the air. And you know what? That's great, because these kids should be having fun above all else. And he is happy with his work. And you know what? A happy child, happy parents. And that is great to see. Sadly, going the other way, Nolan Carney never really recovered from that half spin on the opening corner. He finishes 14th, and Taylor Wolf, who was up in the top 10 earlier on, she fades back to 15th, but still, you know, looking at those drivers there, behind Burgess, okay, Burgess doing his runaway act, the rest of the top 15 were very close.
Yeah, Zane Burgess, like you said, without all of the major contenders from yesterday, like Brandau, Orioli, even Mulata, who was quick, all getting kind of shuffled backward from Nolan Carney and others having a bad start. It just made where that group that was probably 5th or 6th yesterday now just having a great tight fight from 2nd all the way back down to 8th. But from the micros, we go to the X30 Juniors. Halfway in to our pre-final action here, and Turner Brown is ready to lead us to green on his new pink and purple Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Engines will fire momentarily here for X30 Junior when we return from Orlando.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools.
Here we are, green flag in the air for X30 Junior. Turner Brown leads us down to turn number 1. Diego Ardiles with a decent start to drop into second, and David Ramirez there, it looked like, with a good start as well. He drops into third. RPG, 1, 2, 3, 4. Back to Jackson Wolney in 5th. Mad Max Weiland 6th. Ty Fisher 7th, and a little break in the pack before you go back to the Nash Motorsports machine of Chase Gassion Lee. But a little shake-up on the grid. It is Ardiles in the bright orange helmet that leads us over to turns 8 and 9, Henry.
It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Rollerson Performance Group at the moment as they come out of turn number 9 and up Scrap Yard straight. Now, Victor Alencar already, I was about to say this is where they really need to work together as a team, but already the Alencar passing David Ramirez, and so Ramirez, I suppose, not used to running this high up in the order at the moment. So it is Ardiles, it is Brown, it's the Alencar, then Ramirez, then Walden, Fisher, Weiland, Medeiros, Bradley, and Gassion Lee, the top 10. The top 4 will have to work together. They should work together. If they don't work together, then I can see them getting a bit of a talking to at the end of this one.
Yeah, we'll see what Mike Rollison and, of course, Danny Formal is typically the man that coaches up the juniors, but he's absent right now, still down in Sebring, testing that Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global sports car ride before he gets back over here for the Pro Shifter main later this afternoon. Now, down to turn 10 and out of the corner for Diego Ardiles. Turner Brown and Day Alencar have reached him now. They were a little bit further away. Day Alencar with the pass, obviously, even further back. But he's arrived and might have made a smart decision going by David, because Ramirez has started to slip backwards towards the grasp of Jackson Wolney and Ty Fisher. 2 laps complete, 6 laps to go here in the X30 Junior Pre Final as they roll through turns 4 and 5 down into the hairpin. No move yet. Chico's keeping Ardiles close, but taking his time. No major sends here in this pre-finals. He's trying to maybe take a little more conservative approach to Sunday, knowing the woes that he had on Saturday.
Okay, so Ramirez, we didn't expect it to be able to hold the pace of the top 3. That's coming true. However, he can play a very, very, very important role in this race. He is fading back from the leaders, but he is holding off, and he's not, I say holding off, not holding up Jackson Wolney and Ty Fisher. However, if Wolney and Fisher do get in a position where they can take the fight to Ramirez, and Ramirez defends, the top 3 will get away.
Here we go across the line. Diego Ardiles, Turner Brown, Victor Day Alencar, another lap in the books. Here, 3 laps complete now, 5 laps to go. Ardiles is lead, even back to Brown, and I think Turner's just kind of, waiting to see. He's taking a much different approach to that turn 5 hairpin, it appears, than Ardiles is for sure. Every time he goes in, you see Turner put a lot more initial turn, but he's turning in a little bit later. So he's working the front tires a little more, working the go-kart a little bit differently than Ardiles. They both come out even by the time they get to 6, but that difference in line, interesting to watch and pick up, and we'll see if it changes as the race continues on. Further back lap time-wise, the leaders, well, they're fast. They're not necessarily the fastest. Ty Fisher was best, 54.89 for the Race Lab TB kart. He's caught up to Daniel Ramirez this time around, so keep your eyes peeled if we do see a pass potentially back for 4th in turn 5 this time by. Halfway in, halfway home. Ty Fisher on the mean green TB trying to move himself up the grid.
Yes, indeed. Now, out of turn 4, down towards turn 5. There's Fisher. Makes the move on Ramirez. Ramirez didn't fight it too much. We've still got 4 laps to go. Now, can Fisher keep himself close enough to these 3 drivers, our top 3, to potentially pick up some pieces if and when they decide to fight? Because I'm sure that one of them is going to go. They're not just going to sit there in team formation. This is the pre-final. This is for the start of the front of the grid at the start of the main event. Now, Ardiles, Brown, and of course Brown has had such a fair share of ups and downs, more downs than ups, I have to say, yesterday. He's going to want to get across the line first.
Yeah, let's see if he can make a dent in the points. Turner Brown, now he looks a lot better, I would say, in the second half of the racetrack compared to Ardiles than he did in the first few laps. Does he go here? I'd say he's close if he wanted it, but still doesn't take it. With 3 laps to go, if he wants to get around Diego, he probably should go before that 2 to go signal comes out, and Ardiles would consider defending because he's definitely close enough. The leader would naturally start to block the inside off when that go signal is given, and that's that double stick 2 lap to go marker given by the head flagman in about 4 turns. Back as well, the update for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Wolney did get around Ramirez as well. Little gap back to Sarah Bradley in 7th. She's charging forward here today from a rougher quali, but 2 to go at the line. Brown all over the rear bumper of Ardiles. When does he want to make that move for the lead?
Well, it's going to have to come. Well, he gives Ardiles a signal saying, come on, keep pushing as they get the 2 to go signal. So obviously that tells me that Ardiles now, does he trust Brown? Not yet. Brown is new to the team. And so Turner Brown goes, okay, you're not going to trust me? Well, I will try and overtake you. Or will he? No, he stays in line. He's staying true to his words, is Turner Brown for this lap. For this lap alone, De Alencar plays the waiting game in third. Once again, Ardiles a little bit defensive, but he doesn't need to be. Brown has said he's not going to make a move, and he's still not making a move. He tries to go around the outside. Turner Brown is staying true to his words. Now it'll be last lap and it'll be game on. But because Ardiles is defending unnecessarily, that's bringing Fisher, Waltney and Ramirez back into play. Now, no hand signal from Turner this time. It's game on, and there's 6 at the front.
Yeah, very closely packed here, 6-car group. No room for error and no room to leave on the inside, so they'll all go to the inside to defend the spot. Here comes Sarah Bradley to make it 7. Chase Gassia leads not far back in 8th. A big line of go-karts here on the final lap in this X30 Junior Pre Final. Ardiles parking it on the inside lane. Can he keep them all at bay for the next half lap? No, he left the door open. Turner Brown gets through, but he goes wide. Here comes Ardiles back in there 2x2 down the back straightaway. Nearly 3 wide further in the group. Here comes Jackson Wolney on De Alencar, and Fisher 3 wide on the inside gets the lead.
What a move from Ty Fisher. Now Ardiles on the outside cuts across the nose of Fisher's TB car. Brown is in third. There's a little bit of door handling as they come out of the final corner. It's a drag race. Ardiles is going to win. And look at Wolney. Wolney takes second, I believe, from Fisher on the line. Ardiles holds on to the win. Brown ends up 5th behind Victor De Alencar. And Bradley in 6th, Weil in 7th. Let's have a look at the Clements. Less than 1 second separated the top 6 across the line.
Turner Brown in the same place that he lost that podium yesterday, got into the back of Ty Fisher. Then their front tires got kind of stuck together. Fisher, I'd be careful there. Luckily, our stream kind of blocked that, but it looked like Ty stopped to maybe brake check Turner going through that little S into the scale line. Ty Fisher and Turner Brown obviously not too happy with each other in the way that one went. They both ended up big losers out of it, bigger one being Brown going to 5th. Fisher back to 3rd, but Ty's got to be very careful because it's not just our cameras that are in the scale line. SKUSA officials have plenty of cameras around the racetrack. I believe upwards of maybe 25 to 30 for all angles of this place, on and off, and they're going to be very wary of the scale line.
There's the man with the iPad taking the photo of the dropped nose cone bracket on the front of a kart. All dropped nose cones have the photo taken of them. There, we've caught it on camera. Now, what will happen, I don't know. And Brown takes over there to push the kart. So, a front bumper for Turner Brown. What happens afterwards, the cause of it remains to be seen. However, RPG were running 1, 2, 3 with 2 laps to go. They were running 1, 2, 3 at the start of the last lap. And with 2 laps to go, Turner Brown said to Ardiles, go, I'm not going to overtake you. Ardiles defended that entire lap, and eventually RPG finished 1, 4, and 5 instead of 1, 2, 3, with potentially a further front bumper penalty or two to come.
And again, they do have the protest and appeal system in place here for Superkarts USA, so they are able to go back and show onboard footage and challenge with the scale footage to see if they can prove when that drop down or pushback bumper went in. Here's a look at the scale line.
Well,
so Fisher's taking his time. It's not so Turner comes in, gives him a love tap, a couple love taps, and Ty in retaliation right here decides to stop.
Yeah, decides to stop. And
so that was a bit of back and forth. I think Turner was both returning the favor. Ty looked back, felt it, and said, all right, you want to keep hitting me? I'm going to make sure that bumper goes in. So a bit of tempers flaring in the X30 Junior Pre Final, but Diego Ardiles evades it all and gets another race win and maximum point score. As we know, go now to KA 100 Master, split apart to race for the first time this weekend. Michelle Garrido, Jacob Neary, 5 thousandths separated them in qualifying. It's a small grid, but this will be close.
Yes, indeed. Coming to the line, Garrido and Neary, Ravello and Rodriguez, Santiago and Gerstner, Fonseca at the back of the pack. No Mario Barrios, obviously. Once again, we want to extend our best wishes to Mario. In hospital, maybe watching it in hospital. We know that his wife Grace is a subscriber. Hopefully she'll be watching, and we do send our very best to you both. Now, out of turn number 2, it's a good start. The Alessandros Racing Kart of third place starter Ruben Ravella, I think, has taken the lead. Nick Neary in second position.
Jacob Neary.
No, Nick Neary is to be spelled. I'm going back many years. Jacob Neary in second place. And the Alessandros Racing Car, the red race suit, that would be Diego Rodriguez in third position. Oh, it's Michelle Garrido in the lead. Then it's Ravello in third, and followed by Rodriguez in fourth.
Yeah, and further back, a little pass made by Charlie Fonseca. We talked about him in qualifying, but he didn't get a single lap in. He's got a little bit fresher of Inco tire rubber than these guys. It'll start to even out by the time they get to the main, so now's the time to pounce for that Zanella Tony kart. And he's already picked up, it looks like, 2 positions. He's up to the 5th position now, ahead of Santiago and Gerstner. And he is hoping for these two to race it out a little more to give him a shot in this 8-lap pre-final. Garrido to Neary, back to Ravello as they head to turn number 5. And a big run forward for Fonseca, is a little wide for Garrido. Out of that hairpin, allows Neary to close in and allows Diego Rodriguez in the red suit to close on up. I must have mixed them up. I swear Ruben Ravello was the man in the red suit in the Winter Series and yesterday, and Rodriguez was in the black suit, but maybe either a switch of uniform overnight or I was wrong the entire day yesterday. One of the two, a mistake on our end, so apologies to the Alessandros Racing USA team. But team owner, he's third, easy to pick out in the red suit. Rodriguez back there in the 5th position.
Xander, I wouldn't worry about it. I can't remember yesterday either. It does happen. It's been a long weekend.
Down the front stretch for Jacob Neary, another big run towards Michelle Garrido, closing in for turns 1 and 2, but just kind of pushing him away, trying to make it to a 2-horse race here as he checks over the shoulder again out of turn 4, and this will open that gap up as Fonseca gets through. Charlie Fonseca now up into the 3rd position with the fast lap of the race, mind you, and it was not by a little. He was fastest by half a second last time by, Henry.
Yeah, and Fonseca, like Barrios did, doing KA Masters and KA Senior. So Fonseca doing double duty. He's closing in. Now, let's look further back there. The Aegis Wonder, Tom Gerstner, in kart 408. He is in the back of the pack, but he is chasing Alfonso Santiago for the Orsoland Racing team. Only 7 karts left in this race. We had 8 entered, obviously, Sadly Barros not there as a move for 2nd position. But Tom Gerstner, 67 years old. Again, these are the amateur racers in the truest sense of the word. They are over 30 years old and they are doing karting just for fun, but they want to do it at the highest level of fun they can possibly have, which is this. A lot of them run with teams because they can hire someone to mechanic their karts for them, and they race as and when. They're not out every single weekend like the juniors and the seniors. They pick and choose their races racing, and they want to do it at the highest level. Here it is. So there's hope for us all as Fonseca completes his trajectory upwards from back to front. How long will Jacob Neary let him have it? Well, he may not have much of a choice. Fonseca gets his head down. The Zanella kart now leads Jacob Neary, and then, well, case of mistaken identity or not, then a pair of Alessandros racing karts. Whoever they are. In fact, the trio of Alessandros racing karts, Garrido, Rodriguez, and Ravello, which order they're in doesn't matter. We've mentioned them all, Alexander.
Yeah, Michel Garrido, Diego Rodriguez, Ruben Ravello, now all shaken up here as Charlie Fonseca pulling away through turn number 6 again. He was faster than Neary yesterday, so part of this is just how quick that Zanella Tony kart is. Part of it is a little bit of that tire advantage of missing out of qualifying. Wasn't on purpose, but nonetheless only took him 4.5 laps to get to the lead, really just 4 laps in total. And Charlie Fonseca, can he set sail here for the final few laps of this pre-final? It looks like he's got a perfect opportunity to do that, just inching that gap away from Jacob Neary. No traffic in sight, no shifter masters coming up from further back down to pass them and potentially muck things up a little.
Well, obviously, thinking about Jacob Neary was, very, very fast yesterday. And now that Jacob's got someone to follow, certain drivers like being up at the front. Other drivers prefer to follow. They find it easier. And now that Fonseca's gone through, Neary has picked up his pace a little bit. Fonseca was 4/5 of a second a lap quicker than Neary earlier on. Okay, Fonseca's just done his fastest lap of the race at 57.59. But Neary's done his personal best at 57.78. So the gap has come down. It's now just a tenth or two of a second in pace-wise. So Fonseca, he's edging away, but Neary's not going to let him just disappear off in the distance. Garrido, Rodriguez, third and fourth. Then a gap developing back to Ravella, Santiago, and still Gerster on the Magic Kart chasing Afonso Santiago for 6th place.
And Jacob Neary, I think he was kind of riding earlier with Michel Garrido leading the way, because now seeing Fonseca start to pull on him a bit has forced him to push the limits more, try to find more speed on that AEM karting machine, and it has put him about 4 to 5 tenths quicker per lap than where he was in the opening couple, and it's about 3 tenths quicker than Garrido. You heard from Michel in the scale area that because of the traffic from yesterday's races, it didn't feel like they got a good read on the long-run pace on that Alessandro's Racing Tony kart. Again, this is more laps than even they did in most of the practice sessions. So they don't really know. He said, we're going back to Friday afternoon. Well, everything's changed a whole lot. The field has made a lot of changes and developed more. The track's obviously changed quite a bit. So I think they'll take this, go back to the pit lane, and make probably a big swing setup-wise to get them back in the fight for the main event, because right now they just don't have the speed to run with the top 2 drivers. And luckily the pain and suffering will be over soon for them, because the white flag is out. 1 to go here in KA Master.
Yes, and Fonseca has just now finally established a bit of authority over Jacob Neary. And Neary, I think, probably think, well, do you know what? I'm going to just save my tyres. I got another race to go later on. Fonseca will be riding a huge wave of confidence after qualifying stone last after a problem in TQ through turns 7 and 8, still over the curbs, even in KA Masters. It shows the drivers are pushing their equipment just as hard, pushing themselves just as hard as all the other mini, micro, and junior classes. Out of turn number 10 we go, and Fonseca is going to take this one, not with ease, but certainly with room to spare.
Yeah, definitely room to spare. I mean, it's an 8/10 gap, and I think Jacob Neary started to let things go on that final lap, and he's out. So checkers in the air. Fonseca, Neary, Garrido, Ravello, the top 4. Rodriguez 4th, Ravello in 5th, Santiago 6th, Gerstner in 7th. And again, we want to take this moment during KA Master to send our well wishes to Mario Barrios, as he's being kept on site at the nearby medical center after his scary crash in K100 Senior. Again, the update for those that have been watching along, he is awake, alert, and okay. but they are just awaiting more tests and results and scans. He was believed to potentially have some fractured ribs and complaining of some back pain. So Mario Barrios, well, we send our well wishes to him, but we're happy that he may take a little longer, but I'm sure going to be back on the racetrack very, very soon. That wraps it for K Master. Shifter Master will go here momentarily from Orlando as they get released off the starting grid. Well, the Master Shifters begin their outlap. Let's send it down to pit lane here to hear from a strong run in X30 Junior with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Here with Sarah Bradley, started 11th, worked your way up to 6th, but after penalties, 4th. Walk me through that race.
I think that was a really good race for me. At the start, I knew I had to pick some off. Thankfully, I started on the inside row, and early in the first couple laps, I was able to pick off 3 or 4 carts, and then I just had to chase the leading pack, in which I got purple lap time doing so.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck to you in the final, Sarah.
Thank you.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Caleb. So Sarah Bradley, obviously, like she said, just needed a good start, got it from the inside lane, and will start from a pretty safe spot in the main, at least in terms of being towards the front. Unfortunately, she'll go to the outside if all things stand, with a 4th place pre-final result. But it's a good points haul and a big turnaround from qualifying. Let's go to the grid here for Master Shifter. It's Juan Pablo Rico, who has a couple of supporters watching him along live here. Congratulations to Juan Pablo for the biggest margin of pole over second that we had all day long. Yao Carlos Freganese will join him on the opening row. Then it's a Maranello row 2 of Skitchy Barnes, yesterday's winner, and Joe Ruck. Luis A. Quinones and Michael Guash, row 3. Luis Quinones in the 629 Tony Kart, and Ken Schilling on row 4. Fabio Mendonca on row 5, and then, of course, Brian Chatfield listed, but a scratch for the weekend. To the lights we go. Master Shifter is away, and wow, a great start for Freganese. And you heard it from Juan Pablo Rico's interview as Luis A. Quinones spins around in turn 1. Pablo Rico said he needed to work on his starts. His first ever starts in a shifter kart race were yesterday, so he gets swallowed up from the pole, and it is a great start for Yao Carlos Freganese as Michael Guash and Skitchy Barnes go back and forth. Guash through to 3rd, Barnes back to 4th. Joe Ruck still 2nd as Barnes chases on, and Yao Carlos Freganese leads us down the backstretch for the first time here at speed in Master Shifter. 8 laps still for them as here comes Juan Pablo Rico. Not able to get by on the inside. He could put the fast lap together, but the racing around the rest of the field, it is so tough to judge the margin and get in the right gear and put the power down at the right time to build up a run on the next straightaway coming out of a corner. Joe Ruck did that perfectly though out of the last turn. He'll take over the lead in turn number 1 as he gets around Yao Carlos Freganese. So Ruck to the lead. Michael Guash still 3rd, but Barnes looking, so Guash covering that inside off in turn number 5. Nice and low, hanging on here as Yao Carlos Freganese now falls into the clutches of the next Maranello. Here comes Guash looking inside in the sweeper. Not quite there. He has to back out of the move and stays P3, and Skitchy Barnes still looking inside turn 9. They're going to drag race, and Barnes gets it done.
Up scrapyard straight now. There's a move from Juan Pablo Rico to the inside. Oh, and he almost outbraked himself into Skitchy Barnes. It costs him momentum coming out of the corner, and Rook will try and get back through with one of the Luis Quinoneses. That's just Luis Quinones right behind them, but up at the front, Joe Rook now trying to do what he couldn't do in the final yesterday. That's make it to the end with all 4 wheels on his wagon. Freganese having his best run of the weekend by a long way. Skitchy Barnes has got his handful, Rico, and then it just goes to show you don't need a whole pack of karts to have a really good race as they head on through turn 7 on lap number 3. with Ken Schilling on the GP Factory Fury kart. Also, just tail end of this pack, he was in shot. He's had a little bit of a mistake there. Behind Schilling, Luis A. Quinones, and then Mendonca rounding out the field.
Yeah, Mendonca still not terribly far back from A. Quinones, but already lost the spot to Quinones, who spun around on the opening turn. Down the front stretch, oh, a little piece of tape there. I think on the front straightaway just got kicked off to the side, or maybe actually a piece. That was that's a front bumper clamp, it looks like, potentially on the front straightaway. So out of turn 5, though, here working lap number 4, it is still Joe Ruck leading. Back to Fraganese. Skitchy Barnes has yet to be able to get around him, and he is in the inverse order of what it was with yesterday's pre-final, where Skitchy was the one leading, and Ruck was getting away, but Skitchy to the inside and clear for second. Fraganese trying to challenge back. I don't think he's close enough. He'll give the spot to him into turn 10, and so Scott Skitchy Barnes now has to run down his Maranello Kart USA teammate as Michael Gouache loses a spot out of 10. Give that position to Juan Pablo Rico. He's back up to 4th.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no pushback front bumper penalties in shifter. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, because I was going to say, if the bracket has been pushed down, you get a penalty. If the bracket isn't there, what happens then? But it doesn't matter. It's just the driver will be hoping that the nose cone doesn't suddenly fall underneath the kart, which would mean another airborne moment here in Orlando Kart Center.
Through the sweeper here for Joe Ruck out in front in this group here. Michael Gouache, Juan Pablo Rico, Yao Carlos Fraganese, and Luis Quinones, all 3rd through 6th, headed down the back chute. And a little fade to the inside by Gouache, but not going to go. And in fact, he kind of bottled the exit. And now Quinones had the front bumper get hooked behind the tire, and it took him straight off the racetrack. And Luis going to lose a lot of ground there in that 6th position, so he's back. And as we go back towards the front of the field, 5 complete, 3 to go. Move again from Gouache, looking low, not close enough to get by. While Joe Ruck's lead to Skitchy Barnes opened up earlier. It did come down about a 1/10 and a half, but at this point in the pre-final, it just took Skitchy a little bit too long to get through that field. I don't think he's got the speed to make up a 1.2 second gap in 2 laps here. Joe Ruck looks to be in a safe spot to turn his luck around here on Sunday.
I was about to say that I think maybe even Skitchy Barnes won't force the issue too much, but then we saw him the way he flew through the curb there at turn number 8. No, Skitchy hasn't given up at all. I think it might be a big step too far in the laps that we have left, the time that we have left, but certainly Skitchy is not just sitting there and settling for second. He's continued to push the envelope as much as he can. 2 to go, and Skitchy's just set a new fastest lap, 52.156, 4/10 quicker than the race leader. The gap is down to 9/10 of a second. Watch Skitchy Barnes. Look at the trajectory of the kart. Look at the way he's hustling that Maranello USA run by Kartworks machine through turn number 7. This was the curb that he got perfect last time, and look at that, he just uses the curb to turn the kart mid-air. Great camera work there, and Skitchy is closing in. Maybe we spoke too soon. It's not over yet, Xander.
But again, Skitchy's working that kart, working those tires a lot harder. Joe Ruck playing the long game. If he's dialing things back and cruising now, he'll have much better Avinco tire rubber for the main event later today with the longer run. So 1 to go, white flag. Ruck definitely slowed the pace down 3/10 while Skitchy still pushed for a good lap. It ends up around 6.5 tenths, the difference between the two of them. But the man from Bermuda trying to go a clean sweep on the weekend here is standing in the way is Ruck, his teammate, with half a lap to go.
Yep, out at turn number 6. And yes, we'll see again if Skitchy is as aggressive through this complex as he was before. And no, he's not. He certainly has dialed it back just a little bit, although the gap is, he has a look over his shoulder, then you can tell the thought process, shall I? No. Although he's not going to give up, and it's down to Joe Ruck to not make a mistake, and Skitchy wants to keep him honest, I think is the way, but Ruck finally things fall his way, and he takes the checkered flag and the pre-final win in Master Shifter from his teammate Skitchy Barnes. Juan Pablo Rico, the pole man, finishes third. João Carlos Fregonese stays fourth for his best results of the weekend so far.
Yeah, what a good start for Fregonese to at least land himself still a good result. It's not enough to put him back on the front row for the final, but at least he ends up still with a net run forward compared to yesterday. On the flip side for Juan Pablo Rico, pole in quali, a bad start, rebounding back to position number 3. Joe Rook, Skitchy Barnes, Rico, Fregonese, Michael Guash, the top 5. The Quinones is 6th and 7th. Luis A. almost got to Luis Noe Quinones by the end. Couldn't quite get there. But let's go down to hear from our quick man and KA Master, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Here with your winner, Charlie Fonseca in the K100 Masters class. Charlie, you didn't make it easy on yourself, right? Had an issue in qualifying, had to drive your way back through the field. Describe that race to me.
Well, the track is much better today. I don't know, it's because the rain clear or something, but we were running a second faster than yesterday, so it's more fun. The chassis was working great, and the engine is good. We did some changes, and it worked, so hopefully the result in the final is going to be the same.
And Charlie, you're running double duty this weekend, K Masters and Senior. Unfortunate incident in the pre-final, but overall, I mean, how are you feeling heading into the final in the Senior class?
A lot of fun. I actually had a lot of fun in racing the Senior. Sometimes I go to 11, sometimes 12, sometimes 20, sometimes 30. But I had a lot of fun passing people and training myself because my plan is to do the World Championship in Master this year. So as much training I can do, it's better. You know.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
On to the racetrack now is the Mini Swift division, the final pre-final before the lunch break here. And on the racetrack as we get set to go, a little shake-up in the starting lineup from yesterday. Of course, Alessandro Truccio was perfect through the pre-final and qualifying. As they head on to the backstretch now and get set to form, it's Mika Baruch on the Sodi that will lead us to green here today. And what a burning lap there at the end of quali on the final. Problems for Jaime Garcia in the 130. He'll get back going, but his nose into the wall over in turn number 8.
And yeah, you can see the big gap between the bottom of the NASA panel and the front of his front bumper, but that's another story. The main story at the front is going to be Mika Baruch and Luke Giglio. Can they hang on? Blisteringly fast over one lap in qualifying. Neither were a front runner yesterday. Can they hold off? Yesterday's winner, Lorenzo Varela, Ashton Woon, Troy Ferguson, Josh Bergman, Marco Samut, Nick Katowski, and then of course you've got Truccio and Vega. Podium finishes yesterday down on rows 5 and 6.
Then you go back through the rest here of the grid. Maxwell Macha, Colton Schneegenberg, couple of drivers moving up from micro. Long way to go forward. Iago Lempin on row 8 as well, but it's a big grid of Mini Swifts coming to green. Yes, green flag in the air, and look at them all fan out. Big run on the inside, Ashton Woon, and a spinner to the inside of the racetrack further back. We'll ID that driver in a moment as they cycle through turn number 4. Good start for Lorenzo Varela as a big off there for another one of the Sodis, and it was the 181 that went off, one of the Alessandro's Racing's entries.
Jose Carlos Morad
started 20th, and more contact at the back. One more driver spun in turn 5.
And we'll get another check on that, but you can see Morad there, he just dived to the inside and almost like spun himself out to avoid cannoning into other drivers, but you can see by the fact that his rear bumper was askew that he was assisted in his departure from the prepared surface, shall we say.
Yeah, quite a bit there. So as the field exits turn number 5 and heads towards, turn number 10, here on the opening lap and heads to the infield S's. Mika Baruch under pressure. Yesterday's winner Lorenzo Varela wants the lead. He's almost got it, but just can't quite hold it. Baruch will lead us at the end of lap 1 here on the 8-lap pre-final. Right behind Varela. Then you go back to Troy Ferguson in third on the Bennick. Then Ashton Woon, then Marco Sammet, Rocco Simone, Josh Bergman, Royce Vega, Luke Giglio are off poleman as they change the lead. Varela to the point. Giglio's all the way down to 11th. This might bring him back in the fight, though, as they go back and forth. Woon and Ferguson also by Baruch to get second and third.
Now, it's going to be really important now for Mika Baruch not to lose his cool. He's been, in his first couple of national races, he's been very good. He's been a solid top 10 contender, a little bit further up sometimes as well, but yet not having that winning pace. He's not used to running around these drivers in a high-pressure race situation towards the business end of an event. So now he needs to follow, he needs to learn, and he's got speed. He's a very quick driver, he's got lots of talent, but he needs to now keep his cool, learn, and pick his moment. This is lap 2 out of 8, so there's going to be 6 to go. There's still time, and now Baruch to the inside. He's going to try and move past it as Ashton Woon takes the lead. It's Woon, Varela, Ferguson, Samut, Simoni, and Vega, your top 6. In fact, Baruch has now repassed Vega. 3 wide for the race lead. Varela goes through. Woon back to third. And this is going to bring Baruch and Vega and the second group of karts coming out of turn 6. They're back towards the front.
And so with all of that, it also added a little bit of a gap to Lorenzo Varela's out in front here as Ferguson sends it on Marco Samet. Rocco Simone tried to follow, could not. The 109 stays back in the 5th spot. Down the back straightaway here for your race leader, Lorenzo Varela. Here's Alessandro Truscio, buried in that second group. Yesterday's front runner trying to drive his way forward. He's now up to about 8th or so behind Mika Baruch as we come to put 3 laps in the books this time by here in the pre-final for Mini Swift.
It shows the strength in depth in the Mini Swift class. That it took until towards the end of lap number 3, the first time that we probably mentioned the driver that dominated large parts of yesterday's event, Alessandro Truscio. He's now making his way forward. Josh Bergman is just behind him. Bergman debuting for the Trinity Karting Group and debuting the new range of Josh Bergman merchandise this weekend. Vega passes Baruch again. Now Truscio tries to pass Mika Baruch, but Mika Baruch standing firm going into turn number 7. Baruch will not just let Truscio pass. Truscio's going to have to work for it, and now this chasing group have caught Varela again. Woon in the pink crash helmet with the cherry blossoms on it, new design this weekend, and now the number 109 kart of Rocco Simoni moving into 3rd position. They've worked together, Samut at the back of the group, and we've got a lead train of 5.
Yeah, lead train of 5 karts here coming out of the final turn of the racetrack. Lorenzo Varela onto the front straightaway by about 3 car lengths back to Ashton Woon. Is it coming down? It is about a 0.5 that time, closing together, just barely, really. Rocco Simone, quick time by a lot, though. Here comes the TKG Kart Republic in 3rd. He was 0.4 better than the race leader last time by. Does he go on Woon here? He does. Turn 6, position number 2, change it up. Rocco Simone gets through on Ashton Woon. Marco Samet simultaneously getting around Troy Ferguson here on lap number 5 for 4th.
So now we've got the fastest driver in the race, Rocco Simone, in 2nd position. Nothing between him and the leader apart from clean air. Now we'll see over the next 2 laps, can Simone translate that early pace when he's in a pack slipstream with somebody else to now late race pace where he's got no one to slipstream with. If he's going to catch Varela, he's going to do it on his own because Woon, Ferguson and Samu are not now drafting with him. We'll check the gap this time around. The gap between race leader Varela and Simoni is 0.4 of a second. Not much. Can Simoni close that gap down with 3 laps to go?
Yeah, 3 laps remaining here in this one. 5 laps complete. Lorenzo Varela last time set his personal best. He still, like you said, lost some time to Simone, but he is trying to push for more, trying to get a little more out of that Sodi Racing USA machine. Just doesn't quite have the speed of that TKG Kart Republic, and he's bringing the cavalry with him because once he gets there, Ashton Woon, Marco Samet, Troy Ferguson will be ready to get into the battle, and if they fight enough, 6th and 7th have gotten single file. That is Truscio in 6th, for Vega in 7th. They'll be ready to pounce as well. 2 laps remaining here in the morning half of the opening weekend of the SKUSA Pro Tour Winter Nationals here at Orlando. Down to turn number 1 for Lorenzo Varela. 2 to go. 2 car lengths back to Rocco.
The gap has halved. It was 0.4 of a second. It's now 0.2 of a second. The fastest driver in the race is Alessandro Truccio, showing that he's going to be a contender later on in the final. There's the move by Troy Ferguson on Marco Samut for 4th position. But Ashton Woon is following and chasing Rocco Simoni, and Rocco Simoni does look as though he is going to catch Varela and at least force Varela to defend. Woon will be the first person. There's the move. Simoni wasting no time. He catches and passes and instantly starts to defend as we head down Scrapyard Straight, and Varela looks to the inside. Look for Woon. Woon passes Varela for second, and Ferguson's going to get a run on all of them.
Yeah, Ferguson along on the outside here. This is still not even the last lap, but it sure looks like it. Down into the S's. Simone really slow there on the inside. Woon's going to pull alongside him, but he won't have speed, and now he's going to open the door. Here comes Troy Ferguson. Big run down the front straightaway to the inside. All the way in the marbles for Rocco. Big over-under from Ashton Woon, and they all go wide as Simone holds. Woon can't go anywhere. He has to stay 4th. Here comes Vega and Truccio. We're 7 deep to turn 5, and it's a bumper car show in the brake zone.
How many positions can Truccio get in the final lap? He's made up 1. He passes Samut. He makes up 2. He passes Woon. He's now into 4th position. This lead group have given Alessandro Truccio an open invitation that he wasn't expecting to battle for the win in the final lap of this mini Swift race. Now up the back straight. And Truccio still got momentum. They fan out wide. Simone's got the lead. It's between Varela and Ferguson for second. No, make that 3 positions gained on the last lap for Truccio. Can he make it 4? Simone's going to take the win. Who's going to be second?
The last turn here, Lorenzo Varela, normal line. I think that'll probably do it unless Truccio gets a big run, which he does. It'll be close. Rocco Simone wins the pre-final. Truccio, not enough time. He ends up 3rd from way back. Varela hangs on to 2nd and gets some valuable points there after the win yesterday. Marco Samit 4th, Troy Ferguson 5th. Talk about a massive blender bottle run here for our entire field. Our off-pole man, Luke Giglio, he had an issue. He went backwards on that start and eventually ended up failing to finish. Only 2 laps completed for the 168. Colton Schniegenberg also, along with Alexis Bayarjan, DNFs, 2 other names that we could have seen in this main group of 7 to 8. They're done for the pre-final. They'll roll 37th, 38th, and 39th in the main, but it is all Rocco Simone on top, putting the Trinity Karting Group colors on top in their sponsored class, the Mini Swift division. Varela, Truccio, Samit, Ferguson, Vega, Ashton Woon, Mika Baruch, Valentino Sentian, and Enzo De Janeiro. We will go dark on our commentary for the Pro X30 and Pro Shifter warm-ups. They're getting just one last look at the track before the Pro Show main events roll later on this afternoon. Free to view for all friends and family and new fans to karting to tune in to Orlando. It's a last run here as Ryan Norberg yesterday, an issue in the pre-final with a leaking left front tire. They'll have to go on scuffs, no new rubber now, but they'll be on sticker of Incos when they race later today. So we'll take this moment to give our hard-working crew a quick lunch break. The SKUSA officials will do the same right after the warm-ups for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter, and we'll return with live commentary with the main events for the semi-pro section of the Pro Tour.
We're at a commercial break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-pro finals as we get set to round out the 2024 SKUSA Pro Tour Winter Nationals. And joining me in the commentary box for this portion of the event is Caleb Vieska. Caleb, you've been out in pit lane throughout the morning with Alex Searle. You've picked up a lot now. You're going to join me in the commentary box. First of all, what's the atmosphere like and what are we expecting in the next 6-7 races?
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere, well, first of all, thank you very much. And the atmosphere has been great all weekend long, right? There's a different feel to the paddock this weekend, right? With the pro guys going last and all these junior drivers and semi-pro drivers having to get ready and go at it back to back. For some of the double duty drivers as well who are here, they have to go at it. You know, some of these guys running double duty in the K100 Junior class and in the X30 Junior class. But some big stories out of this one, right? I've gotten a lot of intel. Enzo Vinamontien, you know, has been almost perfect all weekend long. Diego Ardiles as well, double duty for him. He's been super quick in both classes. Garzone up into the top 3 for the first time coming to the final here after engine issues for him yesterday. Switched out a carburetor overnight and found the pace here, so he's starting P3. Turner Brown, he's always going to be quick. The FIA Academy driver later this year. Jackson Wolney, quick as well. Ty Fisher, Malquit, Vanchev, who could not race the main event yesterday in this K100 Junior class because of a watered-up chassis. So good to see him back and racing the final here today.
So for the likes of Vanchev, they've already used their dropped score because, of course, 6 rounds, 2 at the Winter Nationals here this weekend, 2 at the Spring Nationals, which would be at in Cincinnati, and then 2 at the Summer Nationals. As you may have noticed during the lunch break, we now have blue skies overhead. The Stars and Stripes, the Star Spangled Banner is there fluttering in what is a pleasant breeze. Track temperature has gone up. We thought it was going to be a lot cooler today. It turns out it is just as warm as it was yesterday. These races a little bit longer. It's going to be 20 laps for the KA100 juniors, seniors, the junior X30s, the masters and the master shifters. 18 laps for Micro Swift and Mini Swift. There is a look at the circuit. 0.8 of a mile, 1.29 kilometers, plenty of overtaking opportunities, 13 corners, and not 12, so the turn 11 and 12 complex there, and then turn 13 is just that little kink onto the main straight. The first order of business is how to get nearly 50 KA juniors across the line safely, because as you can see there's a short run into turn number 1.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of action happen in turn number 1, right? A lot of guys can end their race in turn number 1. You can't win the race in turn 1, but you can certainly finish your race right there. So for the guys starting on the outside, you know, they're, I guess, they're not as fortunate as the guys starting on the inside. So I think third place may be even better than starting second here because you are stuck on that outside and so close to that wall on the exit of turn number 1.
Yes, indeed. So the flag man getting into position. You can see center of the main track there. That is e-karting news is David Cole, ready to get himself into position with his camera. And and the very sunny skies here at the Orlando Kart Center will be going green very shortly. So karts on circuit. Let's give you the starting lineup. Pole position, yesterday's race winner Enzo Vinamontien. Diego Ardiles will start on the outside of row number 1. Sebastian Garzon and Turner Brown will share row number 2. Jackson Wolney and Ty Fisher go from row number 3. Into row 4 now, Little Sizzle, Isaac Malcute and Alexander Vanchev. Rounding out the top 10, Canada's Nathan Dupuis and Fionn Shee. Peyton Westcott and Max Christea go from row number 6. Then it's Max Weiland and Edward Kennedy, Gabriel Balog and Chase Garcia-Lee, who passed more drivers in this race yesterday than anybody else. Jackson Young and Kai Mars on row number 9. The top 20, Arif Kapadia Basu and Dean Pedersen. Other drivers to look out for on a near 50 kart grid. Well, Martin Yaramillo, like Vanchev, couldn't race in the final yesterday. Nicole Medeiros doing double duty down in 24th. The Greek driver Remy Andriatos down in 29th. And further down the order, Wyatt Downing had a problem yesterday. Roman Felber and Cash is twin brother Cash Felber. They're both outside the top 30. Lillian Scarborough in 40th position. And then at the very back of the grid, Carson Weinberg and Salvador Dalla Vecchia. Dalla Vecchia, the Venezuelan driver, he will be looking to charge forward. He was a top 6 finisher yesterday, but he has it all to do today. Now, nearly 50 drivers get into single file. Vidmontien in the TKG Kart Republic chassis on your left, and then Diego Ardiles on the Rollerson Performance Group Cosmic chassis on your right. They are in to the tram lines. Still the tail enders flood around the final corner. The flag goes up and we're off and racing. Vidmontien gets a good run into turn number 1. Ardiles a little bit wide. Garzon pops into second place. Now, hold our breath. Can we get everybody through the kink cleanly? Somebody running wide, getting a bit of airtime there. We'll try and catch up who that was. That could have been Max Weiland. It certainly looked like a Magic Kart chassis. But as they exit turn number 6 and head down towards the turn 7 area, Caleb, that was a good clean start. Diego Ardiles, though, on the outside. The outside line not working for Ardiles, who drops back to 4th.
Yeah, and I said it before the race, right? The likes of Diego Ardiles were going to struggle on that outside line. And the guys on the inside, Garzon already up in a P2. Enzo Vidmontien a little bit defensive there as we see moves further back in the field. And another guy who started on the inside, Jackson Warney, up in a P3 already here in this race.
Now, Turner Brown is there in 5th position behind Ardiles. So Ardiles maybe doesn't have to worry about defending. He can focus on attacking yet. Ty Fisher in that bright green Race Lab car is next. And looking back, I think Nathan Dupuis has made a good start. He's up in the 7th for the Super Tune team. Vidmontien under pressure. The question is, does he start defending early and bottle the whole field up? Or does he have faith in his package and his setup to maybe try and pull away as we've got a new second place driver, Jackson Walney, the Speed Concepts team.
Jackson Warney up in a second here. Ardiles falls back to 3rd, and Garzon as well was on the bad end of the stick there. Back down a P4 here in this one as he's going to get a move done there. Chico Brown down the inside and up in a P4. Ty Fisher looked for it as well and was able to get through there.
Of all the drivers in this field, I think probably the hungriest would be Turner Brown just to get a win, because it's been a weekend that promised so much and thus far has delivered so little. And he needs to establish himself within his new team at Rollerson Performance Group. Obviously, they know how talented he is, but putting the whole picture together is key. Ardiles at the moment in 3rd place has gained the upper hand this weekend in what is an inter-team battle. Now, as we head down into turn number 2 again, marshals in the background are running, so there's been some sort of incident. We've got a new leader, Jackson Walney, with Enzo Vidmontien now falling back into 2nd position. Walney leads, and Walney will try and pull away from Vidmontien with the 2 RPG carts next in line.
Yeah, the 2 RPG carts right there, and Diego Ardiles goes purple, a 58.034 for the Americans, still in 3rd. Walney made it up to the front of the field with Vidmontien right behind him. I want to point out, though, Sebastian Garzon was in 2nd there at the end of the 2nd lap and fell all the way back to 6th here.
Now we'll go round turn number 13 and complete another lap. They'll complete lap number 3. Walney leads.
Yeah, Walney's still in the lead of the race here, trying to hold off Enzo Vidmontien, who looks for a clean sweep on the weekend for this KA100 Junior class. Vidmontien not going to go. Walney a little bit defensive, not enough, though. Still at the point of the field to move further back. That's Garzon on Ty Fisher. Garzon up in a P5 here in this one as Chico and Diego Ardiles. We've seen them fight all year long. They fought whenever Chico was driving for Speed Concepts Racing. Now they're on the same team. They have to work together and try and take the win away from Chico Brown's ex-teammate, Jackson Walney, who still leads the field away from Enzo Vidmontien.
Okay, so Roman Felber, Jose Alejandro Halfan, and Carson Weinberg failed to take the start. We were 47 drivers at the start. Tiziano Rosso Mosel, the Bahamian-based driver for the Orlando Kart Center team, and Ethan Sky Manjencic have had an accident. Salvador Dalla Vecchia also, and so the red flag comes out, and it's Ethan Sky Manjencic who is at the side of the circuit, and Isaac Malkout didn't get the memo, And to be fair, the SKUSA officials, they are stopping the drivers right there because just round the next couple of corners, that's where the ambulance is stationed. And of course, the ambulance will need to get onto the circuit as quickly as possible. So just to the right-hand side of your screen, I've seen Tiziano Rosso Orcel standing up outside the car. I think Salvador Della Vecchia may have been involved because he has not come round either, but I believe it's the Rocket Racing Company's Ethan Sky Manjancic, who, you know, the Anglo-American Serbian driver who is just at the side on the grass there. He's got the medical staff with him, he's got SKUSA officials with him. I did briefly catch a glimpse of a cart that was facing the wrong way up, as it were, and Ethan Sky is next to him. Now I know his mum is here, and we'll give you an update on Ethan Sky's condition so far, but for the family members watching back home around the world, Ethan Sky Manjancic is the driver in question, and we will give you an update as to what happens. Now, there will be obviously a delay. The rest of the drivers are being guided out of their carts. What I think we'll do now is we've got a number of features that we are going to be able to bring you. The first of those features, this is obviously the Pro Show, and for those of you watching on the premium subscription, what we're going to see later on is going to be very, very different. And so how about we just briefly explain to you what is different about the 2024 SKUSA Pro Tour. So, what's new for the 2024 SKUSA Pro Tour? Well, as it happens, an awful lot. First, there's the split between the divisions. 7 classes are now classed as semi-pro, and 2 classes form part of the all-new Pro Show. Then, there's the small matter of the $310,000 prize fund, a record-breaking amount, and one that will surely change the game as a new era in North American karting dawns. So, semi-pro, Micro Swift, Mini Swift, Junior X30, Junior, Senior and KA Masters and Master Shifter are now classed as semi-pro classes. Pro Shifter and Pro X30, formerly known as Senior X30, they form the Pro Show. Now, the semi-pro classes, they will run 2 full rounds at each of the 3 Pro Tour events. The Winter Nationals here at Orlando, the Spring Nationals in Cincinnati, and the Summer Nationals at Newcastle. On Saturday morning and early Saturday afternoon, the semi-pro classes will run their qualifying, pre-finals and finals. That means less waiting around for all the drivers and mechanics, and it gives us at Kart Chaser better chance to cover the stories of the up-and-coming stars of our sport. The pro drivers are also banned from competing in the semi-pro divisions, so that gives the up-and-coming stars more of a chance to shine and make their own mark on the sport before they eventually graduate into the pro classes. Now, this is where it really gets interesting. The Pro Show. On Saturday afternoon and evening, the Pro Show classes will compete in time qualifying, Super Pole, and then the pre-final. Each pro division is separated in 2 groups for qualifying. They've got just 4 minutes to go out and set a time. The top 6 fastest times in each group go through to a 12-kart, single-run Super Pole session that will decide the starting grid for Saturday night's main event, the 17-minute pre-final. Then, on Sunday, after the semi-pro classes have finished their second round, we get underway with the Pro Show finals. Kart Chaser will have extended pre-race and post-race coverage as we go in depth like never before with the biggest stars of our sport. The finals, Sunday night, prime time is the right time. A grueling 25-minute final for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. It will be the ultimate test of driver and machine, not to mention the prize fund. In semi-pro, there's $1,000 on the line for each winner and a total prize fund across all 7 classes for the whole season, including the championship, of $170,000. But in Pro Show, this is where it gets really serious. $5,000 for the winner of each final. The champion will earn over $15,000, with the prize fund going all the way down to 10th place in the championship after 3 rounds. No drop scores, every lap counts. Then that means $130,000 are on the line for just those 2 classes. The stakes have never been higher. The only way you can watch the all-new Pro Show, the groundbreaking SKUSA 2024 Pro Tour, is on Kart Chaser. It's a pleasure to be able to bring you what could be a real game changer in our sport. So buckle up, you're not going to want to miss this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is what is new this year. Now you can see the drivers in KA 100 Junior are just sitting and waiting. The medical team are with Ethan Sky Manjancic, and we will give you an update on his condition as soon as we can. But you may have noticed why there's a lot of the SKUSA officials on the weekend wearing the pink SKUSA Strong and merchandise. This is a very important message and a very important reason why we are all members of the SKUSA Strong Support Squad. One of the many changes the 2024 SKUSA Pro Tour has seen is the fact that all the officials are now dressed in pink, because this year SKUSA are SKUSA Strong. We're all members of the SKUSA Support Squad, and that's because karting is a family sport, and the SKUSA family have got 4 members currently battling cancer. SKUSA have decided to try and raise money for those 4 people to get better treatment. Tom, you've been running SKUSA since 2006. We gather from all over the world here, but we are family, and we do get to know each other away from the track, and it's very important that everybody, the entire paddock, supports 4 of their own, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's crazy that 4 come down the same year with this, but you know, it's when you talk about family. I told you the story before. One of the ladies actually came to work for me because her husband used to race with us, and he died of cancer, and now she's battling it herself, and we have 3 other members that are battling it on certain stages, but she's definitely battling the hardest. You know, what we're trying to raise and what we're trying to do, it goes direct to the cause. You know, it doesn't stop at the 7-Eleven. So anything that anybody can do. Of course, I mean, I've done this before many times. Golf tournaments, you know, we raised $50,000 for cancer, but that went to the Cancer Society, and it's hard to track, really. This is strictly going to bills to take care of our family. So, yeah.
And Alexis, so you can obviously buy the SKUSA Strong Support Squad t-shirts from several places. You can also donate money. How can the drivers, the family members of the paddock, donate to the SKUSA Strong campaign?
We created a link, givebutter.com/SKUSAstrong. There, like Tom said, 100% of the contributions that we receive are going to go to our family, our SKUSA family that are currently battling cancer. That's a place where they can donate, and all the proceeds on the shirts will also go to them as well. And yeah, those are the 2 places where we're getting donations.
And it's 100% of the proceeds of every shirt sold go direct to the 4 members of the SKUSA family to help with their treatment.
But yeah, and then some.
Cancer doesn't care about age, sex, gender, race, creed, socio-economic status. It can affect anybody, any age, at any time. Cancer is also like motorsport. Time is crucial, because in cancer terms, money equals time, more time with your loved ones and your family. So please, we have got the best paddock in North America here at SKUSA. Now, let's show SKUSA Strong that we are the best people and raise some money to help 4 members of our family get more time with theirs. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there was a very important message as to why we all need to be part of the SKUSA Strong Support Squad in 2024. And we do send our very best wishes to the 4 members of the SKUSA family currently battling cancer. Now, you can see drivers getting their crash helmets on, but Before this, obviously, we had a great pre-final this morning. Let's take you back through what we saw in this class in the pre-final earlier on today. Now you can see a full grid of karts. The flag went up and it was Ardiles and Walney on the front row of the grid. Vidmontien making a good start. It's turn number one. A little bit of a schmozzle in the middle of the field there. But generally, Caleb, that compared to what we saw in the pre-final in this class yesterday, that was a good clean start.
Yeah, there you have Enzo Vidmontien there going on the lead ahead of Diego Ardiles. And you saw the two of them fight pretty much all race long. Woney was in that mix as well. Turner Brown working his way up the field, was trying to get in the mix. And Garzone, for the first time this weekend, right, the big story, he was into the top 5. Here on screen you see Woney now looking for a move there on Vidmontien. And Garzone, like I said before, trying to get himself into the mix, as well as Ty Fisher, who's been quick all weekend long in both classes.
Yeah, Fisher on that TB kart was moving up to 3rd position, and Garzon and Turner Brown and Walney all sort of squabbling over each other. But Enzo Vidmontien, he picks his moment really well. Now, you followed Enzo, and I followed Enzo the last couple of events, major events. I've noticed a real change in his approach to everything and his decision making, and where he is mentally.
Yeah, correct. And I think a big part of that for Vidmontien there was last week he ran at the Norberg Invitational, and he came back and brought all that experience from running against senior drivers here to this junior class. So I think Enzo Vidmontien grew and learned a lot last week running that event here, and is continuing to learn and try and bring that here. And you see Chico Brown there making moves, getting into the top 4, trying to work his way further up the field, and got a good starting spot here in this one. And the checkered went out there, and it was, like we said, right, Enzo Vidmontien coming away with the win with a lot of experience that he learned last weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And, of course, now there he is, sitting down. He's got the stars and stripes at the top of his crash helmet. He's got the Brazilian flag down the side, showing his heritage. And, the leaders are all sat together, having a little chat amongst themselves. You can see there's Jackson Walney, and who's that walking over to have a little chat in the cosmic race suit? We'll catch up with the name check next time by or something like that. But again, a lot of these drivers, they're not all best buddies. A lot of them, though, they do get on really well. And the gloves are coming back off Chase Gassioli. I said the temperatures have risen quite a lot. And, of course, there you go, Enzo. Does that feel better there?
Yeah. I mean,
there's Nate Dogg. Oh dear. Well, we've got a lot of characters in the paddock, and Nathan Dupuis, he knows where the camera is, and he's smiling. I've got to say that whenever Nathan gets on the podium, there's the biggest cheer of all. Now there's Alex Vonchev in the yellow DHL race suit, Isaac Malkut, the VP Fuels sponsored driver as well. They're all down there now. Max Weiland is also, you can see with the Magic Kart, the black, the MW on his crash helmet. You've been down with the drivers in the pit lane. The chatter that we don't see on camera. What's that been like amongst the field? There's a very kind. I think that's Peyton Westcott helping Enzo Vidmontien just sort of get his race off. So obviously this means that we're not going to be going back racing just yet. What we'll do as we watch our KA Junior 100s muse around and muck about, this broadcast, Kart Chasers broadcasting, wouldn't be possible without the help of our wonderful sponsors, and it's about time we heard a few messages from them.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rear sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
I only want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, we can give you an update Ethan Sky Manjencic has been placed into the back of the ambulance, and he is going to be taken to a local medical facility. He is talking to the medical staff and the SKUSA officials, but obviously being very, very, very careful, taking every precaution possibly. The cart went over, and of course when the go-kart rolls on top of a person, it can sting a little bit. So we will keep you up to date as we can on that side of things. We are now waiting for a second medical vehicle to arrive and be put into place, and then we will be able to carry on. So now, Caleb Jeska, have a think now. You've got the drivers all seem to be in good spirits. They are keeping themselves, occupied. And some of them have been, keeping themselves occupied. A bit of dancing going on.
yeah, definitely a little bit of dancing in between these drivers, right? I mean, at the end of the day, all these kids are most of them are friends, right? They can get into it on the racetrack, but when they go back to the tent, when they go and watch the pro show, they're all in good spirits and talking to each other and messing about, having a good time. Because at the end of the day, they're still kids, right? A lot of these kids are 15 and younger. So, I mean, it's really good to see them in good spirits whenever they come off the racetrack and having a good laugh, having some dances going around, and then enjoying, I guess, the guys that they look up to, right, later on in the day in the pro show.
Indeed. Now, of course, speaking of the pro show, a lot of the on-air personalities here at Kart Chaser have given Kart Chaser their top 5 championship predictions. If you go to the Kart Chaser Instagram account, which is Kart Chaser. Now, Kart Chaser's got a number of different accounts. We've got at Kart Chaser. We've got Kart Chaser Kids for all the junior racing, and we also have Kart Chaser Grassroots. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Kart Chaser Grassroots is the one that I'm pretty familiar with, being from Texas and covering the Texas Sprint Racing Series down there. So, I mean, we have a lot of great programs going on right now, and everything's super exciting.
Yeah, indeed. So have a look on the main Kart Chaser Instagram side. You'll see a lot of us. There's I've got my predictions. You've got yours, Alex Searle, Xander Clements, and several other members of the on-air team as well that you get familiar with over the course of the season here at Kart Chaser across all the different championships that we cover. Now, let's have a little look there. So, you've got one of the race directors. You're just discussing with a group of the drivers, not all the drivers, because there's more than 40 of them. You'd say Ty Fisher in the TB kart race suit next to Enzo Vidmontien, and of course, Caleb, you're looking at there now. You've got a very different amount of height there. Enzo Vidmontien and Peyton Westcott, they're very tall, but then just in front of them with the white crash helmet, you can see the IARMY logo on the back of his race suit. What difference does that make as a driver, whether you've got a really tall driver and you've got a shorter driver? How does that impact how the karts are set up?
So, a lot of the smaller drivers, right, they're a little more aerodynamic than Enzo Vidmontien, who has to really get under that steering wheel to try and let that airflow go over his head. But then if you compare him with a kid like Isaac Malquit, right, a lot shorter than Enzo Vidmontien, he can really tuck his head down and let that air just go completely over him. And he's a little bit more aerodynamic than the likes of Westcott and Enzo Vidmontien. So I would say a lot of the younger drivers more aerodynamic, but obviously don't have the experience of the likes of Enzo Vidmontien just yet.
Just out of curiosity, Caleb, how tall are you?
I'd like to say I'm 5'7"3/4.
5'7" 3/4, and would you describe yourself as aerodynamic?
I would say not entirely, but if I really try, I can.
It is. What Caleb is saying is the correct theory, but yes, you do need to be somewhat svelte. And here we go then. All right, we have got drivers getting back into karts now. This race was stopped on lap number 4. I believe the way that they are gridded up, Jackson Walney was in the lead, and there's a little bit further from footage from a little bit earlier, I believe. Jackson Walney was in the lead. There's Nathan Dupuis, and yes.
There you have a little highlight reel of the juniors.
Nathan's dad, Todd, used to be a strongman, a strongman like a bodybuilder, and what have you. So some of the posing there, I believe, Nathan may have picked up from home. Now, we have got, this is the running order at the end of lap number 4. So, Jackson Walney and Enzo Vidmontien running 1 and 2. You can see them there on your screens. Then it was Diego Ardiles, Turner Brown, and Ty Fisher. Now, this was at the end of the last fully completed race lap. 6 is Sebastian Garzon, Nathan Dupuis, Peyton Westcott, Isaac Marcourt, and then Alexander Vancha, the rest of your top 10.
Yeah, that's the rest of the top 10, and Max Weiland slated to start 11th, Dion Shi in 12th. Jackson Young, 13th, Chase Gassiet Lee, 14th here, and it's going to be Max Christie in 15th, Edward Kennedy in 16th, Luke Tao,
the
Dutch driver, correct, in 17th, Martin Jaramillo in 18th, David Blog 19th, and in 20th, Kai Mars.
Now, outside the top 20, drivers that have, looking down there, Lillian Scarborough started 40th. She is up into 27th. Javier Herrera started 45th and is up to 26th. Luis Cedeno has gained a lot of places. Cameron Marsh has sadly gone the other way. Frederick Manning up to 36th. Jensen McKelkey up into 38th. But we are off and running on the rolling lap, the second rolling lap again. And I would imagine this is going to be single file. Jackson Walney is effectively the pace car. Now, everyone will fall back in line when they get to the start-finish line. It should be, I'm wondering if, obviously in Europe and the UK, we run single file restarts. I don't believe we'll go double wide. I think it'll be single file. And so what the drivers are thinking about now as we head to the restart.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get going here on the restart. Jackson Walney, the Speed Concepts driver, is going to lead us away. Enzo Vidmontien second. Reese Payne Westcott, Isaac Malquit, and a handful of other drivers working their way through the start-finish line. But it's Jackson Walney hasn't been able to get the better of Enzo Vidmontien as of yet this weekend. It's been all about the Brazilian-American driver, Diego Ardiles, starting third. Turner Brown, Chico, new team for him. A weekend to forget so far, but he's going to try and get a win here. NKA 100 Junior. Into the tram line we go. Jackson Walney setting the pace, crawling at the moment with Vidmontien behind. That's the flagman getting ready. A couple of drivers off there in the back. Not sure if we got the green that time by, and I think we did get the green, so we are racing here once again in KA 100 Junior. Walney to the point of the field. Vidmontien behind, and going to look for a move here. Took the look, not close enough, and Ty Fisher starting right back in a line.
It looked like it was a U-Race car to possibly Martin Jaramillo. Oh, there's the 821, and I think that might be the 844. Oh, we got a problem there at the kink again. Let's have a look. There's Mateo Calderon is one of them. We'll get number checks on them next time by. The question is, now it looks like we have 12 laps to go. On the thing we'll get a number check whether they do a different number of laps. There's Nathan Dupuis getting passed by Peyton Westcott, who takes a 2-for-1 special offer and passes 2. Walney leads. How quickly can the SKUSA officials clear the car park at turn number 3? We'll see as they come across the line to complete the first race lap of this, the second part. Walney, Vidmontien, and then the 2 RPG carts. They come to the kick, and wow, well done, SKUSA officials. The carts have been cleared as Vidmontien makes the move, and diving into second place as well is the 897 of Diego Ardiles.
Diego Ardiles up in a P2. Chico Brown looking to make a move on Walney as well. Chico up to P3. Walney down to P4. Garzon was a little bit wide there on turn number 9. And still trying to get it done here. Garzon, is he close enough? Walney going to go back on his ex-teammate. Down the inside for Walney and clear. Garzon going on Chico as well. So Garzon back up in a P4, and Turner Brown falls back to 5th here.
Okay, so it was Tristan Murphy, Mateo Calderon, Max Macarum, Salvador Della Vecchia that were involved as well. Carter Barkis and Cameron Marsha with the drivers that got caught up in that incident. But up at the front, it's still nose to tail through most of the leaders. Walney and Vidmontien are there, and then there's a gap back to Garzon in 3rd as they go through turn number 1 and 2. So Diego Ardiles there, he needs to get one back on Enzo Vidmontien in this race. Yesterday, there's the move. Vidmontien got the upper hand over Ardiles. Now Ardiles has to return the favour, and Garzon, this long journey back to the front from a poor start at the weekend. And of course, Garzon versus Ardiles was the story of the Winter Series. Vidmontien, was there as well, but we all know what happened with him at the second round of the Winter Series. So he's looking for redemption, and he's looking to show that, do you know what? My season didn't start so well, but now I've got everything together on and off track. I am going to be the man to beat.
Yeah, definitely the man to beat there. for these two drivers of Enzo Vinmontien and Sebastian Garzon, who's still in that third spot. Chico Brown trying to close down that gap, but has just been stagnant so far in this race, falling back, getting into fights, and hasn't been able to get and fight for the 1 and 2 spots here as of yet. It's still super quick. Was purple last time by, a 57.284 there for Chico Brown. Is Vinmontien close enough this time by? He's not. He's going to have to wait there behind Diego Ardiles at the point of the field. There you see Ty Fisher going on Jackson Woney and getting the move done. So Ty Fisher up to P5 here. And Jackson Woney down at P6 with Peyton Westcott closing down to the two of them.
Now again, what does Enzo Vinmontien do? If he goes to the move right now as they dive over the curbs coming through turn number 8 and 9, if he makes the move now, then Ardiles will probably start attacking him, and that will back everybody up. You can see Vanchev there, the next kart after the first big gap. Vanchev leading a whole train. We've still got more than 40 karts in this race, and if Vinmontien goes now, then it's going to be a bun fight. If Vinmontien waits and maintains a little bit of patience, then he may be able to push Ardiles away, in which case it'll just be a head-to-head one-on-one scrap towards the end of it. As we head on to the next lap, lap number 9, I believe, of what was originally scheduled to be a 20-lap race. We'll keep an eye on the flagman to see if we're going to have a reduction in laps, as there is a Sony kart driver as well starting at the side of the circuit. But the two leaders, and it is now a lead duo, pushing away. And you can see Walney getting his finger forward saying, okay, come on, let's go. Walney is in 5th, and he needs Ty Fisher. He needs Ty Fisher's help and Peyton Westcott's help to catch the lead group, because Garzon is closing in.
Yeah, Garzon definitely closing in, as well as Chico Brown, who continues to go faster than the two leaders ahead, as Weiland and Jackson Young looking for a move there on Vanchev, and they continue to go side by side. But for Jackson Woney and Ty Fisher, they continue to fight for that 5th spot, but they really have to put their head down here and work together to catch up to the front of the field.
Yes, so despite Vinmontien's patience, we now have, and that is the halfway flags. So we are going to run to the full 20-lap race distance. Halfway flags, 10 to go as we head down towards turn number 5, and it's Garzon defending from Walney and Brown. Walney picks up a position, and now Turner Brown fights straight back. The problem that Enzo Vinmontien's going to have is that if Garzon gets right on his rear bumper, that's going to force his hand and might force him to attack, because if you get pushed offline with a lead group of 7, you're going to get freight train to the back as Walney shaves the barrier coming out of 9.
Yeah, Woney very wide there on the exit of 9 as Westcott looked for a move down the inside on Woney. Wasn't close enough. And Woney goes on Ty Fisher. Fisher still on the outside, side by side with Peyton Westcott. Gonna have to slot right back in a line. Diego Ardiles, we've seen him lead multiple times at the Winter Series. We saw him lead every single lap and ended up losing that race to the man in 3rd place here at the moment. Garzon gonna look to repeat here at the 2nd round of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Can Garzon take the win away from the hands of Diego Ardiles? All to find out, but they have Enzo Vinmontien right in the middle of the two of them. He's been perfect all weekend long, got the win yesterday, and looks to be flawless here this weekend and take round number 2 as well.
Now, our dancing Canadian, Nathan Dupuis, has slightly dropped back from 7th at the restart to 13th, although they clatter the curbs. I've got to say, the karts in the bright sunshine looking really good. The gantry, the spectator gantry, is absolutely packed all the way around this circuit as they head up Scrapyard Straight. And Vinmontien still, he's held his nerve. Garzon closed in. Vinmontien didn't make the move unnecessarily. He carried on pushing, and now a couple of laps later, as we enter the second half of this race, Vinmontien has gapped Garzon as he continues to push Ardiles away.
Yeah, Vinmontien continuing to push Ardiles, and like I said earlier, right, Vinmontien got a lot of experience last weekend at that Ryan Norberg Invitational, ran with the senior guys, had to be a lot more patient, had to be willing to work with guys, and he seems to be doing that here with Diego Ardiles. Vinmontien was trying to go for the lead early on, but now has decided to keep his head down and push the RPG driver of Diego Ardiles further and further up the field, and continuing to lose touch with Sebastian Garzon and Chico Brown, who is always going to be quick here in the late stage of the race. Yesterday we saw him go from last up into the lead at one point in that X30 Junior Final, and he looks to repeat that here in K100 Junior.
Now, we mentioned this to win the series. We have to mention the C word when it comes to Enzo Vinmontien: composure.
Yeah, composure definitely here for Enzo Vinmontien. We've seen some moves by him earlier on this year, but now with a lot more experience in hands, he's going to try and stay patient here with Diego Ardiles Diego Ardiles, the story, right? He's led a lot of laps this year so far at the SKUSA Winter Series, and today, for a fact, he got pole positions in a lot of classes, just wasn't able to come away with the wins here so far.
Yep, well, that's the story, but he's going to have to, he's led a lot of laps. He may not lead this one, though, because Vin Montien is right on his rear bumper. Vin Montien checks over his shoulder. That's to get an idea of if he's got time to make a move. Yes, Vin Montien's tactics are working, and the gap is growing. The gap is now out to nearly 0.8 of a second. Sebastian Garzon. Now we may see Vin Montien go for a move in the next lap or two, because he knows he can make a move and even maybe then defend a little bit to make the move stick before Garzon, Brown, Walney, Westcott, Fisher, Vonchev, Young and Malkout, who round up the top 10, close in. But we're going to get 6 to go this time around, and still Vin Montien stays in position. I don't want to say that Diego Ardiles is a sitting duck, but Vin Montien is learning an awful lot by just sitting behind Ardiles' car as he shoves him into turn 5, move behind, put Jackson Walney up into 4th place.
Jackson Walney getting the move done on his ex-teammate of Chico Brown, who falls back to 5th here. Jackson Walney up to P4, and he knows whenever the gloves get thrown off and Ardiles and Vin Montien start to fight, anything can happen here. We saw it in the KA Senior Final, and we may see it here in this Junior Final whenever Vin Montien decides to pull the plug and try and go on the RPG driver of Diego Ardiles with a little bit under 5 laps to go left in this race. It's still Vin Montien in the 2nd place and continuing to close down the gap to Diego Ardiles. When is Enzo Vin Montien going to go here?
Well, let's have a little look. We're down to 7 at the front. There's a big gap now back to Jackson Young in 8th position. There's 3 seconds. And is that the 2 to go signal? So we have had a reduction laps. Now it's 2 to go. Now it's time. And you can already see Ardiles begins to defend. Vin Montien, he's got 2 laps now. It's game on at the front. Vin Montien will try to go around the outside. No, he'll get the undercut. No, he can't, coming out of turn number 6. Vin Montien still checking over his shoulder. So he knows, okay, I've still got a gap. But he will know the gap is shrinking because Ardiles is defending. Will they look over their shoulders? Well, so Ardiles does. Vin Montien is stone cold focused on taking the lead as he tries the Slim Shady line round the outside. Doesn't work, however.
Yeah, just not close enough there for Enzo Vin Montien. Garzon now has joined the party for the race win here. It's Diego Ardiles from Vin Montien. Garzon in 3rd, Walney in 4th, and Chico Brown went purple last time by. They continue to close down. Ardiles still defensive. Vin Montien looks for the crossover move. Garzon down the inside on Vin Montien. Looking to get the move done. Not enough there for Garzon. And Vin Montien still behind Ardiles here, looking for the move. Ardiles still very defensive. Chico Brown looking to cross over all the field. Not close enough there, and stays in 5th.
The top 7, there's Peyton Westcott in 6th position, so Vin Montien, he was patient, now he has to go. It's now or never for Enzo Vin Montien. He runs and takes a wide line into turn number 6. Garzon, to be fair, backed out of it right at the end, because that could be major. Walney takes turn from Garzon, and now Vin Montien, he'll try and cut out wide. Will he get back to the inside? Oh, he sells the dummy. And a little bit of weaving there from Ardiles. Vin Montien has got momentum. Ardiles hanging on. It's still 7 in the front. Enzo Vin Montien, last corner. He's going to get a good run. It's going to be a drag race to the line.
Drag race to the line we go. It's side by side in between the two of them. Vin Montien looks to get the run. Not close enough. Diego Ardiles wins in KA 100 Junior at round 2 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. It's Enzo Vin Montien 2nd. Sebastian Garzon across the line 3rd. Jackson Walney Slate crosses the line 4th. Turner Brown in 5th. Ty Fisher 6th. Peyton Westcott 7th. Jackson Young 8th. Max Weiland 9th. And Fion Shi finding his way up into the top 10.
Well, Enzo Vin Montien, he played a smart game. Points make prizes. And, the prizes that are on offer, well, Diego Ardiles is now a little bit heavier in the pocket. So is Enzo Vin Montien. And so is 3rd place driver Sebastian Garzon. But, turn the clock back. Previous version of Enzo Vin Montien may have lost his cool there in the final laps. And there's the handshake, there's Garzon. And, Ardiles shaking hands there. But Vin Montien, the move wasn't on. He didn't force it. He tried it. It was a drag race to the line, but comes home within 0.17 of a second of the race winner. Provisionally Diego Ardiles. And it's not going to be long because of the delay earlier on with the incident to Ethan Sky Manjencic. There are some karts to clear off the circuit, but I can already hear other engines down in the paddock. Possibly KA100 Senior will be up next. Let's have a look back. The restart, it was Walney who led initially. Vidmontien was there. I'm trying to think back. Did Enzo Vidmontien lead any of that restarted race?
Yeah, I actually don't think he did. So Enzo Vidmontien there, and we saw the issue before the restart. A couple of drivers going off.
That was a U-race kart going off. The number 9-8. No, it was the T1D races kart of Javier Diaz.
Yeah, and there you see Enzo Vidmontien went to the point of the field, so he led a little bit of the slap. I'm not sure if he led the entire thing. You see Ardiles there. Decided to go to the front of the field. Thought he was faster than Vidmontien. Got to the point. Garzón looking for moves, but just remained stagnant there and just wasn't close enough towards the end to really fight against Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien. But I think Vidmontien's strategy was pretty good in this race. Pushed Diego Ardiles further and further up the field to try and make it a two-kart battle for the finish. And you see a lot of fighting further back. Chico Brown, Jackson Woney, all trying to trade spots to be in a better spot when it came to the closing stage of the race.
But you know something else? We had 7 karts involved at the front throughout the race. And all seven of those karts crossed the line in one piece, which is good to see. It shows that, even with money on the line, even with, championships on the line, the drivers kept their cool, kept their calmness. There is a look at the scale line, and you could see that, now of course, we were having pit interviews earlier on, but our pit reporters are here in the commentary box. But again, we've got the footage. Into tech goes Diego Ardiles, and again with the P1, and Ardiles, he's got through the NASA panel, the front bumper check. He's gone over the scales, so that part is confirmed. Now the scrutineering team, the tech team here at SKUSA will. The tech team at SKUSA will go to work. As you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the last couple of corners, the last half a lap.
Correct. And you see there's a total of 7 karts there, all in the battle to try and get something, a podium, and maybe even a race win for some of these guys. You see Chico Brown dropping a tire there, and this was the move. Vidmontien thought he was close enough on the inside, wasn't able to get it done. Tried to go on the outside, and it was Diego Ardiles who is now standing by with my partner in crime, Alexander Sura. What do you got for us, Alex?
Thank you, Caleb. Here with your winner, Diego Ardiles. Diego, an unbelievable race from start to finish. That last lap got a bit hairy between you and Enzo. How were you able to hold on?
Yeah, before the red flag, I knew I was very, very quick, just like Enzo, because me and Turner were catching up to them. Then I decided to go for the lead because I catch him after the red flag. Then I stayed calm the whole race. I push every lap, and I try to be as consistent as possible. But I knew he was going to stay behind me, so I just waited till the last 2 laps and defend in a clean way, and I was able to win the race.
Now X30 coming up later today. I mean, what can you do to repeat your win from yesterday?
Yeah, just push, have full concentration, and push every lap and be consistent.
One last thing, Bud. Who would you like to thank for this race victory?
VVS Racing Engines, my family, my mechanic Brady, the whole Rawlison Performance Group.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. And now we move on to the next race. So a relieved Diego Ardiles, but in terms of his day, it's only half done.
Yeah.
But again, as a driver, that's going to give you a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah, a lot of confidence for Diego Ardiles, who was able to end the perfect streak that Enzo Vidmontien looked to put on that K8 100 Junior class. But coming up now and on grid is the K8 100 Senior class. It's the kid from Austin, Texas, Peyton Phillips, starting on the pole position with Colin Lloyd. The interim as Pink and Chrome Kart Republic starting on the outside. Colin Lloyd hasn't been able to get a race win so far this weekend, but looks to end that streak here and try and take a Heat 2 victory. Behind him, it's Cameron Weinberg. I was about to call him Carson. That's his younger brother, though. Cameron Weinberg starting there in the 3rd spot with Ferris on the outside and the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic as well.
Now, of course, They say everything's bigger and better in Texas, and I think Peyton Phillips went to himself, oh, right, well, if I need a big-time mechanic, then Colin Brown, former world karting champion, is good enough. And again, he's using Colin Brown's crash helmet, and he is where Colin Brown was in a lot of his career, leading.
Yeah.
Now, we will look at the starting grid. So we got, so it'll be Phillips and Lloyd on row number 1. And then, as Caleb said earlier, as they start their rowing up, it'll be Weinberg and Conor Ferris on row number 2. Then it will be Blake Nash and Kane Martin on row 3. Independent driver Eli Warren, and the always spectacular Stephen Miller on row 4. Stephen Isaac looking for a bit of redemption in the Sony kart will start 9th alongside yesterday's race winner Finnegan Bailiff. James Overbeck, the spin, the save. Overbeck, he starts on row 6 alongside Anthony Rivera, Henry Wheeler, Raheem Alibi, Aiden Shimbashi, Quentin Angeli is next. Fernando Luque, 17th on the grid. A problem, a stuck throttle in qualifying, started last, gained half the field in the pre-final. Now he has the other half to do in the main event. Lucas Sabo, Alex Feldstein, Rodrigo Gonzalez, Vinny Maskelis, and Nikolai Dukov, the rest of the top 11 rows. Further back in the pack, drivers, well, Charlie Fonseca, we've seen him out in Masters, and Autumn Fisher in 36th position. Mario Barras, Mick Gabriel, not sure if we're going to see Mick Gabriel, he's been in and out of the event all weekend. Will he go out? So I've got 18 laps on my ticker, and that would mean that we've had a couple of reduction laps, but they're going to come to the line now.
Yeah, to the line for the final time this weekend. It's the kid from Austin, Texas, and the Floridian on the front row. Peyton Phillips and Colin Lloyd at the front of the field, and K8 100 Senior. A crawling pace so far set by Peyton Phillips. They come to the line this time by, and for the final time this weekend, we are racing here in K100 Senior. Lloyd looks to the outside, not close enough. Peyton Phillips still in the lead this race, side by side in between Weinberg and, one goes around. Colin Lloyd goes around and out of this race here early on, all the way back to the tail end of the field. Unfortunate there for the Floridian, all the way back to the end of the field, and this is going to release Peyton Phillips, the kid from Austin, Texas, looking to retake national glory here.
That could have been a huge accident there, and the fact that only Lloyd was caught up and everybody else behind managed to miss is a testament to the reaction speed of these drivers. Now the battle is on. There goes the 964 kart of Blake Nash, picking up what I think is 3rd or 4th position, but up at the front, Phillips and Weinberg are clear, and somebody gets escorted to the outside of the circuit, and you can see lots of cars diving in at the top of the screen, but as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, the order is Phillips with a 1.3 second lead over Weinberg, who in turn is 0.6 of a second in front of the rest of the runners, and there's Miller gaining ground already with his dance partner, his flying lessons partner, James Overbeck, trying to follow him through in what is, I think, 7th position.
Yeah, so Miller up in a 7th here. Yeah, he got the move done on Steven Eisert, the Sodi Racing USA driver. Fell back and lost a couple of spots there, and you saw the spin heard around the world for James Overbeck, also able to get the move done. Eisert looks down the inside defensive. Overbeck goes lower there than Steven Eisert. Overbeck makes up another spot, and up in to the edge of the top 5. There you see Stephen Miller and company. Blake Nash still in 3rd place and continuing to close down that gap to Cameron Weinberg, who currently sits in no man's land. What do the lap times look like this time by? Still side by side further back. One of the Nash Motorsports drivers right behind James Overbeck. The fastest lap of the race, though, the California kid, Blake Nash, a 57.468 for him, and continuing to close down his gap to the Chad Dawkin Racing driver. Steven Eisert goes down the inside on Overbeck, and a handful of other drivers looking to get through as well.
Now, Overbeck said yesterday that after his save of the century, that the go-kart was bent, it was damaged. Now, I'm not sure if they have tried to rejig that chassis or if it's a brand new frame, I think it may have tried to just straighten it on the jig, but of course, once you straighten the go-kart on a jig, it's never going to stay perfectly straight, and the more laps you do on it, the easier it is to sort of go back to its banana-shaped formation that it be. And I wonder, as I'm looking there at Overbeck falling back a little bit, whether the kart is as good as it was this morning and as good as it was yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't really forget about Overbeck, right? He went purple yesterday after he had the spin. So Overbeck, like he said, although the kart was bent, he was still going purple. And this time he started 11th, but now up in a 7th here.
He went purple because he'd evacuated his bowels and was a lot lighter on the track after that moment. So I'm surprised he made minimum weight at the end of it. And he did have to use the race suit dry cleaning service that is here in the paddock.
Yeah, so good to hear there by James Overbeck as Blake Nash was able to get the move done on Cameron Weinberg. Ferris wasn't able to go, though, on the Chad Dawkin Racing entry of Weinberg. And now the three of them are going to push and try and close down the gap to Peyton Phillips. This group at the moment is currently lapping 2/10 quicker than your leader in Peyton Phillips. As you see, moves further back in the field. That's Henry Wheeler losing a couple spots there.
To Sabo in so Peyton Phillips is RPM teammate. Now the battle is on for second. Blake Nash passes Cameron Weinberg. And Connor Ferris, that Team Ferris, the family-run operation. They haven't got many karts here, but the ones they have got here are very, very competitive. New fastest lap for James Overbeck. The kart is still okay. The wagon is in a good position, and another driver to check out for.
Oh, wow!
There's a move. What happened there?
Zabo goes up in the air as Luke Hay was getting the move done. A couple of other drivers tried to go too, and Zabo went up and airborne there, and currently issues there for him as a lot of drivers continuing to cycle through, but the BJR MDR OTK continues to go fast here. Purple for James Overbeck so far.
Yeah, now Luque, where he started 17th, Fernando Luque is up into 13th position, so he's made progress, not a great deal of it. There's a lot of battling there, 3 wide back in the back. Now here comes Colin Lloyd. Colin Lloyd was just there on our screens. He's fighting his way back through. Don't forget, he fell to stone last. Nick Gabriel's up to 25th position. So of the 39 drivers that started, Colin Lloyd was 39th at the end of lap number 1. And we'll pick him up in the next pack of karts coming through turn 4 shortly. There's the 975 kart on your screen. That is Fernando Luque up into P12. I'm trying to look down the order to see where Lloyd is. Lloyd is 22nd. So Colin Lloyd has already gone past about 16 karts after his spin. Here's Luque, though, on the move with Wheeler and the Rocket Racing Company kart just behind him.
There's Colin Lloyd behind him, a couple of other drivers, but Lloyd, as we saw at the beginning of this race, issues for him was around in turn number 2, and now trying to close down the gap, and has passed already. A lot of drivers went all the way back to 40th there. You see the restart there as Colin Lloyd was around there at the start of the race. That's the replay from the start, and now he continues to work his way further and further up the field from last up into the top 20 at the moment and trying to continue to close down. And you see Luque was able to get around Henry Wheeler that time by the Super Tune Racing driver on the PSL karting driver. So you still see Colin Lloyd continuing to work his way up the field.
Yes, now of course the angle at which Colin Lloyd spun at the part of the track, obviously he didn't do that on his own, but we couldn't quite see, whose nose Lloyd was spun off, and then as everyone else escapes the scene of the crime, as it were. Now, Peyton Phillips, he led by 1.3 seconds at the end of lap number 1. We are now running lap number 7, and his lead is 1.5 seconds. So Phillips is in the zone. He's in that area where he's not worried about behind him. He is just driving. This is the main battle pack. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Nash, Weinberg, Ferris, Cameron Weinberg follows the Nash Motorsport Cup, that Coastal Inc. sponsored entry into turn number 5. Ferris is just following and allowing these 2 drivers to tow him around. And as they tow him around, they're towing him away from the next group, which is led by 5th place driver Stephen Isett. Miller is 6th, then Overbeck. Yesterday's winner Bailiff has gained 2 places. Kane Martin is 9th, and rounding out the top 10, independent driver Eli Warren.
Yeah, so Eli Warren just on the edge of the top 10 here at the moment. As we saw issues for him early in this race when he was passed by a couple of drivers here at the start. But I really want to point out the gap here. Currently at a 2.5 and continuing to grow for in between Peyton Phillips and Blake Nash. Last time by was a 56.9 for Phillips. And for Nash and his company there, 57.119. So Phillips continuing to lap quicker and quicker than the Nash Motorsports driver and the Chad Dawkin Racing driver in second and third respectively. So for Peyton Phillips, no idea what the Ryan Perry Motorsports team found overnight, but it seems to be working here because the kid from Austin, Texas is absolutely flying in this race.
Well, again, like for Enzo Vidmontien, 3 weeks ago at the Winter Series, this read Peyton Phillips compared to yesterday to today. Phillips was in a position to win yesterday, made the move at the wrong time, ended up crashing in the last lap of the final. This morning, he made the move at the right time and won the pre-final. He learnt, and now he's put himself in that winning position. He's taking full advantage of it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, Ryan Perry Motorsport were running Brandon Carr, and he was their lead driver, putting them on a pedestal, putting them at the top table of North American karting. He's now moved to the Trinity Kart Group. Somebody else has to step in to be the team leader across all classes, and that person is Peyton Phillips.
Yeah, and Peyton Phillips on his own, setting the same lap times again as the Nash Motorsports driver Blake Nash and Weinberg in second and third respectively. On your screen now is Steven Eisert, Stephen Miller, and James Overbeck. As Overbeck looking for a move on Miller, just wasn't close enough for Overbeck, who stays in seventh here and tries to push Miller forward and try and close down that gap to Steven Eisert in fifth.
Miller, again, very spectacular this morning, was leading the race, could have won it, but then went backwards, went through the air, was doing all sorts of Stephen Miller stuff there, the 14-year-old. Now he's driving a lot more calm, composed race. He's not making the rapid progress and not chopping and changing and move after move after move. He's sitting and maybe, with 9 laps to go, waiting for the race to come to him.
Yeah, for sure. So we're seeing Stephen Miller be a little bit more patient here, but still trying to close down the gap to drivers ahead. Still Blake Nash there in that second spot. What does it look like that time by Peyton Phillips? Still a tenth quicker than everybody else in the field. The 56.790 for Peyton Phillips. Blake Nash in second, only a 56.8 for him. So Peyton Phillips continuing to open up his gap. Currently at just over a 1.5 seconds here, Henry.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is there's Stephen Eisert. Eisert, again, the other driver, West Coast driver, on that Sony kart chassis. Oh, and Miller just kicks up a little bit of dirt there coming through turn number 7. That forces him wide. Now this could give Overbeck a chance to have a run on him up Scrapyard straight. Will Miller fight it? Will Overbeck go for the move, or will he continue to try and work with Stephen Miller? Because everyone's thinking, my God, look at this kid, Peyton Phillips, up the road. We've got to get our heads down because the race isn't turning into an all elbows out slugfest like yesterday's was. This is a more tactical, a more traditional, racecraft style race, and all the drivers are displaying a good amount of racecraft that no one wants to unnecessarily slow each other down. They're all thinking, okay, we're all quick, let's just push, and see if Peyton Phillips' nerves get to him. As I say that, the first one to break clear and make the move is Cameron Weinberg for second. What does that do to Peyton Phillips' lead? Well, at the start of this lap, it was 1.8 seconds. We'll check next time by to see if that move from Weinberg, it might have helped him in one way, it might have hindered him in his chances to catch the leader.
And I tell you what, Henry, and I think it was a smart move there by Cameron Weinberg because they were just losing time there. Last time by Peyton Phillips, a 56.5. Blake Nash only able to do a 56.7. So Phillips, 0.2 quicker last time by. That gap was at a 1 8 seconds. What does it look like this time by? I think it's going to be at 2 seconds plus here when they cross the stripe. And it is here. So Cameron Weinberg at 2.5 seconds and continuing to grow. We can't forget, this isn't the first time Peyton Phillips has been at this stage. He was the 2023 Winter Series champion in a super stacked KA100 senior class. He was the 2023 Texas Sprint Racing Series champion as well. So Peyton Phillips knows how to do this. He's been here before, had a bad day yesterday, crashing for the win in round number 1. But Peyton Phillips got to the lead here early and hasn't looked back since. That gap continuing to grow lap by lap, has kept his head down the entire way through and has been the class of the field as Blake Nash now down the inside on Cameron Weinberg. Connor Ferris looking to get through on Weinberg, not close enough. Ferris going to get back in the line, but welcome to the party. Steven Eisert, the Stody Racing USA driver, has arrived on the scene.
And it's game on for second place, and that means that Peyton Phillips, this is his race to lose now, because they decided, this group of drivers, okay, second is the best we're going to do. Let's have at it, boys. The gap up to 3 seconds nearly as Nash retakes second. Weinberg, Ferris, Eisert. Then behind Eisert, it's Miller and Overbeck. And there's a look up the inside from Ferris, doesn't work. Weinberg checks over his shoulder. Now our attention needs to turn to the group behind this group of carts, because that'll be yesterday's winner, Finnegan Bailiff. And Finnegan Bailiff just picked up places in the closing stages. Now I think the win's out of the question here, but if today's race plays out like yesterday's, as Miller goes through, Overbeck follows him, trying to act as a bit of a rear gunner, can Finnegan Bailiff get up onto the podium here in the closing stages? Kane Martin and Henry Wheeler round out the top 10. A Colin Lloyd update. Lloyd is 14th now, 1 place behind Fernando Luque, whose progress has stalled out.
Yeah, progress there for Colin Lloyd has stalled out as he's just in no man's land here at the moment. More moves further back at Steven Eisert down the inside on Stephen Miller. Eisert up in a P4 here as they continue to fight for the last of the podium places. Blake Nash has opened up that gap to Weinberg and behind. Steven Eisert gives the point ahead of Stephen Miller, telling him to work his way forward to try and snag away a third place finish here from the hands of the Chad Dawkin Racing driver of Cameron Weinberg. It's still Ferris there in 4th. Hasn't fought too much yet with Cameron Weinberg, and they know this is going to be it. Phillips is way too far up the field. They're losing touch with Blake Nash in that 2nd spot. And Weinberg and Connor Ferris and others behind, the likes of Eisert, Miller, Bailiff, who's set to join the party here shortly, are all going to fight it out for the last of the podium places. But all the while, Peyton Phillips hasn't looked back since the start of the race. It's still Nash in 2nd, and a lot of more other drivers still fighting for the last of the podium places here, Henry.
3 laps to go. This is the time where Peyton Phillips is going to start getting nervous as Connor Ferris makes the move on the Cameron Weinberg number 957 machine. This is all happening about 5 seconds behind the race leader. What can Weinberg do? He said after pre-final, which he was very fast in, he said, I think I've got more speed in this kart. Hasn't quite come to pass like that, but he will want to try and stay on the podium. Nash is clear in 2nd. This, therefore, is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, with 11th place driver, the RPG kart of Raheem Alibi, also in this group as well. This is the fight. 2 to go, and it's about 9 drivers battling over the final podium position and the final bit of cash prize.
Yeah, the 2-6 go up in the air, and that's how we know it's officially crunch time for the last of the podium places. It's Connor Ferris in 3rd here, but they continue to close down that gap. Steven Eisert down the inside there on Weinberg. Eisert up in a 4th, and they continue to jockey for a position further back. It's Miller and company. Bailiff up into the edge of the top 6 here. So Bailiff now continuing to push Miller forward, see if they decide to fight or continue to work together here with 2 laps to go. Time is running out for the last of the money spots here. Not a lot of money, not as much money as Peyton Phillips is going to get here, but it's still something here. Bailiff won yesterday, not able to repeat today after an unfortunate qualifying. Miller goes a little bit defensive there from Finnegan Bailiff. And he's going to have to stay content behind Miller at the moment.
Yesterday, don't forget, Finnegan Bailiff was not in contention to win any money as they started the last lap and came home on the top step of the podium. I don't think that's going to happen today with Peyton Phillips starting his final lap. Phillips and Nash are clear. There's just 0.8 of a mile, less than that to go now for Peyton Phillips. The California kid, Blake Nash, 2nd. This is the battle for 3rd. It looks like Ferris has done enough. Miller stands on the anchors going into turn number 5, and they're all stacking up behind. This could be the flashpoint behind Stephen Miller, Bailiff, and the next kart of the 992, Kane Martin. But here's the man of the moment, and there's a little bit of door handling and nudging and rubbing going on into turn number 9. Miller has to make that kart very, very wide. His teammate tries to make it too wide. Here comes Finnegan Bailiff. picking up the pieces on the last lap once again into the final. But there is your winner, Peyton Phillips, with Blake Nash second, and Ferris has crossed the line in third. It's eventually going to be Isaac in fourth. And take a minute, you know Peyton Phillips, he's a Texan like yourself. What's going through his mind now as he gets the job done?
Peyton Phillips has had a really slow start to the season. Crashed in round number 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Crashed yesterday in round number 1 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. But all that changes today. He points to the stands, points to his team. I'm sure Colin Brown and team owner Ryan Perry are up there cheering Peyton Phillips on. The kid from Austin, Texas, gets the win here at round number 2 of the SKUSA Pro Tour in Orlando.
He didn't just win, he dominated. That is the key. Blake Nash second. Connor Ferris is third. Then it's Stephen Isert, Cameron Weinberg, Stephen Miller, James Overbeck. Now let's have a little look across in the scale section. I'm sure there will be a couple of bits of animated discussions there because, yeah, the likes of Weinberg was a podium position contender, Miller, Overbeck, Henry Wheeler moves up to 8th, Finnegan Bailiff at one point in the last lap. He was up to about 6th or 7th. He finishes 9th. Kane Martin 10th. And look at Colin Lloyd. A penny for Colin Lloyd's thoughts. But you can see there with the red sleeve, the red and white sleeves, and just moving centre screen there, just talking to the Sony kart driver, Stephen Isert. That is your winner. They'll go over the scales very shortly. And, yeah, penny for Colin Lloyd's thoughts right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, unfortunate race overall for Colin Lloyd, right? Unfortunate end to yesterday's final, and then today, his final ended before it even started there. Able to work his way back up to 11th. Good thing that he finished the race and worked his way up the field to snag away whatever points that he could, but I know Colin Lloyd is going to have a weekend to forget here in this one. Peyton Phillips, it would have been the same story for him, right, if he didn't pull away today's victory, but has definitely brought himself back up into championship talks.
Well, because of the delay earlier, it looks as though we will be going Micro Swift racing very shortly. The next race will be the Micro Swift final by JNM Racing. We have a little look at the post-race muted celebrations, but this was the start. Colin Lloyd trying to go around the outside now. Let's have a little look. Weinberg was alongside him, and you know what? It looked as though Weinberg and Lloyd, they were side by side, so maybe it wasn't off the front bumper of somebody else. Maybe it was just two karts going into one corner where there was only room for one, but that allowed Phillips to take the lead that he would never lose. Stephen Miller and James Overbeck were making decent progress, but then, of course, it kind of stalled out, but they both gained position. Stephen Isert finally showing us what he can do with that Sony kart after a miserable day yesterday. He eventually finishes in 4th position, just off the podium, and then Kane Martin in number 992, he had a little go at his teammate on the last lap there. Cameron Weinberg was involved in the middle pack, was very good indeed. So the 903 of Henry Wheeler, the 903 of Henry Wheeler eventually recovered well. Colin Lloyd came storming back up through the pack, but eventually the nice one, Blake Nash made the move, the decisive move on Cameron Weinberg. Connor Ferris. Now I'm trying to figure out what happened to Connor Ferris in the end, because he was fighting for 3rd place, fighting for 2nd place for quite a while. Once Blake Nash, though, had got into P2 and started stretching the field out, Ferris seemed to fade ever so slightly, and now into the closing stages. Stephen Isert making a big move there on Stephen Miller, and then having to defend in the Sony kart. There's Ferris again trying to get involved and going past Cameron Weinberg. Isert again getting very aggressive as well. But all this was happening, and this was a lot was happening. There's Finnegan Bailiff, and Bailiff, you can see he was, in 6th position at this point, and behind Stephen Miller. It looked as though at this point that Bailiff was going to, sneak his way up the order in the final stages, but it didn't quite work that way, and in fact, he lost a couple of places, but this was the final run to the line. Oh, there's three wide action going on there, and there's a Super Tune kart involved, and this was Kane Martin. He made his bid and was then you couldn't fit a cigarette paper between Kane Martin's left-hand wheel and the barriers, but that was the celebration, and here we go straight into Micro Swift. Zane Burgess, Luca Bracel, Betzeril, then Dutch Westbrook, Michael Collins, and the rest. They come into the tram lines. Flag goes up. We're off and racing in Micro Swift. Burgess has the point, and a couple of drivers the outside row. Luca Bracel runs a little bit wide going through turn number 2. We'll look back through the pack, and at the back of the pack, a couple of drivers go off, and one of them is the 210 kart. That's Cameron Johnson, and a couple of other karts recovering at the end. But it's Burgess with the lead. Now he's going to be thinking, do you know what? I like what I saw from that previous race. I want to try and break away as well. He's got the 233 kart, though, the Bennick of Dutch Westbrook right behind him.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook, another Texan out of Dallas, Texas. So Westbrook now up in a 2nd place here. Zane Burgess still in the lead of the field, has been the class of the field so far. Won yesterday and looks to repeat here today. Marina Brandão, another one that was in the fight yesterday, the young lady from Brazil, currently sits further back in the field in 8th here at the moment here, if I'm not mistaken. They're set to cross the stripe this time by for the first time. 1 lap down, 17 laps to go for these Micro Swifts. Zane Burgess in the lead of the field. Westbrook in 2nd, as there's a pass there for 4th, as one of the Orlando Racing drivers try to go down the inside on the BJR MDR entry of Luca Besseril.
Yeah, it was Besseril on Perriman, and Besseril gets the job done at the 2nd time of asking, but that's going to cost him all. Perriman tries to defend there, as another one of the Orlando Racing cars of Nico Salazar tries to get involved. Further up, Betzeril in the number 230, now trying to hold off the 236 Sony kart of Mikey Collins, who has got now a Sony kart nose cone on that chassis. But up at the front, the Jamaican sensation, Zane Burgess, is being stalked like by a pair of Bennecks. Dutch Westbrook and Wynn Gottschalk. One from Texas, one from the Caribbean island of Curaçao.
Yeah, so the Curaçao driver of Gottschalk currently in that 3rd spot. For Westbrook, still in drafting range to Zane Burgess there in that at the point of the field. Last time by, the fastest lap of the race to Wynn Gottschalk, a 1:01.460 there for the driver from Curaçao, as the young Texan continuing to close down his gap to the Jamaican sensation of Zane Burgess at the point of the field.
Yes, indeed. So Westbrook and Gottschalk, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, getting into position further back. Here is the battle for 4th position, because Mikey Collins has got past Luca Becerril. Behind this group, then you have the Santiago Orioli MPG Motorsports kart. The 3 leaders, though, working together. They have opened half a second advantage and probably more over everyone else. But that half-second lead, that 1 second lead actually, is going to shrink if they continue to battle.
Yeah, they continue to battle here, and the good thing for Dutch Westbrook here has a teammate there of Gottschalk right there in that 3rd spot. So if and when Westbrook decides to go, he's going to have help from his teammate of Wynn Gottschalk there in that 3rd spot. So it's really out for the Bennick drivers there, who have the upper hand on the Jamaican sensation, as the teammates are going to fight now. Gottschalk down the inside on Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook looks to do the over-under move, not close enough, and they point at each other like, what are we doing? Let's work our way forward. We can't let him get away here in this one, because it's been all about Zane Burgess, and you see that gap starting to open up here, Henry.
Now, listen, you just said they can't let him get away, but get away he has. The question is can the 225 of Gottschalk and the 233 of Westbrook now work together? They've got to settle their differences very quickly and close back in, because they are miles clear of this group. This is 4th. 5th and 6th, wheel to wheel still between Collins and Becerril. They have been stuck together like glue most of this race. Orioli is now past a pair of them into P4. Can Santiago Orioli get his head down? Well, he's already pulling clear, as you can see, as they cross the line. But Burgess, Gottschalk and Westbrook, unless they start battling, that big gap back to Orioli is not going to shrink enough in the next 14 laps.
Yeah, and if anything, Orioli is lapping a little bit quicker than the two Bennicks ahead of him. Last time by for Westbrook was a 102.020. Not sure if Westbrook made a little bit of a mistake there last time by, but for Gottschalk, closing down that gap to Burgess at the point of the field. Orioli in 4th, and we saw Orioli come into his own at the SKUSA Winter Series at the start of this year. So for Orioli, if he can get up into the podium here at the Pro Tour, it's definitely going to mean a lot to the young driver.
Now, you keep an eye on the screen. If anything happens, you tell me. I'll run down the order behind the leaders.
And we have a move there by one of the Bennicks. That's a 243 going down the inside on the Orslin Racing driver there of Perriman.
Sterling Malata passing Nico Salazar. Dominic Vieira runs in 10th, and it's Perriman. Marina Brandau only 12th, and Daniel Ramirez, Ian Hamacha, Nolan Carney, Taylor Wolf runs 16th. Marcelo Flores, Thomas Montalvo at 17th and 18th. And then it is Ajax Capitan Garduno, Dor Erlich, Zev Gottschalk, Samuel Cheveri, Lennox Lockhart. First micro race in 22nd, Liam Nachawati down in 23rd, with Liam Francisco also in that battle. Now at the back of the field, Slate Howell and Cameron Johnson did not start, and just waiting to see. You've got Grayson Kennefitt going through, and Kaysen Sanders. He's done a 104.3 on his big kart debut. And Franco Schiavo, the younger brother of Liani Schiavo, the two children of former top-line kart racer Luis Schiavo. He is running at the back of the field. And the leaders have closed up a little bit. The gap back to 4th place is still 2.3 seconds. However.
Yeah, and for Gottschalk, currently lapping faster than Zane Burgess at the point of the field, 0.3 quicker last time by, but loses a 10th there to Burgess that time around. So for Gottschalk, I mean, his teammate of Dutch Westbrook has is right back up there with the two of them after a little mistake, a little bobble for Westbrook at the start of that race. But now he's back up into 3rd and continuing to try and push his teammate forward. But I'll tell you what, Henry, the MPG Motorsports driver of Santiago Orioli ran a 101.144, the fastest man on track here at the moment, and closing down that gap bit by bit, little by little to the top 3 here. When the gloves get thrown off and these 3 start to fight, there you see in the background, Orioli is going to be right there to try and pick up the leftovers.
Now, the leaders aren't battling, and yet Orioli, that gap was 2.3 seconds. It's now 1.8. Burgess is being given the hurry up by Curaçao's Win Gottschalk, and Westbrook is next in line. And of course, Curaçao is it was a Dutch colony, or it's under Dutch government. Of course, Dutch is the next person that might want to conquer Curaçao because he's 3rd. But Gottschalk is pushing Burgess away, and the gap back to Orioli is now just 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, the gap back to Orioli currently sits at 1.3, but the driver in 5th, Sterling Mulata, 14 spots gained so far in this race. Up in a 5th place here and has gained 14 spots here in this one. So a good drive so far by young Sterling Mulata, up in a 5th place here in this race. There you see him on your screen. That's a 243 Sterling Mulata. We saw him go side by side with a couple of drivers there and has worked his way up. So the young Bennick driver of 14 spots, a great drive so far for him. But further up the field, there's 2 Bennick teammates of Gottschalk, who's up 5 spots from where he started, and Westbrook staying stagnant here at the moment. Continue to try and make a move on Zane Burgess, but they just haven't been able to get it done as of yet, Henry.
Yeah, and we're still in the first half of this race, and do you know what? I think Santiago Orioli is going to catch the 3 leaders. Another new fastest lap, a 61.14, and Orioli is now within a second of 3rd place driver Westbrook. He is on an absolute tear at the moment. Through turn number 6, there is the chrome silver MPG Motorsport red and yellow liveried machine coming into turn number 9, and it's with 10 to go. I think Orioli has got a good chance of winning this race. I stand corrected. Earlier on, I was talking piffle.
Yeah, definitely. And for Orioli, I mean, we saw him come into his own here earlier this year at the SKUSA Winter Series, and he's shown his class so far, continuing to hit his mark, has stayed consistent lap by lap, and still running 101.1s here so far. He's been coached by some of the biggest names in the kart, and the likes of Braden Eves, Race Liberante, and Chase Jones have all done a lot to the development of this young driver of Orioli. And now, sitting on the edge of what could be his first major national win, as Gottschalk looks to get it done on Zane Burgess, goes down the inside, gets the move done. The Sodi Racing USA driver falls back to second. Westbrook down the inside now on Burgess. The young Texan up at a P2. Burgess bobbles on the exit there. Orioli now smells blood and tries to work his way up into the top three and even contend for a race win here, Henry.
I do not believe as Orioli goes second. Santiago Orioli, he's caught them, he's picked them up, and he's putting them down. I cannot recall if the wonderful, wonderful nation of Curaçao has ever had a national level kart winner in North America. I somehow doubt it, but it's a long way to go. 9 laps remaining, and Wyn Gottschalk has put himself in a position. He was blisteringly quick in Homestead, but a little bit wild, shall we say. Now he's got to get his composure together, because Santiago Orioli, with the red mist having descended, has got the crosshairs squarely on the rear bumper of that number 225 Benick chassis, and it's not going to be long before Santiago Orioli is just tickling the back of Wyn Gottschalk's kart, saying, hello, do you remember me? I'm back.
Yeah, Orioli very much back here and continuing to get into drafting range to Gottschalk. Is Orioli going to be close enough this time by? Down the back scrapyard straightaway. Orioli now down the inside on Gottschalk. Orioli to the point of the field now. The MPG driver leads us away here in Micro Swift. And new leader, Orioli there. A great move for him down the scrapyard straightaway into turn number 10. Gets the move done, and Orioli looks to pull away from the rest of the field here, Henry.
Yes, indeed, with 8 to go. So, Orioli, we thought that Orioli had done the hard bit already. Now, if he can't pull away, the hard bit is really going to begin. However, he has been so much quicker than everybody else. With Burgess out of the equation back in what is now 5th position, it's only Wyn Gottschalk who can now possibly prevent Santiago Orioli from running away in the final stages of this Micro Swift race and taking the win. It's been a long time coming. Orioli stands on the precipice of his first national win. So does Wyn Gottschalk. Dutch Westbrook. I don't know if Westbrook has won at this level before, but and then you've got another Benick of Sterling Mulata. Well, Sterling Mulata, I mean, he had his porridge this morning because 15 places, Benick 2, 3, and 4. But of course, they want what Orioli has, and that is P1.
Yeah, and we've seen Benick develop their young driver program all year round, right? Last year we saw the likes of Marco Romero, who's now up into the junior class, Royce Vega as well, up into the mini Swift class. A lot of these drivers, and they continue to develop. We saw 3 drivers of theirs last year contend for national victories, and this year they have Gottschalk, Westbrook, and Mulata all in the top 5 here in this Micro Swift class at rounds number 1 and 2 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. But Orioli has put a stop to what could have been here for the Benick drivers, and what could have been to the Sodi Racing USA driver of Zane Burgess, who falls all the way back to 5th, and Sterling Mulata with a handful of pace in that Benick, lapping a 10th quicker at the moment than the Sodi Racing USA driver of Zane Burgess, who lost 4 spots in the start of the race, and Mulata, like we said, up 15 spots. All the while, the red and chrome MPG of Santiago Orioli up 9 spots from where he started this race.
6 to go, and you can see the ticker, old school. We're old school ticker, and you can tell there. So we got 31 karts still running. Kason Sanders, his first weekend in anything other than a kid kart ends with a sad retirement. But it is Orioli, Gottschalk, Westbrook, Mulata. Then Burgess, a big gap back to Paterno as a change for 3rd place. Mulata will not be denied, and Sterling Mulata in kart number 143. In kart number 243. The driver, who I've seen in Rotax racing from Silver Springs, is really on a charge. But as he loses the position, sadly, it's come a bit too late because Orioli is too far ahead now. Orioli extending his lead to half a second. 5 to go. Burgess trying to fight back as well. They both pass Dutch Westbrook, and I've got to say that at the moment, take Orioli out of the equation, the two fastest karts on circuit are Mulata and Burgess. The question is, are they going to run out of time before they catch Win Gottschalk for second? Burgess has said, right, well, time and tide, wait for no man, and I am going now.
Yeah, really smart there by Dutch Westbrook. Saw Zane Burgess made the move on his teammate Mulata. Westbrook thought it was time for him to go in. Mulata now down the inside on Westbrook. Gets it done. There goes Westbrook looking for the over-under. Not close enough. Mulata back up into fourth. Burgess to third here. But for Burgess, definitely, I guess, a race to forget. If he can come away with the podium here, it's going to be great for the young Jamaican after leading almost all weekend long. Gets the win taken from him as Westbrook now down the inside in turn number 9 on his teammate. Westbrook up in a P4, but for the Sodi Racing USA driver, last of the podium places, and the two Bennicks continue to fight. Mulata down the inside in turn number 10. Westbrook on the outside, and Mulata back up in a P4 here, Henry.
Well, the good news is they got a 4-second gap over the next kart, Luca Pizzarro, who runs in 6th. Then it's Leo Simoni, Mikey Collins, Nico Salazar, and Lawrence Perriman. Marina Brandau not a factor today. She is only 11th, but they are all a long way behind this driver. Santiago Orioli, he negotiates turns 2 and 3 through the kink. His loss to Zane Burgess in the Winter Series, the final race of the Winter Series, would have been a heartbreaker because at one point he was the champion. Burgess had to come charging through in the last final of the last day of the championship and eventually snagged it. Orioli, what a great way to sort of overcome a heartbreaking loss is to take a big win in a major series. And of course, this class with 36 entries, this is for money. This is for $1,000 for Santiago Orioli, $500 for second, $250 for third. Orioli is clear, but Zane Burgess has now caught Win Gottschalk. We're going to get the 2 lap to go signal next time around. Orioli is clear. There are the 2 flags, 2 to go. But here comes the Jamaican sensation. Zane Burgess passing Win Gottschalk going into turn number 1. The Curaçao driver, well, the 2 Islanders have got 2 places on the podium at the moment, but it's Orioli leading and Mulata 4th, Westbrook 5th. They're a long way back. It's going to be, can Burgess hold off Gottschalk for second as we watch to see Orioli hold his nerve.
Yeah, Orioli still further ahead of the field and too far at the moment for Zane Burgess and Gottschalk here. So this is the battle for second on your screen. It's Burgess, the Sodi Racing USA driver, in second. He's been almost perfect all weekend long until this race where he's fallen back and had to work his way back up into the podium places. Was all the way back down to 5th and has worked his way all the way up to second here and trying to fight for a second spot here. Gottschalk in third, the Bennick Racing driver there in that third spot. The white flag is out. Final time around for Santiago Orioli this weekend. It's Burgess in second, Gottschalk in third, Mulata down in fourth, and the young Texan Dutch Westbrook in 5th. A lot of these drivers having their breakout weekend this weekend. Burgess looking to hold on to this second spot from Gottschalk, and it has a good gap at the moment. 3 kart lengths in between the 2 of them. It's still the Jamaican sensation in second, and Gottschalk holding on to that third spot.
Santiago Orioli's family partnering with MPG Motorsport to allow them to develop their micro and mini program. That partnership is about to pay dividends. Orioli leads into turn number 10 for the final time. It's the tightest corner in North American karting, but his lead is a wide one through the final couple of corners. Welcome to the winner's circle in the SKUSA Pro Tour, Santiago Orioli, and he has a little nap crossing the line. Burgess takes second, and then the 3 Bennicks led by Curaçao's Win Gottschalk third, Mulata 4th, Westbrook 5th, then it's Simoni, Pizarro, Collins, Salazar and Dominic Vera finishing in 10th position. Marina Brandao takes 11th ahead of Lawrence Perriman, Nolan Carney, Daniel Ramirez, Ian Hammaker, Marcelo Flores and Lennox Lockhart, who is coached by none other than kart chaser's own Alex Searle, finishes 17th on his Pro Tour debut. It's 17th on his debut in anything other than a kid kart. Don't tell Alex Searle, but he might actually know what he's talking about.
I was just about to say the same thing here, Henry. So Lennox Lockhart, I mean, a great drive up the field. Only before this weekend had only ever driven a Briggs 206, a four-stroke kart, and how this weekend going fast around Orlando with some of the best drivers in the nation, and maybe some even across the world.
Yes.
So good to see Lennox Lockhart up in a P17. It's Talon Wolf, 18, Jacob Agudelo, 19, Dominic Nagel rounding up your top 20 here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. And now we'll have a very short break because Junior X30 will be up next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits
X30 Junior class presented by Rollison Performance Group. On the pole position, Diego Ardiles. He was able to get the win in KA100 Junior and looking to repeat here in the X30 Junior class. It's a Speed Concepts Racing entry of Jackson Woney, who's starting alongside him on the front row. It's Victor D'Alencar, the Brazilian, starting in third. Sarah Bradley, the young lady, started 11th in the pre-final, up in a fourth here. Was up in a fourth in the pre-final and starting in fourth. It's Weiland in fifth, Ramirez sixth, Gassi Elise seventh, Vanchev eighth.
Then it is Major Magovskis and Cole Medeiros bringing the rest of the top 10 to the line. 20 drivers, 18 laps. Somebody out of formation there. That needs to be resolved very quickly. Decide which way you're going to start. Green flag goes up. We are off and racing. And it's a good start from Ardiles, who leads them through turn number 1, and everybody safely through turn 3 and 4. Ardiles trying to get his head down and complete the double. No cash on the line in this class, but a double win nonetheless would be very, very sweet for Diego Ardiles. Walney runs in second. Alencar is third. Then it's Bradley. Weiland is making the move there on the 777 at the Alencar. So Max Weiland, let's recall, he came within a lap of a pre-final win in the Winter Series. Didn't quite happen for him. but the Magic Kart driver is there in third position. What has he learned? We have seen two drivers. We've seen Vid Montien and we've seen Peyton Phillips really put things together, correct mistakes, and make the win and get the win in their respective classes over the course this weekend. Can Max Wyland join them? At this stage, a podium would be just the right tonic for the Magic Kart.
Yeah, definitely. And for Max Wyland has struggled almost all weekend long. Has told me after the pre-final, I haven't been driving the way I know how to drive. I've been driving really bad, and I've just been trying to get right back in the zone. His mechanic and team owner, Robbie Bajoso, trying to give that as many tips as he can to the young driver as he is in the closing stages of his junior career, but definitely making impressions here and working his magic, I should say, here. Up in a P3, further back a couple of moves. That's Ty Fisher, who had a half push back the Allen car as well on one of the SCR recipes. That's Sarah Bradley further back in that field. And you can't forget Chico Brown as well, the FIA Academy nominee, further back in the field. He had a full pushback bumper, so started way back in the field there for Chico Brown, but continuing to make moves already up into the top 10.
Yeah, we saw that post-race incident between Fisher and Brown, which resulted in pushback penalties, half pushback for Fisher, full pushback for Brown. But yesterday, Turner Brown kind of marched his way through the entire field, and it all went wrong with one corner to go. But nonetheless, we know that Turner Brown can go from the back to the front in this class against this competition. However, the race is not panning out quite as well because we've got gaps developing, and I want to quickly highlight the number 713 kart, the Nash Motorsport entry. That's Chase Gassio-Lee in 5th position. Now, this is he's having a storming weekend. Luck hasn't always been on his side, but there is no doubting the speed that Chase Gassio-Lee has. Here, though, is Ardiles, Walney, Wyland, then the Allen car, Gassio-Lee, Bradley, Fisher, Brown, Vanchev, and the top 10 is rounded out by Major Makovskis. And there's a move. That would be Turner Brown passing his good chum and buddy Ty Fisher.
Yeah, so Chico Brown already ahead of the TB kart of Ty Fisher. So Chico Brown up in a P7. Fisher falls back to 8th here in this one. That's Gassio-Lee there on your screen. You were talking about his speed, and he showed it last time by. A 55.541 for the Nash Motorsports entry of Chase Gassio-Lee. I talked to him a little bit yesterday as well, and this morning has told me, I feel confident for the X30. I feel confident for the junior class. I just really want to make an impression and try and get back what has pretty much been a weekend to forget for Chase Gassio-Lee, but has always been in good spirits all weekend long as he looks to cross the line this time by, and he doesn't go purple. That was the Allen car for a second, and guess who goes purple here, Henry? Chico Brown down in a 7th. 55.241 at the Allen car down the inside on Wyland. So the RPG driver, Victor De Allen car, up in a P3. Wyland outside of the podium places here at the moment, Henry.
Yeah, Wyland was falling back a little bit from the front two. Ardiles and Walney had opened up their advantage, and there's a move. New leader, Jackson Walney at turn number 9. And now this should bring the lead group close enough. I can see that already mums and dads' fingernails are being bitten, nerves are being shredded. Walney takes the lead. Can Ardiles fight back? And what about the Allen car? Looking for a breakout victory as well. Wyland, Gassio-Lee, Sarah Bradley, and then the fastly approaching Turner Brown, who has just gone purple again, 55.052. Brown in 7th, Fisher, Vanchev, Makovskis, and Edgar Rodriguez are next.
Yeah, Gassio-Lee there made the move on Max Wyland as Wyland looks to go back on him on the sweeping right-hander. Not close enough there for Max Wyland on Gassio-Lee. The lead stays the same. It's Gassio-Lee up in a 4th. The Allen car stays in 3rd. But Turner Brown continuing to set purple lap times. He now has Sarah Bradley ahead of him. Sarah currently in that 6th spot. There goes further back. Bradley down the inside there of Max Wyland there as well. So Wyland losing a handful of spots here in the middle stage of this race, Henry.
Let's cast our mind back to the opening weekend of the SKUSA Winter Series. Chase Gassio-Lee ended that weekend on his head, and in the hospital they thought he may have broken a collarbone. It wasn't, it was just bruised. He got a very late dispensation to then run in the Rotax Winter Trophy, and then came back, and so he has overcome some difficulties in the start of his 2024 season, which of course is just his second full season in kart racing, and there he is running in 4th place in the SKUSA Pro Tour, and he is a force to be reckoned with. The question is what he is giving away. He's giving away an awful lot of experience to all the drivers around him. Now, raw speed counts for a lot, but as Darrell Waltrip would say, experience counts for an awful lot more.
Yeah, of course, and like you said, you took a look back to the Winter Series. Let's take a look back into tomorrow, though. Yesterday.
Oh, excellent.
Sorry.
Let's go back to the future like Michael J. Fox.
So yesterday, it was Turner Brown and Gassia Lee who got together at the end of yesterday. And I see Brown making another move there. He went on Sarah Bradley. Brown yesterday went from last all the way to the lead of the field at one point, and now Brown went from further back in the field up in a P5 here at the moment and continuing to close down the gap. Currently the fastest man on track, running a lot quicker than anybody else, almost 0.2 quicker than the rest of the field. A 54.993 for Turner Brown. The rest of the field only running 55.2s and higher. So for Chico Brown, who's coming into his own at the later stages of his races, he's going to be one to watch for the battle for the lead here. It's still Warney at the point with Ardiles behind him, Chico Brown's teammate, who Ardiles led a lot of laps all year round so far, Henry.
Yes. Now, while we watch this, we've got 10 laps to go, so we're at halfway. Alex Searle is going to be speaking to Peyton Phillips very soon. So, as there goes Turner Brown on Chase Gassie-Lee. But Alex Searle, what has Peyton Phillips got? A victorious Peyton Phillips got to say?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. While the action unfolds on the racetrack, I'm here with your winner in the KA100, Peyton Phillips. Peyton, you made our life pretty hard out there. You kind of walked the field. You walked the field in the KA senior class. I mean, you talked to me on Friday, said, oh, you're struggling for pace. You found something yesterday. It clearly worked for Sunday. I mean, describe that race to me.
Yes, Friday, me personally, I didn't think we were that fast, but Perry was pretty confident in the pace, so I always trust Perry, and yeah, so far it's worked good. Yesterday we tried something in the pre-final, didn't work. Tried something today also in the pre-final, did work. Just me bending the steering column did not do me any favors, but I knew we had the pace in the final today.
All right, thank you, Peyton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And of course, yeah, we forgot to mention that Peyton Phillips won the pre-final with the bent steering column. And he said, look, it'll be better. And do you know what? He wasn't lying. It was betterer. It was betterer than he thought. So, while that was going on, you were going side by side, the viewers, on track action. Positions haven't changed. However, the gaps have shrunk. It's Walney, Ardiles, de Alencar, Brown, Gassie-Lee, and Bradley. We've got 3 from RPG, 2 from Speed Concepts, and Gassie-Lee in the lone Nash Motorsport entry up near the sharp end of the field. And this time it's going to be 8 laps to go, and any one of 6 can finish on the podium.
And I'll tell you what, that time by Chico Brown goes even faster, a 54.674 there for Chico, who currently sits in 4 and has now on the rear bumper of his teammate of Victor de Alencar in that 3rd spot. Ardiles still continuing to close down the gap to Jackson Warney and the lead. Ardiles still all over the rear bumper of the SCR Red Speed of Jackson Warney, but hasn't gone as of yet. I'm pretty sure when he turns around and sees his teammates, a whole lot of purple and pink there behind him. Look, there it goes. So I think Ardiles is going to go here very shortly and try and get go 1 spot better than Jackson Warney.
Yeah, okay, that's a very, very good point, Caleb, because you saw Ardiles. He was actually pulled out a little bit to look around to try and see more karts, so we can now calculate, okay, I know who is where, and you'll realise, right, de Alencar might play nice. Turner Brown is on an absolute mission. Turner Brown is catching these 3. Will Turner Brown go for the move? Well, Brown is thinking, so 7 laps to go. I've got 2 teammates that, aren't going to try, fight me there. No, Brown's going. Brown makes the move because, of course, you've got the Speed Concepts kart of Jackson Walney. And again, so this is really interesting. So to Alan Carr and Ardiles, up until a couple of weeks ago, they were rivals of Turner Brown, and Jackson Walney was a teammate. Now, Ardiles and the Alan Carr are teammates, and Walney is a rival. Turner Brown has got to think to himself, do you know what? Whatever colour their go-karters are painted, they're all rivals, and I have to go. I've got to do my own thing. I've got to establish myself. This is why I was chosen as the only American driver to represent Team USA in the CIK Academy this year. Here we go. Through the kick. We got 6 laps remaining. Gasly, Lee and Bradley run that, and there's the move for the lead, and Ardiles opens the door, and Turner Brown goes through to second place. Very smart driving from Turner Brown.
Yeah, a good move so far there by Chico Brown. Was able to go with his teammate of Diego Ardiles ahead of Jackson Walney. So now it's an RPG 1-2, and there goes Chico Brown to the point of the field for the first time this Sunday in the X30 Junior class. Ardiles going to go back on his teammate. He has help further back from Jackson Walney. It's still Chico on the outside, gets roughed up a little bit, drops the tire into the grass, and puts the hand up there. Not too happy with his teammate of Victor de Alencar, who goes up to third. Chico Brown looking for the move. Is all over the rear bumper of his teammate. I'm sure Mike Rollison biting his nails from the top of his hauler here, watching his drivers go at it here for the third spot.
Well, do you know what? Victor Alencar did exactly what Turner Brown did. A couple of corners going, that's hand in the air, showing their displeasure. You can't do that. Even if you feel angry, you can't show it, because you have to maintain your composure and your focus. The risk that the two drivers run, there's the move from Sarah Bradley on Chase Gasly-Lee. Gasly-Lee on the outside holds his line and maintains momentum. Yeah, what Brown and Alencar, they can't drive angry. You know, the adrenaline is surging through these young drivers' bodies, but they have to stay as calm as possible. If you start getting angry behind the wheel, you start overdriving the kart, and you can make a rash decision, and you can make a mistake. You need to just stay cool, even if your blood is boiling.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be important for Chico Brown to keep his cool here in this one and lock back into this race. He went to the point for a little bit, a corner exactly, and then fell all the way back to fourth here. Didn't have too much help from his teammate of Diego Ardiles. Jackson Walney there looked for a move. It looked like he wanted to go there on Ardiles, just wasn't close enough. So Walney still in second, and de Alencar closing down that gap by the second here to the SCR of Jackson Walney, who's currently in an RPG sandwich here, Henry.
Walney missed the apex of turn number 5 slightly. It didn't cost him too much, but of course the Alencar is right there. Now, Brown is sort of re-girded his loins and is going into battle. Gasly and Bradley, they had closed into the top 4 when they were battling. Now they're falling away again. Turner Brown, once he catches the Alencar, I've got a feeling he's going to go straight in for another move, because Ardiles is trying to stretch away. We've only got 4 laps to go. So time now of the essence. We cross the line, 3 to go. It's Ardiles, Walney, the Alencar and Brown through turn number 1. Who's going to make the move going into turn number 5? I think somebody has to, and it's going to be, well, the Alencar defends. He turns a defense into attack. The Alencar makes a move. They are the team Rollison Performance Group watching on, eyes glued to the track. Now, de Alencar's move has allowed Ardiles to break away. Here comes Turner Brown. It's now an RPG 1-2-3. Turner Brown, head down the scrapyard straight, chasing his 2 teammates as they're going to come to the 2 raised flags, 2 to go next time by.
Yeah, and for Chico Brown here in this one has had to learn how to work with Victor de Alencar and Diego Ardiles, his 2 new teammates this weekend, and has an ex-teammate right behind him. 2 laps to go. It's officially crunch time here in X30 Junior. The last time that these juniors will go around Orlando Kart Center here at the SKUSA Pro Tour. It's de Alencar in second, looking to close down the gap to Ardiles in the point of the field. Ardiles already won K100 Junior, looks to sweep the junior classes here in this X30 Junior class. Still Ardiles, who leads from de Alencar. Chico Brown up 12 spots from where he started. The nominated FIA U.S. Academy driver in third, and looking to take a SKUSA Pro Tour victory here this weekend.
Another big long look over his shoulder from Diego Ardiles. Now I have to say, if I was Ardiles, I would prefer to have De Alencar behind me on the last lap of the final than Turner Brown, because De Alencar is not shown quite the level of aggression. He's been more calculated with moves. Turner Brown has white flag, 1 lap to go. De Alencar, he's still going to be aggressive, but Turner Brown will take no prisoners through the kink and down towards turn 5. Ardiles defends. Watch the run that Brown's going to take. Can he get to the outside on the Alencar? He's going to try a move up the inside of the turn number 7. Here comes Walney. Now, Walney looks to the inside. No, Ardiles still leads by an inch over the Alencar. They're all going to have to defend into this corner, and now it's a drag race up to the final half a lap.
Drag race for the last time this weekend at X30 Junior. Warney looks for a move there. Chico Brown looks for the over-under. Not enough. Warney still side by side with him. Ardiles still leads us away. Further back, side by side. De Alencar still in second. Is anybody close enough to make the move? Chico Brown and De Alencar get together here, and that's going to end the race. All the while, Diego Ardiles wins an X30 Junior. Next to cross the line, that was Jackson Warney. Chase Gassia lead third. Sarah Bradley fourth, as Chico Brown there and De Alencar still stuck on the outside. And the RPG team there looking on as 2 other drivers get together here in this one. 2 teammates who get together and look up to the top of the hauler and unhappy for the 2 of them. And a weekend to forget for sure here for Chico Brown.
Turner Brown just sits in despair. And Victor de Alencar frustrated. Turner Brown, penny for his thoughts. There is the move. It was up over there, and de Alencar looks over his shoulder. Turner Brown knows. You could see the gloves. He realizes it was just 1 move too far, and then their attention turns to making sure they don't get run into, as you could see everyone luckily avoided them. Karting can be a cruel sport, and Turner Brown, whose year started so well, has had a weekend to forget. However, so did Enzo Vidmontien 2 weeks ago, and he is on the top step of the podium here. You don't get the success that Turner Brown has had without an abundance of talent, and talent will shine through. And there may be a couple of awkward moments in the Mike Wallison tent, as you know, 2 hungry young chargers have to sort it out. But Brown will learn, and Brown will improve, and eventually Brown will win. What a final. Now, there is the man. 2 wins out of 2 for Diego Ardiles. Jackson Walney second. Let's take a minute to talk about the Nash Motorsport team. Chase Gassia-Lee is on a national podium in just his 2nd year of karting. There he is, and well, when he gets his curtains out of his eyes, you'll see a big beaming smile from Chase Gassia-Lee, and I'm sure there'll be some tears of joy from Mum as well, and that is a great result. Sarah Bradley finishes 4th, Ty Fisher 5th, top 6 for Max Weiland, Cole Medeiros, David Ramirez, Major Makovskis, and Edgar Rodriguez, your top 10. As we wait, then there's the celebration. Oh, a big hug from the Nash Motorsport crew there. What a result. And look at that. There's Juan Reyes, and there's some of the other drivers all celebrating Chase Gassia-Lee, because do you know what? He's a happy little character, and he was not always the most organised of kids when it comes to his stuff, but you know what? Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. There's Sarah Bradley, who's finished just off the podium, but again, she got her first podium in the Pro Tour yesterday, and she finishes 4th here. Ty Fisher behind him. Ty Fisher at top 5, maybe not quite the same level of elation as we have seen with there's Max Weiland, a top 6 finish for Max Weiland there. It wasn't the win that he wanted, but he showed that he can manage a race, run up near the front, as yes, the rest of the field, a thumbs up, a thumbs down, and then other drivers, we didn't really feature much apart from the lead group because the lead group was so entertaining. And I have to say, a fantastic big thank you. Yes, there's always the other side of the coin. And there's the 715 car. That's Edward Kennedy. And Edward Kennedy is probably thinking, this is an interesting little perspective to see. I am guessing that there is not much light-hearted chitter-chatter between Mr. Alan Carr and Mr. Brown. But that's karting, and a big thank you to Caleb Vieska for joining me in the commentary box for the last few races. And Clements, we're back, and boy, it's all right, Zandy, you didn't miss much excitement.
Yeah, no excitement at all stepping out for a few moments. Obviously, Caleb did a great job. We'll still see him down on pit lane for the final 3 mains to run here in the semi-pro section of the day. X30 Junior continuing to roll on through the scale line. Next up, we go into the Shifter Masters and KA Masters main events. Here is KA Masters headed out onto the racetrack already, right on cue here, and this will kind of speed things up for these two classes at least, because while the time added on has a whole lot of kart pickups, hopefully with Let's Go Karts on the racetrack, everyone can make it to the finish here because, like you said, lots of excitement and a full kart pickup trailer, unfortunately, at the end of that X30 Junior main.
Yes, but it was, it's never over till the checkered flag waves. And we'll look at the starting lineup. Charlie Fonseca on pole position at the moment with Jacob Neary on the outside of row number 1. Diego Rodriguez and Robin Ravello on row number 2. Alfonso Santiago and Tom Gerstner row 3. And Michelle Garrido on row 4. Once again, we give our best to Mario Barrios, hopefully watching our coverage from hospital. Try not to clap too much because he's in a bit of pain.
Yeah, definitely. Best of well wishes here to Mr. Mario Barrios. We hope that he will be able to recover quickly and get back out on the racetrack. So the split main yesterday provided a lot of action and a little bit of craziness. Well, today, obviously, they were split up a lot more tame in the heat races. Now, the heat races were obviously shorter for them, and even then the mains clipped by a couple of laps for the semi-pro classes down to 18 for them in the final. That's still going to be quite a while for these KA Masters to make it around and quite a while for the Shifter Masters as well, just knowing that we expect them to spread a little bit. Charlie Fonseca had a healthy gap by the end of the pre-main, got through the grid in about 4 laps with a little bit fresher tires. Now they've kind of stabilized out by this second heat cycle for him, as he really only made it out about half a lap in qualifying. Is that still going to matter? Or will it be a full level playing field in a battle for the lead and the win? 18 laps on the boards. KA Masters underway down to turn number 1, and Jacob Neary trying to get down low. Not going to quite happen. Diego Rodriguez forces his way through and gets to second. Neary back to third, and Michelle Garrido already going to work there as he tries the inside. He'll take third away from Neary. Now he's got to deal with Ruben Ravello, who is right on his tail as well.
Yeah, it's been a poor start from Jacob Neary, and that could be significant because yesterday Neary was amongst the fastest runners, and without Mario Barrios on track, then, Charlie Fonseca threatens to run away with this one. Jacob Neary, I thought, would be one of the only drivers that could possibly sort of peg Fonseca back a little bit. Side by side for second, it's the Alessandros Racing two-step at the moment, and the 407 kart of Garrido from the back of the field tried to make the move and ends up losing 2 positions, and it is now Ruben Ravello who is back into P2, Neary third, and then the other two of Garrido and Rodriguez next in line with Alfonso Santiago next. And there's more controversy there, and that is side by side. The 445 of Neary just manages to stay on track.
Yeah, he was trying to get around Diego Rodriguez, ends up kind of bottling that whole pack. You saw Ruben Ravello quickly wave his teammate Michelle Garrido by, knowing that Michelle's got some pace to try and go back to work on Jacob Neary. And already Charlie Fonseca, a 1.4 second lead here over the KA Masters field here. This is a bad news for everybody else, hoping a good final coming our way here. We still have 16 and a half laps to go, and just like that, our fastest man from the pre-final that worked through the field like butter in the opening couple laps is already from the pole, given a massive, massive gap.
And you have a little look at the back of the pack there, and that is, now what's going on there with Ruben Ravello? Is he just messing with the reeds or the air in the car or something like that, some sort of setting, I wonder?
Yeah, maybe a little carburetor adjustment for him. Jacob Neary on the bumper already, caught back up to Diego Rodriguez. Nobody even in the same zip code right now, as there's a little attempt for second. Not quite going to happen as he tried the inside. Here comes Garrido now ready to challenge on Neary. But last time by, Henry, he was our race leader, Charlie Fonseca, about 9/10 clear over Ruben Ravello and Diego Rodriguez. And based on timing, I think, Rodriguez back there on the red suit in fifth, Ruben Ravello in second, Neary third. Again, Ravello 9/10 off the leader last time by. Let's see if this time's any different, if they gain it all. Charlie Fonseca is making this look easy as a little bit of curb hop there for Diego Rodriguez at the back.
Well, and it's another purple lap, and here comes Jacob Neary for second, and he gets the move done going through turn number one, and Ravello's going to be careful. He doesn't lose another place to his teammate Michel Garrido. Behind them, Alfonso Santiago and Tom Gersten, the ageless wonder, continue to run. But I've got to say, Xander, that if Charlie Fonseca continues down the road at the pace he is at, he'll end up this race in Miami.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's already ready to punch his ticket to Cincinnati with a massive points lead here over the rest of the field, because, I mean, this is just utter domination. Most of our races here this weekend, we've had maybe a breakaway at the end or a breakaway at the beginning. Oh, Garrido nearly into the side there of Diego Rodriguez, the team owner. But nothing like this, Henry. No way could anyone have predicted that we would have had this kind of breakaway. Even Fonseca, I mean, he was fast, but he didn't put this big of a whooping on him in the pre-final when he did get to the lead.
No, yeah, but of course, and the rest of his rivals, they haven't helped each other too much by battling amongst themselves. Now they've got them sorted out. Okay, so the tyres will be up to temperature now, so the setups will have come in. This is where we'll see Jacob Neary. And Jacob Neary, okay, he's put his fastest lap of the race. There's another move. The red race suit, and that is the number 428 kart of Diego Rodriguez, passing the number 428 kart of Ruben Ravello. So now Neary posts his fastest lap of the race. Last time around wasn't as fast as Fonseca. We possibly could see what could have been had Jacob Neary actually made a decent start.
Yeah, Jacob Neary, I mean, even still though, Henry, only 2/10 off is still 2/10 over the course of 18 laps. You're talking still a pretty big margin of victory had they started exactly the same. Let's see this time. How does Neary look pace-wise? 58.16. Fonseca fell off quite a bit, 4/10, but again, already 2.9 seconds. Maybe you are right. I thought that gap was opening. Neary now with clear racetrack is quickly dropping the Alessandro's Racing Tony Karts and making actually a little bit of a dent into the race lead.
I mean, obviously, Fonseca, the Zanella Racing team will be able to signal to Fonseca at some point around the circuit, and they'll be giving the arms wide apart to signify a big gap. And Fonseca's thinking, okay, it's a long race. I'll just cool the tyres. I won't overwork things. I can just cruise a little bit. And he knows that his mechanics will say, okay, they'll say push on a little bit. There's different hand signals in karting, as you know. There's the ageless wonder. There's a move. 67-year-old Tom Gerstner passing Alfonso Santiago. Well, if the race for the lead isn't going to be an absolute classic, then we can all get behind Tom Gerstner, and we all secretly wish that when we're 67 years old, we can do what Tom Gerstner is doing as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a move there to get him forward on Santiago. That's those two have been near each other all week, but Santiago's pretty much had the upper hand up until now. But give it to Tom, and maybe the magic card on the final session of the weekend can roll away a little bit from that Orsolon Racing Tony Kart of Alfonso Santiago. Meanwhile, for Michel Garrido and Diego Rodriguez back there with Ruben Ravello all together. Garrido closing on Ruben. Does he pull out a line? He does. Look in. This is for fourth, turn 10. Clear, nice and easy for Michelle Garrido. The team owner, Diego, tried to let both of these guys go early and finally said, you know what? I want my clients to do good, but I got to go too. I'm racing. So he's already pulled away a good bit there for third.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the, we still got a pretty international field here. Fonseca from Costa Rica. Then second place driver Jacob Neary. He is the only one of two Americans in this race. Diego Rodriguez is based out of Mexico. Well, he lives in Miami, Florida, but originally from Mexico. Michelle Garrido, likewise, he's actually Colombian by birth, lives in Plantation. And then Robin Rivera, the next driver in line, he is Mexican. He still lives in Mexico City. Then it's Tom Gerstner, and Gerstner hails from Rochester. Rochester Hills, Michigan, or Rochester, New York? We'll find out later on. And Alfonso Santiago is from Puerto Rico. So 7 drivers, but still plenty of international flavor in this race as it continues. But Fonseca last time around, you know what? Another purple lap from Jacob Neary. Now, I'm not trying to create any artificial excitement, Xander, but the gap is 2.7 seconds. Oh, no, wait there. Fonseca's woken up, and he sets a new fastest lap, 57.958.
Yeah, another quick time for the Zanella Tony kart that we're all too used to seeing out in front here this weekend. And big swings back and forth between himself and Jacob Neary. I mean, it was not long ago that Neary took 3/10 out of the lead in one lap. Now Fonseca adding 3/10, really more so 2.5, but call it 3 in a different lap. So maybe, it would have been a little bit different. A thumbs up there for Charlie Fonseca to someone on the infield. Might have been maybe his mechanic that was signaling to him at the sweeper saying, hey, do something different.
Yep. Or you're saying, oh, no, you're still okay. You've just gone faster again. But, again, that's how these drivers, they communicate with the mechanics. No radios allowed or anything like that. No sort of paddock-to-pit radio in sprint racing. But still, there are ways of communicating with your driver. And Fonseca making full use of that as we run that race. So we're at half distance now. The gap is 3 seconds for the race lead. But you know what? We've got a little battle for who's going to take the fastest lap. It was Fonseca. It's now Neary. Neary gets into the 57s at 57.947, gains 2/10 on Fonseca. So it's an all OTK top 2 at the moment. The Tony kart of Fonseca, the Lando Norris kart of Neary. But then you have the Alessandros Racing karts also on OTK products as well. In fact, you have to look back to Tom Gerstner, the leading non-OTK driver, the Magic Kart of Gerstner, who is maintaining a gap of 0.3 of a second over Alfonso Santiago. And it's the best battle on track.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, next to maybe this one here, Diego Rodriguez, little carburetor adjustment as Michelle Garrido pushes him, now fades out. And is trying to prove you wrong, Henry, trying to give us a good show for the final spot on the box is Michelle Garrido, but could not quite make it stick there in turn number 1.
It's turn number 5 now, and this battle is happening 3 seconds behind Jacob Neary, and it's happening only 1.9 seconds in front of the third member of the Alessandros Racing trio. But as they go into turn number 7, race leader Charlie Fonseca is already heading up Scrapyard Straight. Out of turn number 9 they go. I do love that camera angle, that nice low camera angle. The kart's glistening in the sunshine, the driver's working overtime as they come out of turn number 10, and Garrido starts to wonder. Now he takes a wider line into the final complex. That means he's going to try and get a better run out of this corner. Oh, and Rodriguez gets a little bit sideways. That's going to help Garrido's momentum, but he's not close enough to make a move into turn number 1 this time. 7 to go.
Yeah, the Alessandros Racing boys, I'm sure, were wanting a little bit more than just to fight with each other for a bronze medal, as here comes Garrido this time. Complete, maybe a little too complete as he goes a bit wide, and Rodriguez with a nice over-under. Again, this would have been a great battle and a lot more fun for both inside the helmet, I'm sure, had they been a few more seconds up the road and a little bit better pace-wise, but they're lacking about 4 to 6 tenths, depending on how you clock it, to the 2 race leaders, Jacob Neary and Charlie Fonseca, who, by the way, have opened the gap back to these 2 here in the battle for third to over 4 seconds back to Diego Rodriguez. So a massive margin as we're past halfway and coming now to just 6 laps to go. Now, question for you, Henry.
Okay.
We've talked all about Diego Rodriguez, team owner, don't wreck your own client. Michelle Garrido, customer, driver for the team. If you wreck the team boss, you think he kind of slips that bill a little bit higher? Maybe adds a $500 over-aggressive driver fee?
Well, possibly. I mean, certainly if it goes to the stewards, then you have to pay any protest for yourself. If I were a client, I would make sure I have a good working relationship with a rival team before I thought about bidding my team boss.
Yeah, not ideal scenario to be in here. But they both have been playing really nice with each other, obviously. Really, between Diego and Ruben, that was the tightest racing I think that was happening in the entire class yesterday, class to class, at least KA to KA, is there's a big slide from Garrido in the brake zone. But even that was still elbows out, but aggressive but clean between all the team drivers.
But do you know what, Xander? So when and of course these drivers, they are minimum of 30 years old. I've got to say some of them are a little bit older than that. They're in their 40s, and they club together, they're teammates, so they'll get on because they're family men, they're businessmen. They got a lot more in common necessarily in terms of life experience, and of course they want to have a bit of fun. So what's better than to have fun? I'm in the same team as you. Let's go out. This is our great hobby that we enjoy doing. We can afford to do it, and they race together. So I think that they want to be battling for the win, but this is what they got into karting for, with their friends, with their teammates, having a good old tussle in a big race.
Yeah, exactly it, right? That's why they made this trip all the way out here. That's why Ruben took that flight from Mexico City, Mexico, to come all the way over here to Orlando, Florida for Michelle and Diego. A bit of a short stone's throw of a drive to get up the road here to Orlando, but still, it's a big commitment for all of these drivers here in Masters because, again, tomorrow morning hits and it's back to work. It's back to being a family man probably as soon as tonight for both of these two fathers. Of course, Diego, he has a pair of twins. His young son's probably around 8 years old now, maybe 9. They've actually been in kid karts and raced a little bit of micro Swift as well. And of course, Diego's just got a busy driving career because he's raced about everything there is possible, both in Mexico and even more so a little bit here in Miami since relocating. I mean, he's been still competing regularly in the NASCAR Mexico Series.
So what you're saying, Diego races karts not because he enjoys it, just to escape.
maybe a bit, but don't tell their families that watching along at home, Henry.
I'm only joking, you know that. But of course, not everyone's going to go back to work, because Tom Gerstner, we had a great interview with him the other day, which unfortunately can't see the light of day for humour-based reasons, and he's retired, so yeah, he can have a stretch on Monday morning as well.
Yeah, he's got at least a nice day to rest on the couch. The rest of them, not so much. Yes. Charlie Fonseca might need it. Close. They're into turn number 1 here with 3 laps to go, Henry.
And I've got to say, Alessandros Racing, they provided a lot of entertainment in yesterday's final. They're doing exactly the same today. But of course, let's not forget that both Ravella and, Garrido was out of the race by this point after that incident. But Rodriguez and Ravella, who provided all the entertainment yesterday, they both got excluded afterwards. So they don't want to do it this time. But there's the next race up, be Master Shifter. Alex Searle has got, we've got 2 laps to go. Alex Searle has got Joe Rook down with him very quickly, Alex.
Thank you, Henry, as the battle heats up on track for that last spot on the podium. Joe Rook, you're on pole here for Master Shifter. What's it going to take to beat your teammate, Skitchy Barnes?
Definitely going to have to get off the line well. I've had pretty good starts all weekend. Really just got to hit my marks. I don't think fitness is going to be a problem. But, me and Skitchy have battled a lot in the past, so we kind of know what each other is going to do. Just got to keep it clean to the end of the race, pretty much.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex. And business has picked up on the circuit. Here we go. It's 2 to go, and it is now the 426 kart of Rodriguez, fighting for all he's worth to hold off the fast approaching Rodriguez. They've been Garrido. They've been side by side several times, but still Rodriguez in front as they come through 7 and into 8.
Yeah, through the final turn here, Michelle Garrido final run at the line. This time it'll be the white flag. Look at Ruben Ravello in the background trying to close up. Look at Michelle send it deep on the high side. He'll get an easy over-under, but not enough. Pinch the exit as Rodriguez kind of didn't go all the way out to the curb as Michelle expected, and so coming out of the final turn now to the white flag, it still stays the same. Charlie Fonseca 11 seconds up the road here from this fight for third as they head to turn one. Michelle trying to set him up for another over-under. He's there, banks tires, gets through. Garrido finally gets the spot away here on the final lap down to turn number 5.
And great work there. You just saw how close those two sets of rear wheels came coming out of turn number 1. Now into turn number 6. What can Rodriguez do to fight back? Garrido has it. Jacob Neary's just set a new fast lap of the race. He's 2 seconds in front. Oh, there's a little bit of door handling going on. And what was that? The team boss, the customer? Team boss says, look, I can always forget to bring your favourite motor with me to the next race. I'm going for it. And here comes Ravella. But it's going to be Charlie Fonseca to complete the victory. He crosses the line. There he goes, but the battle is on for third still. There goes Neary. Now, here we go.
Through the final turn. Can Diego hang on? Look at Ruben up and over the curving. What a battle, but a little bump and run on the last lap. Diego gets the final podium spot. Michelle Garrido having fun there at the line. Then Ruben Ravello. Here's Tom Gerstner. He'll hang on for 6th over a hard-charging Alfonso Santiago at the end. What a good battle there it was in KA Masters.
Well, indeed it was, and good fun to go with it as well. And if one Masters class raised a smile and had some great racing, well, the next Masters class, the Master Shifters, will try to do likewise.
Yeah, we will be ready for 2 more main events here on the KC Premium Subscription. Master Shifter on deck, folks, and then Mini Swift will close out this broadcast before we go to the Pro Show later on this afternoon.
So without further ado, with no karts to recover, the Master Shifters are on track now, and they are going round. So Joe Rook and Skitchy Barnes will start from the front row of the grid. Pole sitter earlier on, Juan Pablo Rico, runner-up yesterday, will start third alongside the today's surprise package. That is Joao Carlos Fraganesi. Then we have Michael Guash and Luis Quinones. Luis A. Quinones and Ken Schilling are on row 4. Fabio Mendonca goes from row number 5. I do apologise that my voice went very, very high there for a moment. So there are cats and dogs all around Orlando that are suddenly yapping and barking because that was a very high-pitched squeak. I do apologise. Here we go. It's going to be a standing start, 18-lap race. And Skitchy Barnes going for the double, but of course, Skitchy hasn't been the quickest driver all weekend. Quite often, Joe Rook and Michael Guash have been just as fast, if not a little bit quicker, but whereas their house has crumbled, Skitchy's has stayed intact, and he has been able to finish every lap of every race as points make prizes, and Skitchy coming into this off the back of a well-deserved Winter Series victory. Now we move into our positions. The 653 of Rook, the 609 of Barnes. On the outside of row number 1. They're all getting into position now. Signal at the back of the field goes up. Drivers are at the ready. The start line marshal moves out of the way. Flag goes up. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Michael Guash, who tries it over the curb there. Skitchy Barnes settles for second place. A great move from Joe Rook to double up on Skitchy Barnes. Now Skitchy says, if you can do that, I can do it as well. But he gets the kart slowed down too late, going through turn number 5, and Rook retakes the lead. Now that is Freganesi in 3rd position. So Joao Carlos Freganesi continues to go. Here comes Skitchy through turn number 8 and 9. Now up Scrapyard straight we go. Gouache is 4th. Then it is a battle side by side. Juan Pablo Rico moves into P5 in front of just Luis Quinones. Behind just Luis Quinones is Luis A. Quinones, then Ken Chilling, and then the last kart running is Fabio Mendonca. We complete lap number 1. Rook barns sideways, misses the apex, catches it perfectly, and now heads off through the kink there. Oh, he was a little bit wayward as well there with Skitchy Barnes, overdriving ever so slightly, potentially, or waiting for his pressures to come up as we head through lap number 2. There is the battle a little bit further back. Michael Gouache in 4th place. And Gouache, he's under pressure there. There goes Juan Pablo Rico for the U-Race team. And I have to say the U-Race team having a good again here. Now Luis Quinones having a little look there. That was just Luis Quinones. And Luis A. Quinones in the factory kart 601 machine is chasing them both down. Then it is a bit of a gap to Ken Chilling and Fabio Mendonca. At the end of lap number 3, Joe Rook with a new fastest lap of the race, 53.063 seconds. He is 3/4 of a second in front of yesterday's winner and Winter Series SKUSA champion Skitchy Barnes, the Bermudan, who has his own team in Bermuda with 3 young ladies trying to bring the next generation of Bermudan go-kart racers into an international playing field, using all his years of experience to teach, to coach, to give back to the sport. And if you get talking to Skitchy about it, you can see his face filled with pride as his drivers are probably watching this. We hope they are. And hello to Skitchy's drivers back in Bermuda, if you are. And we hope to see you maybe at a SKUSA event in the months and years to come. There is Luis Quinones, just Luis Quinones. Now, Skitchy, last time by, Skitchy managed to shave a couple of hundredths off Joe Rook's lead. Only 3/4 of a second is what it is. They go through turn number 6. Out of turn 7 now, flat out, down through the gears a little bit. They get the kart lined up there. Now, through this curb, Skitchy was very, very good through there as we watch the karts now file up Scrapyard straight. Skitchy last time around, purple lap, a 52.778 second lap for Skitchy Barnes. But you know what? Joao Carlos Freganesi, he isn't too far back. There is the Cosmic chassis, 610 for the Orlando Kart Center team. So the Floridian driver, Freganesi, he's from a celebration rather, and racing the local team. So the kart will be very well sorted. Excuse me. And the driver is now very well sorted. Juan Pablo Rico in 4th, Gouache, Quinones, and Schilling with Mendonca. Actually, I have to say Fabio Mendonca doing a much better job of staying with the rest of the pack in this race than has been the case at some points this weekend. Sadly, Brian Chatfield had to withdraw from the meeting, but we do hope to have Brian back so we can tell the very, very personal, emotional and worthy story of Brian's efforts to race in memory of his fallen brother who served with the 101st Airborne Division in both Iraq and Afghanistan. But that is a story for another day. The story for today is Skitchy Barnes trying to close in on Joe Rook, who was very well placed in yesterday's final until the closing stages, where we thought it was a gear linkage problem, but it turned out it was a left wheel not attached to the go-kart problem that and at this particular point here that cost Joe Rook any chance of a finish. And now Juan Pablo Rico to the inside for 3rd, just off camera there. And Juan Pablo Rico takes third position. As, yes, we've got, there's one race after this, one more semi-pro final before the Pro Show begins. And the Pro Show will be free to air. And we've been talking about this new era in American karting, and I did look at the some of the live chat, and people saying, well, you know, we only had once who caught this format. Well, obviously, that person is an uneducated person, because they haven't been following what has been going on over the winter, and all the hype and all the interest and all the publicity about the Pro Show, and the reasons why we're doing it, because we've got just nearly 60 pro drivers across 2 divisions who are the superstars of the sport, and it is about time SKUSA, Xander Clements, Kart Chase and SKUSA have thought to themselves, you know what, it's about time we do a lot more to make these drivers superstars and promote the sport in a more TV-friendly way, giving them, you know, a better opportunity to cover the up and down field, and really up the ante in terms of kart racing broadcasting in the entire world. So, yes, they've only got one race today. They had 2 races yesterday, Super Pole qualifying and all that caper. And yes, the fruits of the labour of SKUSA and Kart Chaser will be coming to you very shortly, free to air. So if you're watching back home and you know of a couple of people that aren't Kart Chaser Premium subscribers, tell them, get on the phone, get, a message, say, oh, don't forget, tune into Kart Chaser Pro Show. It's going to be a little bit different than what you would normally expect to see. Now, on track action. We are approaching the halfway mark of this race. In fact, we start lap number 9. At the end of this lap, we will be at the halfway point of this race. And Joe Rook, the driver from Frankfort in Kentucky, running that Maranello Kart USA, operated by Jerry White's Kartworks Racing outfit. He leads, and he has extended his advantage over Scott Skitchy Barnes to 1.5 seconds. There is Rook, and I suppose Joe Rook will be sort of thinking, oh God, I hate that turn number 9, because that's when it all went terribly wrong yesterday. But Skitchy Barnes in second place, and do you know what? Skitchy Barnes, we were talking about how he'll be making an attempt on the race lead and attacking. If he's not careful, he's going to have to be defending, because Juan Pablo Rico and Juan Carlos Fregonese are not too far behind him at all. Michael Gouache is 5th. Luis Quinones is 6th. Luis A. Quinones is 7th. And Fabio Mendonca continues to run in 8th position. But here we go. We could have a 3-kart battle for second place before long, because Rico and Fregonese are keeping Skitchy Barnes honest. And I'm looking at the lap times, and it's actually Juan Pablo Rico in the number 625 Sodi kart for the U-Race team, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 52.705 seconds. Through the final complex, Skitchy throws the 609 kart, the Maranello machine, over the curbs. Now he heads up the start-finish straight, but Rico's closing in. Late on the brakes for Juan Pablo Rico. Now Juan Pablo Rico is close enough maybe to think about making a lunge. Does he send it into turn number 5? Not quite yet. Still 8 laps to go. Oh dear, Ken Schilling has retired the number 621 GP kart of the Factory Furry GP kart team. The Gainesville-based driver is our first retiree, but we're going to have potentially our first overtake in some time, because Rico is as close as he's ever been to Skitchy Barnes as they head into the final complex. There's 11 and turn 12 now. And then turn 13, that flat-out kink onto the start-finish line. And Skitchy Barnes, a little bit defensive. Oh, and Rico is so good under braking going into turn number 1. And out of turn 4, the kink. This is the move. There he goes. Oh, Rico has to climb over the curb. And Skitchy Barnes defends. Rico sends it back in at turn number 6. And once again, Skitchy Barnes goes, no man, you ain't coming through here. Joao Carlos Fregonese is next. Fregonese watching this. He's got the blue and white race suit on. It's the Cosmic chassis for the Orlando Kart Center team. It says on the entry list a Tony Kart, but that quite blatantly is a Cosmic graphics kit. And underneath that Cosmic graphics kit is a purpley go-kart, which is the purple liveried Cosmic kart from the OTK family. It's effectively a Tony Kart, it's a different color. Let's not kid ourselves, but it is. The battle is on for second. 6 laps to go, and still Joe Rook leads this battle, this developing battle. Juan Pablo Rico, first time in a shifter kart. He's wearing the Team Colombia national race suit because a couple of years ago he did represent Colombia in the Rotax Grand Finals. Now he's moving into gearbox, and now he's moving into second place. Oh, no, he's not. And that was a collision there. Skitchy Barnes is out. Rico is out. He made the move up the inside. Skitchy Barnes was turning in. The door was always going to close, and that is game over for Juan Pablo Rico, and it's also game over for Skitchy Barnes' chances of another podium finish. It means that Joe Rook can now turn down the wick and cruise home because he leads Joao Carlos Fregonese by nearly 5 seconds. Michael Gouache is up into third, then it's Luis A. Quinones in fourth, just Luis Quinones in fifth. Skitchy Barnes is the last kart now running in 6th position. He's a long way back. There's Rico standing and watching. Is Skitchy's kart okay? Was there any damage? Can he fight back and pick up a couple of positions? Because just like every other class, this is a points championship, and every position pays more points.
Every single one. And not only that here, but just some hardware talk for Giancarlo Fregonese. We know that he is locked into second. It's not over for third as we look at the mangled Sodi kart for, unfortunately, Juan Pablo Rico. Luis A. Quinones is not far back, and this fight that was for fifth is now for third. Last spot on the box. Will it be the Maranello SRP Kart USA entry of Michael Gouache? Will it be the American-made factory kart entry of Luis A. Quinones? He's only 2 car lengths away, and he's got 4 laps to go to work.
Yes, indeed, and what a tonic it would be for Luis A. Quinones, and indeed the entire Factory Kart USA team, that American-made go-kart, which retired from today's final with some gear selection problems. Well, I hope that Luis A. Quinones can select top gear, because he's going to need it to try and send one in on Michael Gouache, who's had his own fair share of calamities and catastrophes this weekend. But of course, we could have a very different podium. Rook, Fregonese, and Gouache, they're all been in through the mill this weekend in terms of the emotions, the ups and downs. But it could, with 2 laps to go or three laps to go, all end on a high note for them. The sad thing is that there's 4 drivers going for 3 podium places. One of these 2 drivers on your screen is going to miss out.
Yeah, they will. One of them have to stay around for a little bit longer to get some hardware. The other one, well, he can pack it up and head on the road or get onto a plane right after the next 3 laps if he wants to.
Oh, I know he's going to stay and watch the pro show, whoever he is.
I would hope so.
Of course he is.
It's going to be one heck of a show later on here. Again, folks, that's in just one more race after this with the mini slips on deck. But while the young superstars wait, the wily veterans banging gears here are about to potentially start banging tires for third. 2 laps to go. Joe Rook, a dominating run on paper. Skitchy kept him honest there, and so did Juan Pablo Rico up until the end. And, of course, Fregonese in no man's land moves up from 4th to 2nd. But this battle for third, final spot on the box, big wide arc for Luis A. Quinones. He'll send it to the inside in turn 6, and he gets the job done on Michael Gouache. Both of them hanging on for dear life here at the end of the final. Gouache looked back low in the sweeper, can't quite do it. And Luis A. Quinones into a podium spot here, setting the bar high for his team owner and teammate Billy Musgrave in that pro shifter race later on tonight.
Yes, indeed. Billy Musgrave, the chassis builder, team owner of the factory kart team, be watching on keenly. I say it's his young charge. No, it's actually his older charge. battles for a place on the podium. The white flag is in the air. Joe Rook has already taken the white flag and is negotiating the final lap. Oh, but Lewis Aikenonis is defending. You don't need to defend, Lewis, because Gouache isn't close enough. But if you carry on defending, Gouache will close in. But Joe Rook, he's got 4 wheels on his wagon, and he's only got about 5 corners to go.
Yeah, just a few more turns around for Joe Rook to at least make this Florida trip really, really worth it. Yesterday, that corner, he's finally got through it. That's the last time Joe has to see turns 8 and 9, the trouble spot where that left rear tire came off yesterday as they head over to the final chicane. Joe Rook into the last turn, over the curbing, and onto the front straightaway. It's a Maranello sweep, but today, America wins out as Joe Rook puts the stars and bars on top in Master Shifter. Yao Carlos Fregonese second, and Luis Aikenonis adds on to the stateside pride with the American-made factory kart going onto the box, and he continues his defense of that number 1 plate with a third-place run to close the weekend. A decent points haul for him. Gouache has to settle for 4th. Quinones in the Tony Kart 5th. Skitchy Barnes 6th. Then it'll be Fabio Mendonca in 7th. Ken Schilling, unfortunately, at ENF. The same for Juan Pablo Rico. But it concludes the Masters classes. 1 left here in the semi-pro categories of the day. Mini Swift on deck. The engines have been fired, and it looks like they are just about ready to head on to the circuit. So that's your final run for Master Shifter as Mini Swift is set to roll, and then it'll go over to the Pro Show. After this, you can see the SKUSA official, top of the grid, engines fired, ready to give the drivers the command to head onto the racetrack here. This last little run for Mini Swift before we head on through. And again, this puts us actually just about almost caught up after a red flag incident and a few little delays. We are almost back onto time, which is good news here for the Pro X30s. They are due on grid at 3:45 p.m. in 15 minutes for Pro X30 here onto the grid for the main event. And there we go for Mini Swift out onto the racetrack. Let's take a look at how they will form here on the grid for their main event. We're still waiting on the timing to kick on over into Mini Swift on all fronts, but Rocco Simone on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic will lead the field to green alongside yesterday's winner, Lorenzo Varela, in the Sodi Racing USA Sodi Kart. Alessandro Truccio on that pole position Motorsports Parolin didn't necessarily have the best qualifying run, but he started to look a little bit better as the pre-final drew on. And the shorter pre-final today didn't give him too much time to work through the grid. He was able to get his way up into 3rd. Marco Samet into the 4th spot. Then Troy Ferguson and Royce Vega make a Bennick lockout of row number 3. Ashton Woon and Mika Baruch, the top qualifier, roll off on row 4. Valentino Santian and Enzo De Janeiro on row number 5. Then it's Nico Katowski and Josh Bergman on row 6. Grayson Walcott, Nico Orbezo, row 7. Drew Jensen along the inside here into the mid-teens alongside Geronimo Zuluga. And then it's John McClellan and Maddox Ruiz on row number 9. Easton Kubinski and Brandon Eng will roll off on row 10. Achilles Sapirko and Luciano Dales, row number 11. Vian Bindi, Jose Carlos Murad, Nathan Ramirez, Simon Klein, Max Maitev, Kai Park, Blaze Deniz, Callan Berghofer, and then we get to the back final 11. Ardillian, Basu, Limpin, Maxwell Macha rolls off from 34th. Jaime Garcia, 35th. Couple names that could go quickly forward. Asher Pavon, Alexis Bayarjan, Bashi Jimenez, Harry Thomas, Colton Schneegenberg, and Luke Gilio. Tail end of the field, our off-pole qualifier, Luke Gilio, had the side cover of the engine explode on the pre-final, and just nothing but poor luck here after a really, really good effort in timed qualifying today. He's got a long way to go forward, though. 18 laps on the boards, about 20 minutes left here in the semi-pro show. Rocco Simone on the left, representing Canada. Lorenzo Varela representing Brazil on the outside. We're green down at turn number 1, and already Truccio looks like he's got the momentum to maybe get clear for second. He does not. Varela pops the curb and slots on through as Simone gets a nice and healthy gap to turn 5. And they stay on the inside. Oh, one driver way deep, way wide. That was Enzo De Janeiro. He lost about 7 spots in turn number 5. But the rest of the field gets through except for 2 carts. turned around at the back of turn number 5, and one of the Bennecks got turned off the start. But for 41 cars, we've got 38 still going with no issues over to turn 9.
Yeah, it was Kai Park in the number 121 kart who had parked, reverse parked, coming out of turn 5, but he will continue as the rest of the field fan out. There is Ashton Wu picking up a place, passing Mika Baruch, who of course qualified on pole position earlier on. There is True Show, the white crash helmet, running in P4, just behind Marco Samut on that Lando Norris kart for the Mike Doty, Brandon Jarzakrak racing team. As up front, it is Rocco Simoni and Lorenzo Varela. The rest of the field back there, you can see the second half of the order. John McLean in 7th place, but here we go, and there's the move, Lorenzo Varela, and of course Rocco Simoni left the door wide open there, and he thought to himself, oh, Lorenzo Varela, Christmas has come early. He takes the lead, but here comes Simoni back at him through turn number 7, wheel to wheel, and they all somehow make it through.
And into the turn 9 complex, Varela back through to the inside. Simone back to second, feeling the pressure from Sandro Truscio. Down the backstretch, Simone's now got enough of a run to go back on Varela. Here comes the entire train. Vega, Ferguson trying to go as well. He'll jump back in line. No, not going to get there. That's the 140. Looking to the inside of Josh Bergman. And they all find a place down into turn number 12. Little side-by-side action further back with Mika Baruch and Ashton Woon down the front straightaway. Just 2 laps complete. Catch your breath, folks. We got 16 more of it. Is a big swing to the inside for Ashton Woon, driving Baruch a little bit low and through to the inside, picking up 2 spots. That's the 112 Valentino Santian, while Varela looks for second and nearly the lead in turn 5.
This inch-perfect move there from Varela. Truscio tries to do a similar move. Alexis Baerjon. He has had a weekend to forget. And you just look at the way they're having to set that Birol ART up there. And, PSL Karting, they're one of the very best. And they are going to have to go to work on that chassis to make it work in this class.
Down the backstretch, Alessandro Truscio to the inside of Lorenzo Varela. Going to get it done with Ferguson to follow into third. Now a 5-car breakaway from that little skirmish. They're about 3 or 4 wide, back in about 10th or 12th right now. Coming across the line, 3 laps complete. 15 laps to go. Rocco Simone still showing the way by half a car length to Alessandro Truscio as they go side by side for 4th. Royce Vega clear into the inside of Lorenzo Varela. And look at this further back here. 2 by 2 for that entire pack through turns 1 and 2, over to 3, and Truscio back up, new leader, as there's fights all around here. Nobody taking it easy in the opening laps of this main.
I was going to say, great camera work there to try and capture as much because you don't know where to look. There's a battle for the lead. There's a battle for 5th. There's a battle for about 7th, back to about 27th, and we managed to capture it all here as we round out the semi-pro classes here at the SKUSA Winter Nationals. But it's Alessandro Truscio who has the field at his beck and call as he heads into turn number 10 with Simoni right behind him. Then it's Ferguson, Varela, Vega, Bergman, Samut, Baruch, Santion and Maddox Ruiz for the Velocity Racing team on the Praga chassis is up 8 places into the top 10. Well done, Maddox Ruiz.
Yeah, Maddox Ruiz, what a drive forward. Let's see some of the other big movers from the rear of the grid. Colin Berghofer's picked up 10 spots. Colton Schneegenberg 15, Luke Giglio 17 with a lot of time to go, and if the fighting continues up front, they might be able to get a little bit further as Truscio and Ferguson shuffling Rocco Simone further back with Vega now in between as well. So it's Vega 3rd, Ferguson 2nd, Simone 4th, Alessandro Truscio leads the way.
Yes, indeed, and there's the number 140 kart of Josh Bergman. And again, what better result for Bergman in his new team would be a podium finish here. He was a podium finisher as a micro driver at the Supernats last year, and a podium in the Pro Tour as a mini Swift driver. I said the M word again, didn't I? I said Micromax. Oh dearie me! You're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to keep tabs of this. And I said if I make that too many mistakes, I'll have a tattoo of Casey cartridge tattooed on my backside or something like that at the Supernats. Here we go though. It's mini Swift, and they're very, very swift. And the top 5 come into turn number 5 with 13 laps to go. Truscio flip-flopping from North America into Europe, and now has to find himself with Troy Ferguson and Royce Vega as Truchot flip-flops there. Ferguson, the driver of kart number one, Ferguson in kart number 147 from Seal Beach, and then Vega from Dallas, Texas, are closing in and bearing down on him.
Yeah, closing in quite a bit here, but they're not even anywhere close to the fastest. Nico Orbezo on the RPG Cosmic back in 12th just ripped the fastest time. Really quick lap there for him. That was 3/10 better than race leader Alessandro Truchot. Now, for the first time, do they have the opportunity to work together? Yeah, not going to happen. Troy Ferguson through to the lead in turn number 1. Truchot back to second. Vega still third. And the action here at this battle-packed racetrack continues, still just on lap number 7 of 18. The 4-car group back to Varela. Really, there's a pretty substantial margin back from Mika Baruch to Ashton Woon in the midfield there from 9th on back, and that's only the front half of the midfield. There's still a lot more cars for some of the further back drivers to get to, but a pretty big gap from the first pack of about 8 to the next one.
Now, earlier in the weekend, I went into the Bennett tent and I spoke to Troy Ferguson. Hang on a sec, Truchot back to the lead. And Ferguson, who he said he wasn't too keen on doing interviews. Well, the problem is, Troy, if you keep finishing on the podium and battling to win races, you're going to have to do more and more interviews. And he went, okay, that seems fair enough to me. And tell you what, who is moving into the picture now in that 4th place kart, that's the 109. Rocco Simone is there. Varela sideways through the first corner. Look at him hunched over. He's hustling that Sony kart, but yesterday he hustled it to a win. And here come the Bennetts. The Bennett boys, it's Ferguson and Vega, 1-2, and now Vega, the Super Dutch champion, as Stiegenberg goes for a ride at turn number 1. But there was a battle for the race lead. Who is back in front? It's one of the Bennetts. It is Ferguson.
Yeah, Troy Ferguson leading now. Varela gets through on Truchot. Big change in that lead pack there. Let's see what Troy Ferguson can do lap time wise, and maybe this pack kind of spreads back out because we've finally got teammates first and second. Will they work together, Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson? I would imagine so. The Bennett team has always been known to try and really coach their drivers to say, all right, we are not going to pass until the last 2 laps of a main, so I would not be surprised to see that attempt made by Royce Vega, but it just depends if they're able to quickly start to drop the likes of Sandro Truchot and more off the back of the group. 8 complete.
Yeah, because we've seen teammates play so well together so far in the semi-pro classes in the finals. Well, we shall wait with bated breath and see. There's Mika Baruch and Marco Samut. They have just got past Josh Bergman. Bergman is there. It's Bergman in 6th position, so Samut and Baruch now 6th and 7th. Then it is Bergman in 8th.
Yeah, that group just swapping spots there as Troy Ferguson goes to the back of the pack. Vega to the lead for about a straightaway. Truchot back through. Varela trying to follow. I thought they might work together. They didn't. Now Vega even fading a little bit low, like he might try something in the S's as Simone gets into the left rear tire. Varela, who spins into the inside of the racetrack, and a defeated Lorenzo, not worrying too much about the karts coming. Now he's wanting some help as he's got himself beached in the grass. Day over for Lorenzo Varela off of an attempt from Rocco Simone to get by him, and that has allowed Alessandro Truchot and Troy Ferguson an opportunity to try and get away. Royce Vega, I should say, but they're changing the lead. Vega blocking the inside. Ferguson back there in 3rd. Simone gets himself back to neutral into 4th as he passes Mika Baruch. But these two, if they stick together, they could break away. They've just got an opportunity, and it's probably the only one they'll have all race to get away from the rest of this pack.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Truchot looks over his shoulder to see where the rest of the field are. He doesn't, but he does stay in line. There's Mika Baruch for a move on Rocco Simone. Now, you talked earlier about the big gap between this lead pack and the rest of the field, and I have to say Lorenzo Varela is very fortunate there was a big gap because he did not apply the brake and rolled backwards across a live circuit, which is a no-no, I have to say.
Yeah, not the best decision there, but obviously all he was thinking was, dang, my race is over at that point. And so Lorenzo Varela, he did get back going, I believe, at the very end of the line once everyone all went on by him. So he's still making some laps here, just the tail end of the lead lap, all the way back in 40th right now.
Yeah, there's 40 of the 41 starters still running, Xander. We got 8 laps to go.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Achilles Sapirko, unfortunately, only DNF so far, and we'll see what the last few laps bring us. If anything, it might be more battling here in the lead group before then, because Troy Ferguson is hunting down the 2 race leaders by himself. Truchot trying to take advantage of this chance they've got to make it a 2-horse race, but Ferguson looking really fast this lap. Let's see what the lap times tell us off the timing monitor. It's 11 down, 7 to go. Ferguson's definitely within the tow range, and he's going to go 2/10 better than the race leader, his teammate, Royce Vega. So Alessandro Truchot might be staring down a Bennick sandwich, because his next fellow non-Bennick driver or team driver would be all the way back to Rocco Simone and Mika Baruch. They were about a 10th slower than Vega last time by. They need a lot of battling to get into it. So what do you do at this point here? And can you see the full picture? It's hard to say from the driver's seat. We know they've got mechanics on the stands trying to signal. Let them know what to do as there's yellows waving in the final corner. Might have another incident there. Hopefully not too much dirt on the racetrack for the leaders.
Here we go. So Alessandro Truchot, I'm not sure if he'd be in a Bennick sandwich. I mean, if we're going to go down the culinary food route, would that make him eggs Bennick in the middle? Hopefully he won't be scrambled eggs, Bennick. Here we go through the turn 13 complex now. It is still Super Lap champion and Winter Series champion Royce Vega leading by an inch over Alessandro Truchot. Ferguson goes purple. No, Mika Baruch goes purple. Rocco Simone, Mika Baruch, Marco Samut and Josh Bergman, they're still pushing hard because they know that these 3 leaders are going to slow each other down at some point.
Yeah, at one point or another, they're going to battle, but Baruch and Simone are battling now after a good lap that time where they made up a little bit of ground. They lost some trading positions in turns 5 and 6. That unfortunately hurt them. This group, running single file, is pulling that gap back open again. Let's see down the backstretch. Baruch, Simone, Samet, Bergman, if they stay tucked in line, they have a shot to get here before it's too late. And again, we know the leader's going to battle on the last lap, maybe the last 2 laps. But that's only going to bring this group in for the last couple corners. You're not going to win if you arrive with half a lap to go in 4th.
Yeah, no, and of course, unless, of course, the top 3 do something, that eliminates them.
Yeah, I shouldn't speak too soon. No, we have seen that actually happen already this weekend a couple of times. So
yeah,
maybe.
But we have faith, we live in hope. The idea is that you need to get to the lead group with about 2 laps to go to then start planning your moves. But of course, these 3 drivers, they will know there is a gap back to 4th position. So between them, they'll be thinking, okay, we're not going to give them a chance. We're not going to go too soon. We've still got 5 to go. Truchot has stayed on the rear bumper of Vega. But this is as close as Ferguson has been, and Truchot knows that he can't put himself in a position where Ferguson can pass him, and the best way to do that is by leading this race. But now the Bennick freight train passes Truchot, and just look at the second group closing in.
Yeah, they are almost there now here. That's exactly what Mika Baruch and company needed. And that, also is going to give a little more trust and faith in that kind of second group. Rocco Simone, seeing the fact that they are significantly gaining on the leaders, is going to say, all right, you know what, this is working. I can be patient. I can wait for Mika to take us to the promised land of that lead pack and a real shot at some hardware. And, of course, a nice little bonus as they pass for the lead. The teammates going at it. Ferguson to the point. Vega back to second. Truchot, just all he can do is watch, but at this point, he's now starting to give some toe back to Mika Baruch in 4th.
Yeah, well, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, they haven't caught these 3 yet. They are closer. And as they flash through the camera shot, in 7th position, Josh Bergman is beginning to lose touch ever so slightly. He now tries to work with Marco Samut. Really, Mika Baruch and Rocco Simone are the first 2 drivers because the driver's most likely to make it. Samut really pushing. You can see him jumping up and down in the seat. Through the complex we go. It is Ferguson from Vega, from Truchot. One more time across the start-finish line. It'll be 3 to go this time around. The gap between third and fourth is 0.2 of a second, and Simoni has just set the fast lap of the race. Rocco Simoni will start pushing Mika Baruch up to the front.
Here we go into turn 5, inside and clear. Vega back on Troy Ferguson. He's going to start to low line a little bit through turn 6. Mika Baruch and Rocco Simoni now almost fully into frame. So the 3 leaders, their lead has evaporated. Alessandro Truchot has tried to stay patient, tried to give us
He's trying to give us an absolute grandstand finish as Ferguson, Vega and Truchot head them up the back straight towards turn number 10. Next time by, it'll be the 2 flagpoles in the air. And Baruch has caught the leaders. Simoni has caught the leaders. And it is down to Baruch to make the move on Truchot. Mika Baruch for Sony Kart makes his bid for a podium 2 more times around.
2 more laps around here for this main event in Mini Swift as they work their way through turns 4 and 5. Here we go down into the corner. Open, wide open for Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson. Neither one of them passing. I think at this point, something must have clicked for the 2 teammates up front to say work together, because as they fight for third, they just got a big healthy gap now, and maybe, just maybe, the Benica coaches and mechanics on the sidelines were able to finally break through to those youngsters and say, guys, get a podium. Get yourself a better shot at the win if you just wait one more lap, with a nice move for Rocco Simoni. He's gotten around Mika Baruch. Baruch wants back around. Rocco shaking his head. That's going to let Truchot get back away in third, and all that hard work for the last 10 laps to get up is back down to nothing here. Reduced at half a lap, Henry.
Yep, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And now it's Marco Samut side by side, but we have 1 lap to go in Mini Swift, side by side for the 2 teammates through turn number 1. Truchot will try and pick his way through. Who's going to make the move into turn number 5? Vega defends. Here comes Truchot trying the up and under.
Not going to happen there, but he's still got plenty of turns to try and pull it off. He's a lot closer in turn 6. He'll get right to the bumper and stay there. Still looking for a way by as Vega defends a little bit, now runs the normal arc through turn 7. Over to turn 8. Final time. Royce Vega way low. Ferguson follows. Watch Truchot for an over-under on the back straightaway. He's got a nose underneath Ferguson. Vega all the way to the inside. 3 wide. Are we that tight? No. Truchot into second and single file down to turn 10. They're battling back for 4th, and the run towards the S's. Final time for Royce Vega. Can he hold off the hard-charging Alessandro Truchot? A decent defense there. Big run for Truchot. I don't know if it'll be enough. As they come to the line, Royce Vega wins in Orlando for round 2.
And for the second time in 2 days, the Mini Swift podium is decided by 0.2 of a second across the top 3. Great stuff. And behind Truchot and Ferguson, it was in 4th position Rocco Simoni, Mika Baruch, Marco Samut and Josh Bergman. And 1.6 seconds separating the top 6. Enzo Di Janeiro recovers to 8th as the rest of the field file through.
John McClellan, Nico Orbezo, your top 10. Big movers, Iago Lempin, Luke Giglio, hard charger, 24 spots up to 17th from dead last on the grid. A few more DNFs, folks. That concludes the coverage of the Semi-Pro Show. The Pro Show is next from Orlando. It'll switch you right over to it. Share it with your friends and family and anyone new to karting. It's free to view when we come back.